Low key, niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are back on the record machine. Please have cut 239 State of versus Devyn Michael. Any members of this matter, Mrs. President, your attorney, your condition grants on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, statement on this one.
Your Honor, the state's first witness for today is Yoshida Masao.
Yoshida. Follow the honor. Wait, sir. You have some three names, can you please break in the personal story? Hold on, please.
Like that he is being assisted by a court interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, can we have your name for the record?
Takuya Kawamoto.
Okay, you have a card you can leave us when you leave? You have a business card you can give to us? Okay. Can you spell that for us? Can you spell it?
T-A-K-U-Y-A. That's first name. My last name is I with a K. M for people.
Okay. And so we're going to swear you in first. So if you could raise your right hand, we're going to swear you in.
Sir, which language are you interpreting?
Japanese.
Japanese? You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the defendant / plaintiff to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
That's to the witness. Okay. All right, and sir, and now we're going to swear him in. If you could ask him to please raise his right hand.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Now let's do things straight.
Masao, first name, Yoshida, last name. First name, Masao, last name, Yoshida.
And can you just give me? Okay. All right. And Mr. Turner, you can just make sure you guys can scoot up so he speaks right into that red light. Okay. Okay. State whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Yes, if you can just speak right into that light right there, that microphone, that's the one that we'll be able to hear you with, okay? How old are you, sir?
78歳です。
78.
78 years old. Okay. And where do you reside? Do you reside at 2698 Paladura Drive?
現在住まれているところは286段のパラドラドライブです。
はい、その通りです。
Yes.
Okay. Who do you live there with?
あなたと一緒に住まれてますか？
ヨコさんと一緒に住んでます。
I live with Yoko.
And who is Yoko to you?
ヨコさんはあなたにとってどういう関係ですか？
ボーイフレンド、ガールフレンドだと思います。
Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
So Yoko is your girlfriend.
ヨコさんは、
はい
Yes.
How long have you known Yoko?
ヨコさんはどのくらい知られてますか？
26、7年ですね。
About 26 and 27 years.
How long have you been in a relationship with Yoko?
ヨコさんとはそういう関係がどのくらいですか
10年ぐらいじゃないですか。10年ちょっと前。10年
？About 10 years.
And when you've been in a relationship with Yoko, have you always lived with her at the 2698 Paladura address?
ヨコさんとそういう関係になって今の住所にずっと一緒に住まれてますか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's correct.
Turning your attention then to August 6th of 2023.
8月6日の2023年のことについてください。
Who were you living with at that address?
その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？
ヨコさんと住んでました。
with Yoko.
Was anyone else living at the house at that time?
その時にヨコさん以外にどなたかと住んでましたか？
ジョン。
with John.
And who was John?
ジョンさんって誰ですか？ジョンさんって誰ですか？
ヨコさんの息子ですね。
He's the son of Yoko.
Now, did John stay in a downstairs living room that became a bedroom?
ジョンさんは1階のリビングルームを自分のリビングルームにして使っていますか？
そうですね。1階のリビングルームに住んでましたね、彼は。
That is correct.
And did you and Yoko share a bedroom then upstairs of the home?
で、あなたとヨコさんは2階の。
2階の。
That's correct.
So on August 6th of 2023, were you aware of a person named Nikki?
この8月3日2023年に、ルッキーという人を知ってますか？
知らないです。意味も知らない。
8月6日、そのニッキーという人をその時に知ってましたか？2023年の
知ってました。
Yes.
And who was Nikki?
ニッキーという方はどういう関係なんですか？
全く何もないです。
I don't know.
ヨコさんの息子のガールフレンドだと思ってました。
The only thing I know is that
じゃないかな。わからないです。
I don't know quite well, but I assume that she's the girlfriend of the Yoko-san,
Of John.
or wife.
Okay. They had children together, correct?
子供さんがおられましたよね。
はい。
Yes.
Two girls?
2人の子供。
Two
Two girls, yes.
And then John had an older son not with Nikki, correct?
ジョンさんは、年の上の子供がおられましたか？その2人以外に。
もう一人最初の奥さんといましたね。デビエラという子で。
Viviera, probably that the son or children of her former marriage.
Okay, so John's former marriage, he had a son.
ジョンさんの最初の結婚の時の子供さんがおられたんですか？
どっかカリフォルニアの方から来て住みたい、ジョンが住みたいと言ったんで、ヨコさんに聞いて、OK、いいですよと、私はそういうことを言いました。と前にね、それだけです。
ジョンさんカリフォルニアから来て。
ヨコさんからそれを聞きました。
Can I ask him again? Question.
So did John have a son not with Nikki, with somebody else?
ジョンさんがニッキーさんとの間の子供じゃなくて、他の方との子供だったんですか？
最初の奥さんがみたいですね。別れた、離婚したみたいですけど、それはヨコさんから聞きました。
He heard from Yoko that John has a previous marriage, and then that's what he heard from Yoko.
John had an older son named Devyn, correct?
デビエラという方がおられたんですか？
そうですね。
That's correct.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 6th, 2023, did you see Nikki at that house at 2698 Paladura?
8月6日、2023年にそのニッキーさんとそのお家にいて会ったんですね。
全く見てないです。8月その当日ね。
I didn't see her on the date of the August 6th.
Did you see her vehicle?
車は見ましたか？その日に。
犬を散歩連れてったんで帰ってきたら車があるなと見ました。
I saw his car. I saw her car.
Her car?
彼女の車ですね。
そうですね。
Yes.
Nikki's car.
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい。
Yes.
And then on that evening, eventually you go to sleep, correct?
夜ベッドに疲れて休まれたんだと思いますけども。
もう散歩から帰ってきて2階に行ってテレビ見てもう10時には寝ました。
After I took a walk with the two dogs and came back home and I went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
Whose dogs were they?
その犬はどなたのものですか？
いやジョンのです。
Belongs to John.
So then you went to sleep on the night of August 6th, 2023. On the morning of August 7th, 2023, did Yoko come and talk to you about something?
で翌日の8月7日に、陽子さんがその岡田さんにその話を持ってこられたんですか？話が
私はまだ寝てたんですけど、陽子さんが私を起こしに来て、下にしてくれと。
Yes, she came. He was sleeping. She came and then woke him up and asked him to go downstairs.
And did you and Yoko ultimately call 911?
その時下に降りて、最後に911、911を電話されたんですか？
そうですね、これはもう死んでるって思って、で911しましたね。
I called 911 because I assumed that he's dead.
And when you say he, do you mean John?
ジョンさんが死んでると思ったんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
And did the police eventually come to the house?
で、警察がうちに来たんですね。それ電話して警察が来たんですか？
それでいろんな人がたくさん、警察の人がたくさん来ましたね。
Quite a few policemen came.
What time did you see Nikki's car
何時に
the day before?
その8月3日に
8
ニキさん
時降りてきて、これは大変だと。8時20分か30分、まあちょっとその辺ですよね。
On August 6th of 2023, the day before, when did you see Nikki's car?
8月6日だからに、いつ頃そのニッキーさんの車を見ましたか？
朝は見なかったですね。だから
8月6日
彼女は10時ぐらい来たんじゃないですか。6日っていうのは事件の日ですか、夜ですか。
You're asking August 6th, right?
Yes, what time?
だから事件の日です。
事件の夜ですか。
何時に彼女の車を見たんですか
8時ぐらいじゃないですか、夜の。
8 p.m. around 8 p.m.
Did you see Devyn that night?
デビエラさんをこの、時見たんですか？
デビエラは見てないです。
I didn't see her.
Did you see Devyn the next morning when you woke up?
そして翌日朝目が覚めてこの彼女を見たんですね。デビエラを。
デビエラは見てないです。
No, I didn't see her.
ヒムですね、デビエラは。
デビエラ、I didn't see him.
Days later, after the police came, did you notice that there was a knife missing from your kitchen?
ポリスが来た後に、そのキッチンからあなたのナイフがなくなっているのに気がつきましたか？
誰が？
あなたが。
ジョンは？
Let me clarify the question. Do you ask him whether he noticed that his knife was?
Yes.
あなたのナイフです。
ワイフ。
いや、あなたのナイフ。
ライフ。
ナイフ、ナイフ、ブッチャーナイフがなくなった
To
ら、
cut food.
そうナイフ。
ジョンたちはあんまり餌あげないんで、私がいつも大体犬の餌を作ってあげてたんです。その時に使うのが、チャイニーズのブッチャーナイフっていうので、細かくしてチキンをあげてたんで、それが前のように使ってたのは、朝そこに行ったら乾かしてるところに。
I was using a butcher knife to prepare the food for the dogs and do it every day. But the next day, so he used that knife the night. But next day, he realized that that knife was gone.
Okay. Did you ever find that knife?
その後、ナイフは見つかりましたか？
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. In the years that you had lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devyn lived in the house?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
In the years that he lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devyn lived in the house?
陽子さんと住み始めて、でそのディビエラは、その頻繁にうちに来ましたか？
いや、いなかったですよ。そして、何年前からで覚えてないんですけど、ジョンがこっちに来て、夏休み来たいと。それで、OK って言っただけです。それ以外はもう何も知らないですね。
Devyn didn't come. And only John asked Yoko, he want to come back to Vegas. That's the only thing he knows.
Okay, but you do recall during some time that Devyn lived in the house with you and your girlfriend?
その時、彼と、彼女がね、一緒に住んでたということは知ってましたか？ディビエラとが一緒に住んでた。
知らないですね。
I don't know.
You don't remember? Or you?
思い出せないのか知らないのかどっちですか？
知らないです。
I don't know.
Okay. On the weekend, and if I told you that August 6th was a Sunday, the weekend before all these things happened was Jonathan moving out.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. August 6th, August 7th was Jonathan moving out.
この8月6日、この週末にジョンがムーブアウトしたんですか？ Is your question move out?
Yes, I'll just make it real simple. Was Jonathan moving out of the house?
そのジョナサンさんはもう家から出てったんですか？
引っ越すというんで、その引っ越すという話だけは聞いてました。だから、私はもう2階に行っちゃってたんで、もう
I
何も
heard
わ
that
かんない
only he was moving out. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. During the time that you were living with Jonathan, did you have an issue that the money that you gave Jonathan, he was just buying alcohol?
ジョンと一緒に住んでる時に、なんかいろいろ問題とか起きたり、あるいは彼がお金を的に貸したりしましたか？
私にはないです。
I never did that.
You never gave Jonathan money?
ジョンにお金を貸したりしたってことはないですね。
ないです。
Never.
And you were never part of a discussion that he was just spending that money on alcohol?
A bit.
And maybe were you ever part of a discussion where Jonathan was taking money and spending it on alcohol?
そうなんかこう話の中で彼が、お金を、使ってアルコールを買ってるとかそんな話聞いたことありますか？
全くそういうの私は知らないですね。
I didn't know anything.
Okay. Was there discussions in the days before that weekend that Jonathan was moving out?
この週末の前にジョナサンはもう出てったんですか？
いや、出てってないですね。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions of this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
終わりました。
Statement, call your next witness.
Yoko Willett.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna ask you to remain standing. Can you let her know that she's going to swear?
立って先生します。それ
And just for the record, we are going to swear in Mr. Interpreter again because she is being assisted by the court interpreter. Can you swear in the interpreter?
最初私やります。
You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the victim to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
She's the witness.
では、ヨコさん。
I have it.
To the witness.
Excuse me. Okay, I apologize.
And then now, ma'am, we'll swear you in. Raise
Yes.
your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth,
真実だけことを誓いますか？
the whole truth, and nothing but
すべ
the
て
truth,
すべて真実だ。
so help you God.
大丈夫ですか？ Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. And if you would please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
名前を全部言っていただいて、そしてスペルを申し上げてください。
Mr. Interpreter, you need to move those chairs so we actually need you sitting the closest to the microphone because we need to hear you.
Oh.
So if you won't have a seat, I know you have to stand during the proceedings, so we need a chair so you can have a seat.
名前、
これに向かってください。
私も言うの。はい。
名前
State your name and spell it for us.
名前を全部言ってください。はい。
ヨーコ、ウィレット。
Can you spell it for us?
YOKO。WILLETTE。
Thank you.
Yoko, you and I have met many times before, correct?
今まで何度かありましたね。
はい
That's correct.
And you have always spoken in English to me when we've spoken, correct?
話して常に英語で話していただきましたね。
はい
Yes.
You asked to have the interpreter present today, so everything was very clear for you. Is that right?
今回は通訳がついてますんで、すべてのことについて明快になりますね。
はい。
That's correct.
So because we have an interpreter, you may understand my question, but you have to wait until he interprets and answer in Japanese, okay?
彼から聞かれた質問は分かると思いますけども、日本語で答えて、私がそれに対して英語で話しますんで、そういう順序で進めていきたいと思います。
はい。
Did you live at 2698 Paladura for a very long time?
2366のパラレルに長い間住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How long did you have that house?
どのくらいですか
29年。
？29 years.
Did you live there with your sons?
子供さんと一緒にそこに住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How many sons do you have?
何人子供さんがありますか？2。
And what are their names?
名前は何ですか？
ジョナサン・ウィレット。ジョナサンとケネス・ウ Willett.
Jonathan Willett and Kenneth Willett.
Are Jonathan and Kenneth's father the same person?
父親は同じ父親ですか？ Yes.
Is that person here today?
今日その父親来られてますか？
わかんない。あ、そうそう、聞いてます、聞いてます。
Yes.
Is he sitting in the front row up here?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct.
When did you and Dad split up?
何年前にお別れになりましたか？その
2012年 ?2012 年
2012。
Okay. And did you stay living in the Paladura home?
その後もずっとこのところに住まれたんですか？ That's correct.
Did your son stay with you for some period of time?
子供さんが何年間か一緒に住まれてましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
And did Kenneth move out sometime after high school?
ケネスはここ出て、That's correct.
Did Jonathan move in and out of your home for a period of time?
ジョナサンはそのうちに来たり出てったり出て行ってそういう方です。That's correct.
And how old was Jonathan when he died?
亡くなった時の年は何歳ですか
46歳。
？46 years old.
How many children did Jonathan have?
ジョナサン何年子供ですか？3 children.
Yoko, don't forget to wait until he interprets.
そう
What were his children's names?
その子供さんの名前は何ですか？
はい。で、一番最初デビエラ。
First is Deviela.
で、2番目がタマヤ。
Second is Tamaya. 3番目が
ジャネヤ。
Third is Janea.
Who is Devier's mom?
デビエラのお母さんは誰ですか？
アメンティア。
Amentia.
When did John and Amenthea split or separate?
アメンティアさんとデビエラさんがスプリットしたのはいつですか？
Only if you know. Only if you know.
もし知ってればいつ何年にスプリットしたか？
もう20年ぐらい前だからよく覚えてない。
About 20 years ago.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when Devier lived with John in your home?
デビエラもそのあなたの家で何回か一緒に住んだことがあるんですか？
ちっちゃい頃ね。
When he was small.
Okay. Did he move back in when he was a little bit older in between California trips?
カリフォルニアとの間でちょっと年取ったら行ったり来たりしてたんですか？ That's correct.
And did he work with John for that period of time?
その間ジョンに限られた期間働いてたんですか？ That's correct.
Who is the mother of Tamea and Janae?
ジャメイとタネヤのお母様ですか？
ニッキー。
ニキ。
Did Nikki ever live with you at the Paladura home?
ニキはパラデラの方に住んだことありますか？ No.
Do you know when John and Nikki split?
ジョンとそれからニッキーがスプリット別れたのいつですか？
いつか覚えてないけど、はい。
別れた。
別れたことは知ってます。
Yes, they separated.
Do you know when?
When?
If you don't, that's okay.
あんまりよく覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
でも子供が2、3歳の頃、タマヤが2、3歳の頃。
They separated when the Tamaya was 2 years old. About 2 years old.
After they separated, did John move back in with you at Paladura?
その後ジョンがそのパラデラに戻ってきたと。That's correct.
Did there come a point in time when you learned that Nikki lost custody of the girls?
その後ニッキーがその子供の親権を失ったということを知ったんです。That's correct.
And at that time, did John get full custody of the girls?
その時にジョンが全親権を得たということですね。Yes.
As a result, did the girls move into the Paladura home?
その結果、その女の子たちがそのパラデラの方に戻ってきたということですね。That's correct.
Do you know about what years they lived in your home or how long the girls lived in your home?
その子供たちが戻ってきた年と、その後どのくらい一緒に住んだかという時間がわかりますか
2022年の11月か12月頃から2023年の5月まで。
They lived together from November 2022 to May 2023.
Okay. While the girls were living with you and John, do you know where Nikki was living?
その女の子たちがあなたと一緒に住んでる間、ニッキーはどこに住んでましたか？
ニッキーの家、自分の家、彼女の。
Her own house.
Do you know the street or the address or anything?
住所を知ってます
今は知ってますけど、その時は知らなかった。
I know now, but at that time I didn't know.
Okay. Do you know who Nikki was living with?
その時ニッキーが誰と住んでたか？
知りませんでした。
I don't know.
Okay. When the girls lived with you, did they have their own rooms?
その子供が住んでる時は彼女たちの自分たちの部屋がありましたか？
ありました。
Yes.
Where did they sleep?
どこで休んでました？
うちの2階に部屋があります。
Upstairs.
And where did John sleep?
下。
でジョンはdownstairs.
Did you observe John with the girls on many occasions?
どういうオブザー？
Did you observe John interact with his girls on many
その
occasions?
時にジョンが子供たちといろいろカンカン話し合ったり子供そういうの
ありました。
Yes.
Did they have a loving relationship?
その親と子とそれは愛情を持った関係でしたか？
はい。
Yes。
Did John cook for them?
ジョンが彼らに料理を作った。Yes。
Kept them clean and safe?
そして彼の部屋をきれいにしたり。
そうですね。
That's correct。
And at some point in time in the summer of 2023, or May, did the girls go stay with Nikki?
2023年の夏にこの者たちがニッキーと一緒に
はい。
外
学校終わってからちょっと行ってました。
After the school。
After school in 2023?
Yes。
So for the summer?
夏ですね。夏です。
学校行ってました。
Okay. So when the girls, after the girls left, did at some point you learn that John was going to move out of your home?
その彼女たちがいなくなって、そしてその後ジョンが自分の家から出ていったことを知りましたか？ Yes。
Did that discussion go on for an extended period of time?
その議論は続いてますか？ Yes。
Do you know where he intended to move?
どこに移りたいっていう希望してたんですか？
知ってます。ニキのうち。
Move to Nikki's house。
Okay. Where the girls were?
そこに子供たちがいたからですか？Yes。
I should have asked this, I apologize. While the girls were still living with you, did Nikki have supervised visitation every week?
子供さんが一緒に住んでるときに、ニッキーが来たときは、そのスーパーバイズ、監視されて来たってことを知ってましたか？
まあ、ジョンが見てましたよね。はい。
When she came, John was with her.
Understood. So did Nikki come to your house many times while the girls lived with you?
子供さんが住んでるときに、ニッキーがかなり頻繁に来てましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you know that Nikki and Devyn were married?
その時ニッキーと息子が、デビエルと結婚したの知ってましたか？
その時は知ってました。
Yes, I knew at that time.
Okay. I now want to focus on August 6th of 2023.
8月6日の23について焦点を合わせていきます。
You understand that's the day before you found John.
そのジョンを見つける前の日のことも知ってます。Yes.
Tell me about that day, what you remember.
覚えてることを言ってください。
はい。6時頃、ジョンは一人でパッキングしてました。
Around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., he was packing by himself.
Did John have a truck?
トラック持ってましたか？ Yes.
Did John have a moving trailer attached to that truck?
それにトレーラーがついてましたか？
はい
Yes.
Did John have one set of keys for that truck?
そのトラックは一つのキーしかなかったんですか？ワンセットのトラック。
私は一つしか知らないけど、スペアがあったかどうかは知りません。
As far as I know, he has one key, but that's
でもスペアあったかどうか知らない。
I don't know whether he has a spare key or not.
Okay. Did John carry a wallet normally?
彼は常に財布というものを。That's correct.
And you said he was packing his truck alone
彼が一人でそのパッケージしてたんですか？ That's correct.
around 6 p.m.?
6時頃ですね。Yes.
で、8時頃ニッキーが来ました。
And around 8 o'clock, Nikki came.
Did Nikki come in her own vehicle?
彼女の車で来たんですか？
はい
That's correct.
What type of vehicle was that?
どのような車でしたか？
Is it a small car or an SUV or a truck?
私はその時見てないから知らないけど、後でニッキーの車はバンみたいな車だっていうのは今は知ってます。
I didn't see the car at that time, so I didn't know what type of car he was driving, but she was driving. But now I know she was driving
Okay.
van.
Thank you for clarifying. We don't want to hear anything you learned after. I want to know what you knew at the time.
今のことだけ聞いて、後から知ったことを言わないでくださいって。
So did you know she came in her own car because John was there?
彼女の車で来たのはジョンがそこにいたからですか？
はい
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see the car.
で車は見なかったんですね。No.
Okay. What did they do after Nikki arrived?
ニッキーが来た後、彼はどういう行動を取りましたか？
8時頃に2人で出てきました。
Around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they both went out.
They both left?
Both left.
Do you know which vehicle they left in?
その時、どちらの車で？
トラック。
Truck. By truck.
Okay. While John and Nikki were at your home, do you know who was with the girls?
ジョンとニッキーがそこにうちにいる時に、誰がその子供さんたちと一緒にいたんですか？
その時知りません。
I didn't know.
Okay. But the girls are not with them.
でも子供さんたちは一緒にいなかった。
いな
No.
かった。
Do you remember what time John and Nikki came back to you?
帰ってきたのは何時頃ですか？
10時頃。
Around 10 o'clock.
Were the girls with them that time?
その時子供たちはどこに
いません。いない。一緒にいない。
They were not with the girls.
You were still awake when Nikki and John got there at 10?
10時に帰ってきた時にまだ起きてましたか？ Yes, I woke.
Did you interact with John?
その時ジョンと会いましたか？
会いました。
Yes.
How did he seem to you?
その時彼の状況はどうでしたか？
普通。
Normal.
What was he doing?
彼は何をしてたんですか？
マイクロウェーブの前でなんか料理してました。
He was cooking in front of the microwave.
Where was Nikki?
その時ニッキーはどうだったんですか？
ジョンの部屋にいたと思います。一緒にはいなかった。ジョンの部屋にいた。
I thought that she was John's room.
And is that the lower room where you found John?
Yes.
Okay. After 10 p.m., do you go to bed?
10時以降ベッドに来ましたか？
ベッドとか2階に行きました。
Yes, I went upstairs.
Did you go to sleep or did you stay awake upstairs?
その時休みましたか？それとも起きてましたか？
起きてました。
I was awake.
Did you stay awake for several hours?
その後数時間起きてましたか？ That's correct.
Around 1 a.m., did you go back downstairs?
1時頃、午前1時頃下に降りたんですね。That's correct.
Okay. So you stayed awake between 10 and 1.
10時から1時の間起きてたんですね。That's correct.
During that time, did you hear any yelling or arguing or fighting
その
downstairs?
間に大きな喧嘩してるとかそういう音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
I didn't hear.
Did you hear any gunshots?
その鉄砲の No.
Anything out of the ordinary between 10 and 1?
通常以外のなんか音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
No.
What did you do at 1 a.m.?
で1時に何をしましたか？
ベッドのサイドの時計見てもういないと思ったから下に降りました。
When I saw the 1 a.m. at the clock, I assumed they're gone. Nobody downstairs, so I went down.
Did you expect John to be gone from the home?
その時にもジョンが出てると思ったんです。Yes.
Why did you expect that?
なぜそれを予知したんですか
10時に帰ってきた時にちょっと休んでまた出かけるって言ってたから。
He said when he came back around 10 o'clock, he mentioned to her that he will, get out after the short break.
He go out.
He will go out. He will go out. When he came back 10 o'clock, he told her that he will have a short rest and then go out.
And go where?
どこに行くかっていう。
ニッキーの家。
Go to the Nikki's house.
Do you know why?
なぜかわかりましたか？
まだ荷物が残ってたから、それをまたもうちょっと持ってくって。
He said that some his belongings left, so he tried to pick up.
Okay. And he had a bunch of belongings still in the room downstairs,
その
correct?
下の部屋にたくさんの彼のそれがたくさん残ってますか？
まだ残ってます。
Yes.
When you go down at 1 a.m., what happens?
その時何が起きたんですか？1時に戻られて。
私はキッチンの方に行ったら、ニッキーが部屋から出てきて、ニッキーと会いました。
When she went to the kitchen, she encountered Nikki coming to the kitchen.
And how did Nikki appear to you?
どのように見えましたか？ニッキーがその時。
なんかびっくりしたような感じ。
She feels that she was surprised.
Surprised to see you?
That's correct.
Did you observe anything weird about Nikki at that point? Did she have any blood on her or
その時に
anything at all?
彼が血がついてるとかなんかこう様子は分からなかったんですね。
何にも変わってない。
That's normal. I didn't see anything.
So she appeared startled or surprised to see you?
その時だからあなたを見て驚いたんですね。That's correct.
And what happened when you ran into her? Like what happened next?
その後何が起きたんですか？
彼女は向こうの部屋からステーキの残りとかお皿持ってきて、で私が洗ってあげた。
She brought a couple of dishes, still some food left, and then brought to the kitchen, and she washed, cleaned.
She washed who?
Yoko washed.
Yoko-san washed.
Yoko-san.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Nikki brought the dishes, was she bringing them from John's room?
ジョンの部屋から持ってきたんですね。That's correct.
Could you see if the light was on in John's room?
その時彼の部屋はライトがついてましたか？ That's correct.
So the light was on?
ライトがついてたんですね。Yes.
Did you talk to Nikki about what John was doing or where he was?
その時にニッキーにジョンはどうしてるんだって聞きましたか？
私は聞かないけど、ニッキーが飲み始めちゃったんで寝てるって言いました。
Yoko-san didn't ask her, but Nikki voluntarily told her that John started drinking, and then went to the bed.
Okay. So you did not ask her about John. She volunteered that John was drunk and went to
だ
bed.
からあなたが来てなくて彼女が言ったんですね。Yes, she voluntarily told her.
Was John a drinker?
ジョンは飲むんですか？
時々飲みます。
Sometimes.
And he drank, when he drank a lot.
飲む時はたくさん飲むんですか？
たくさんがどんなかわからないけど、普通にビール飲んでました。
I don't know how much is, but it's normal. I think it's a normal occasional drinker.
Okay, but it wasn't surprising to you that it wasn't weird that John was drinking or she claimed John was drinking. Is that fair?
彼が飲んでる間にそのニッキーがその部屋をクリーニングしてる、そういうものを持ってくるっていうのはなんか変だと思いませんでしたか？
思わなかった。
I didn't think so.
So not really strange to you then.
その時は別におかしくなかったんですね。No.
So you saw the lights were on in John's room. Did you hear anything coming from the room?
その部屋に電気がついてましたけど、そこから何か音とか聞こえましたか？ No.
How long did this interaction with Nikki last?
そのニッキーとのそういうその遭遇はどのくらい続きましたか？
多分15分ぐらい。
About 15 minutes.
Did Nikki go back and forth between the room during that 15
15
minutes?
分の間に部屋から出たり入ったりしましたか？
お
That's
皿
correct.
2回ぐらい持ってきたんで。
She brought the dishes twice.
And did the lights in that room remain on the whole time?
その間ずっと部屋の電気はついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
After that 15 minutes or so, did you go back upstairs?
15分終わってその後2階に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you leave Nikki behind with John?
ニッキーを残してジョンと一緒に行って上に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Was there anyone else in the home other than you, Yoshida, Nikki, and John?
その4人以外に部屋にいた人いましたか？
いません。
No.
What happened when you went back upstairs?
その2階に上がってその後何が起きましたか？
何が起きたっていうか本読んでて、本読んだり YouTube 見てたりしてました。
When I went upstairs, I was watching YouTube and reading the books.
After you went back upstairs, did you hear a noise from downstairs?
2階に上がって何か音が聞こえましたか？
聞きません。
No.
No noise?
音がしなかったんですか？何も。
で、その時はしません。
At that time, no.
Okay. At some time, did you hear noise later?
その後音を聞きましたか？
ちょっと1時15分頃2階に行って、でそれから寝たんですけど、多分2時頃だと思うけど、よくわかんないけど、犬が庭で鳴いてるのと、なんかドスンと音を聞きました。
Around 2 a.m.
と思うけど。
He assumed around 2 a.m.
She assumes?
1:15.
アフターフォン1時
15
15
分に上がったんでしょ？
分に上がった後寝たんだけど、その後寝てる時に音が聞こえた。大きな。
1:15, she went to the bed, and then around 2 o'clock while she was sleeping, she got some noise. One of them, when the dogs were embarking
庭で。
in the garden, and then other strange noise
Okay.
was heard.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So after 1:15, you're sitting in bed, you're looking at videos or something.
1時15分の後は寝てた。
At 1:15, she went to bed and then sleep.
Okay, so are you saying at 2 o'clock you got woken up by a noise?
2時
なんか
頃だから。
2時頃だと思うんだけど、わかんないけど、寝てる時になんか聞こえた。
While she was sleeping, around 2 o'clock, she's not sure, but around 2 o'clock, she's heard some noise.
What type of noise did you hear at
そ
2
の時の
o'clock?
音は何ですか？
ドスンと。結構大きなドスンと。なんか物が落ちたみたいな。
Something like something dropped from the like a shelf, some strange noise,
Okay, was it like a bang?
バンみたいな、そういう感じ。
something like that.
Okay. You said you heard the dogs too,
犬の鳴き声も聞こえたんですよ。Yes,
and the interpreter used the word garden. Does that mean backyard?
バックヤードでしょ。
そうそう、バックヤ
Yes,
ード。
バックヤード。
Okay. Did John have dogs?
ジョンは犬を持ってたんですか？ Yes.
How many dogs did he have?
何匹いたんですか？
その時、子犬が生まれたばっかだったんで、大きい犬2匹と成犬ね、それとパピが2匹。
So 2 adult dogs and 2 puppies, altogether 4.
Were they John's dogs?
それはジョンの。
はい
Yes.
Where did they normally sleep?
それからこの犬は普通はどこで？
ジョンの部屋。
In the John's room.
Is it normal or was it normal for the dogs to be outside in the middle of the night?
その夜中にこの4匹の犬が外に出てるっていうのはちょっとおかしい
不
と。
思議です。
It's not normal.
Okay, so when you heard the dogs barking in the garden or the backyard, that was different than normal.
犬がだからバックヤードで吠えてるっていうのはもうノーマルじゃないわけですね。
ノーマルじゃない。
It's not normal.
Okay. When you heard the noise and the dogs barking, did you go downstairs or just go back to sleep?
それが聞いた後何が起きたかと思って
寝ちゃった
went back to sleep.
What time did you wake up in the morning?
で朝何時に起きた？
8時。
8 o'clock. Wake up.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
What did you do when you woke up?
起きて何されたんですか？
下に
Went downstairs.
キッチン。
Kitchen.
Describe what happened next.
その後何が起きたんですか？
階段降りてきたらジョンのトラックが見えたんです。だからあれおかしいなと思って、
When I was using stairs going down, I saw the John's truck through the window, and I feel something strange.
Did you expect John's truck to be gone?
その時もジョンはいないと思ってたんですね。That's correct.
What did you do next?
その後何をされましたか
ジョンに？電話しました。
She called the John.
And did he answer?
答えましたか？ No.
What did you do next?
その後何しましたか？
コーヒー作ってまた2階に上がりました。
She prepared coffee and then went upstairs again.
You didn't look
look in John's room at that time?
ジョンの部屋に行かなかったんですね、その時は。
その時は行ってない。
Didn't go John's room at that time.
After you went upstairs, did you come back down?
また電話して、またもう一回電話して、また降りてきました。でもおかしいなと思って下降りた。
She called him again and no answer, so she feels strange and then went downstairs.
What happened then?
その後何が起きましたか？
ジョンの部屋見たけどいないから、で、また2回行ったのかな。
I looked around John's room and I couldn't see him. And then 2回行った。Went upstairs again.
Okay. What happened then?
その後は
それで、またちょっとおかしいなと思ってまた降りた。
And then after I went upstairs and I still feel strange, so she went down again.
Okay, describe what happened next.
それと
そしたら、犬がドギードが出てて、庭にいて、で、それ見たら、椅子が倒れてて、コンピューターの椅子が倒れてて、あとガレージが開いてた、少し。
When he went downstairs, he saw dogs.
She
saw the dogs still outside. The dog's door was closed, and then also computer's chair was fell down, and garage door half open.
Okay, so let's break that down. Did you go down into John's lower room
ジョンの部屋にYes, ジョンの部屋に行ったんですね。
はい。
and you saw the doggy door was down?
Yes.
そうそう。
そうですね。Yes.
There was a computer chair in John's room
ジョンの部屋
overturned,
のコンピューターの椅子が倒れてたんですね。That's correct.
and you said the garage was open. So did you go out the garage door?
ガラージはオープンだったん
で、
ですか？
行かない。ガレージの方には行ってない。見えただけ。
I just saw the garage half open, but I didn't go to the garage.
So are you talking about the door from that hallway that leads into the garage?
ホールウェイからガレージに行くドアがオープンした。Yes.
That was partially open?
それは
開いてました。
Could you see through and see the big garage door?
ガラージが全部見えたんですか？She could see entire garage.
Was the big garage door open too?
大きなガラージドアもオープンだった。That's correct.
Did John normally have a lot of tools in the garage?
ジョンはガレージにたくさんの工具を持ってるんですね。That's correct.
A lot of power tools?
パワーツールとかいろんな持ってるんですね。
よく知らないけどあると思います。
I think so.
Did you return back from the hallway into John's room?
それからジョンの部屋に行ったんです。
違う。ガレージからジョンの部屋入れるかって聞いたから入れます。
Yes, can go to the John's room.
Did you lift the chair up that was down?
その時倒れてた椅子を起こしたんですか？
はい
Yes.
And then what did you do?
で、ジョンのベッド、もしかして寝てるかと思って、毛布でこう全部ラップされてたんです。それでこうちょっと開けたら足が見えたの。
I went to his bedroom, and
ラップ
he was wrapped by the blanket, and then but she could see that the part of the she just opened that blanket and then could see that the part of that feet.
The feet. Okay, what did you do next?
その後どうしました？
で、ベッドの方、ちょっとこう、頭の方に動こうとしたら、動いたら、たくさんの血を見たんで、すぐ部屋の方に行って、911。
She tried to move the other side of the bed, showing a head side, and then before that, she saw many bloods.
Many blood?
Many bloods, and then so she decided went back upstairs and then called
911.
911.
Okay. All right. And Judge, we would move for the admission of one. I don't plan to play the game, but 7-9
No objection.
One will be a minute.
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
911電話した後に警察が来ましたか？ Yes.
And did they interview you?
そして彼はインタビューしました。Yes.
はい
And did they search the house for a long, several hours?
そしてうちをずっとサーチ何時間もしましたか？
はい
Yes.
A couple of days later, did you notice a large knife missing from your kitchen?
そして2、3日後にキッチンから大きなナイフがなくなっているのに気がつきましたか？ Yes.
All right. Thank you, Yoko. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
ありがとうございま
Yes.
この人が必要ですよね。
す。そうそう。
Is Your Honor intending on taking a break in about 15 minutes, or?
About, yeah. I'll try to give you time to finish it.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
おはようございます。
My name is Robert Draskovich. That's my partner, Michael Horvath.
ロバートさんとパートナーのマイクさん。
We have never spoken, have we?
今まで話したことないですね。では、
Just to clarify a couple of things.
ちょっといろんなことをちょっと明確にしたいですけども、
The girls left your house and went and lived with Nikki, as you know her, in May
ガールが離れて、そしてニッキと住んでたと。
はい
correct?
そうですね。
はいはい
Yes.
You said it was at the end of school.
学校終わってから。
ところですね。After the school.
And if I told you that was May 27th of
5月
2023, do you have
27
any reason to disagree with me?
5月27日。
日にちは覚えてないけど、学校が終わってから
He didn't remember the actual date, but after school.
This whole summer, before these events, though, the girls were living with Nikki.
その夏の間ずっとニッキーと住んでたんですね。That's correct.
John had been living with you for a long time,
ジョンは長い間一緒に住んでたんですか？
そうです。
That's correct.
and it was understood he was moving out August 1st, or August 7th, I'm sorry.
8月1日かなんかに。
7日、8月7日に動くって知ってました。
Yeah, yes, I do.
There had been many discussions that Jonathan was moving out in the weeks or even months leading up to
彼
this
女が
weekend.
彼を釣るのにいろんなディスカッションとかあったんですか？
誰と？
ジョンと。
ジョンと私と？まあ動くって聞きました。
I've just heard that he was moving out.
Okay. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but as part of this investigation, you're aware that the police took your phone to analyze its contents.
その間にそのチェックしてる間に警察が陽子さんの携帯を取っていろいろ分析してたというのを知ってましたか？
知らない。
I didn't know.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
I'm sorry.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
What?
で、テキストを
She'll tell you.
私の電話を全部チェックして、私のテキストを見てたっていうの知ってましたかって言うから、知らないよ。
I didn't know.
And just as another preliminary matter, Devyn lived with you for about 2 to 3 years, correct?
ビビエラは2、3年一緒にいたと。
2、3年トータルで
Is that a total or
When he was 21 on,
1年ぐらいじゃない？
about 1 year?
I think 1, 2,
so
not
if he
3.
had said if he had said 2 to 3 years, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
3 years はいなかったと思う。
I don't think that she has been 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. On August 6th of 2023, you were aware Jonathan was moving out, correct? You
その
saw
中に出てったのは知ってご存知ですね。
he and Nick
Yes.
moving things.
Oh.
And they had actually been in your home the day before, August 5th, moving things, correct?
8月5日に来たんですか？
8月5日に何をした？
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes. Not only on August 6th were they moving things, but they were actually at your house August 5th, moving things.
8月5日にI don't remember.
Okay. They could have been. Is it possible you just don't remember right now?
まあ、
それは知らない。
I don't know.
覚えてない。
Okay. You don't recall them being there very late on August 5th?
夜遅く来たのを覚えてませんか？彼は8月5日。
ああ、なんか2期来たような気がする。
It might be so.
Okay. After you find Jonathan, you call the police, and the police come to your home, correct?
ジョナさんが電話して警察電話して警察が来ましたね。
意味がよくわかんない。ジョンを見つけたとき警察が来た。
そうですよね。
はい。
Yes, that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, is that it? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, she's agreeing. And you gave a pretty long interview with Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
ディクティブの大沢さんと
スキナ
シナさんと長い間いろいろ調査だったと話して。Yes.
The interview began, and let me ask you this, that the interview was recorded, wasn't it?
そのインタビューは録音されたんですか？ That's correct.
And they asked you questions.
いろんな質問されましたね。Yes.
And you'll agree with me that when they're asking you questions, you're wanting to give them the best information as possible, correct? During this interview, you're wanting to give them the best information
その
possible.
時に質問されたらもうとにかく一番の正直。That's correct.
You're as truthful as possible.
非常に真実を語ったんです。That's correct.
And you're as detailed as possible.
でいろんな詳細についても覚えてる限りか。Yes.
Obviously, the events that you talk to them about are fresh in your mind, correct?
その人と話したことを覚えてフレッシュに覚えてますね。
And you'd agree with me that your recollection of events would be far better then than it is now, well, 2 years after these events.
その時の方がもっとよく覚えてたわけですね。今2年後だから。
それはそうだけど、よく覚えてます。
Still I remember it pretty well.
Absolutely. And today you testified, I mean, don't hold me to this, Your Honor, but maybe 40 minutes so far? Correct?
40分間証言してる。
そんな知ってます？
Give or take. I mean, we're all here. But this interview that you had began at 10:43 and ended at 11:28. Fair to say?
10時43分に始まって11時8分 today
When they interviewed you
最初のインタビュー。
the morning of.
だけど、
August 7th.
今10時10分になってる。
She said the clock is still 10:10.
Okay. So you're pretty specific on time, aren't you?
もう時間に対してはYes.
You are very exact when it comes to time, aren't you?
時間については非常に正
な
確です。
ぜかというと、その日は8時とか10時とか、時計見てるから。
Because on that day I was frequently watching that o'clock.
Okay, so again, you're very conscientious of times, correct?
その時は非常に意識が、自分のこと
いつも
That's every day.
Every day.
Not only that
Getting
day.
that.
It's my usual character.
Fair enough. You've been provided a copy of the transcript of your interview, correct?
インタビューのそのトランスクリプト書いたもの全部出されましたね。
意味がわからないそれ。
インタビューの話した内容を、全部内容を、裁判所に出されましたよね。
話は知ってますけど、ペーパーは何もないけど。
I didn't see any paper about that.
Okay, but it was provided to you, was my question. It was the transcript of your interview, it was provided to you.
Objection, she
その
said no.
I didn't clarify what
そ
you
の
said.
トランスクリプトが自分が答えた内容について、そのペーパーをもらいましたか？
もらってないです。
No, I didn't see.
それで
Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't see it, and I'm trying to clarify, was it given to you and you didn't read it, or was it never given to you?
Never see.
You testified before a grand jury for this matter, correct?
大審にこの
前にね。
出てくれたそうですね。Yes, yes.
And that was in September 21st of 2023, correct?
9月21日の23年にしたんですね。
日にち覚えてないけどしました。
Yes, I did, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. If I told you it was that date, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
So,
I said, if I told you it was that date, September 21st, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
この日にちを言いましたけど、覚えてない理由とかなんかあります。
日にちは覚えてません。
I don't remember the exact date, but I remember that I was on the grand jury.
Okay. And this, now turning, so there's two. Turning your attention now to the interview, August 7th.
8月7日のそのインタビューについて話しましょう。
はい。
It was in English,
英語でしたね。Yes.
and you were asked questions by Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
小沢さんと、Yes.
はい。
You had told the detective in that interview that this sound was dogs barking, and that was at 3 a.m., correct?
その時に、その犬が鳴いてるのは3時だと。
いや、3時って言ってないと思う。2時頃だと思う。でも寝てたから、
I don't think I said 3 o'clock, but while I was sleeping, so
2時頃だったの。
I still believe that around 2 o'clock.
3時って言ってないと思う。
Ma'am, I'm going to read your statement.
言ったことを
Counsel,
読む。
page 3, line 62. Then last night, like at 3 a.m., I heard a dog barking in the yard, correct?
それに書いてあるんですって。
で、言ったか覚え、それはちょっとわからない。
You said that to the detective the morning of.
でも、覚えてない。
I don't remember.
でも、
You're very conscientious at the time, and obviously this is close to the
非常に
next
時間に
question,
対して
correct?
貴重な面の理由があったということです。
でも寝てたから覚えてない。
I was sleeping.
But you told the detective it was 3 a.m. when you heard the dogs barking, and that was unusual, correct?
だから3時だから非常に入社だと
でも
思って。
3時とは覚えてない。でも寝てる時に聞いたことは確か。
I've heard while I was sleeping.
You would agree with me that through the course of this case, you learned that Nikki left your house at 2:04 a.m., correct?
この中で2時4分に彼女日記が一応出たということを知りましたか？
私は何時に彼女が帰ったか知らない。
I don't know what time she left.
Okay. But at the time, morning after, you said that at 3 a.m. you were woken up and the dogs were barking. Fair?
だから
I just read it to you.
今、そう言われても、その日の朝に小沢さんと話したけど、覚えてよくわからない。多分そう言ったかもしれないけど、時間はわからない。
I don't remember 3 o'clock or I might say that, but it's not
Okay.
clear.
だって来年ね、その後、すぐ後だったから、殺された後だったから、
だから違う。
よくわからない。
Right after what had happened, so I don't remember.
Okay. And when you talked to detectives, you didn't talk about some bang or anything, did you? That's new today.
その時にこうポンという音がしたということは言ってなかったですけど、それを言われたのは新しい発見なんですけど。
覚えてたけど、それはほら殺されてすぐのことだったから動転してたかもしれない。
That was right after the accident, and my emotional situation was a little bit, unusual.
Understood. And that's your testimony today. Are we fair to say?
今日はね、証言初めてですもんね。Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that you were asked about time being woken up and what you heard that night, correct?
その時に起きて、で音がしたわけですね。Yes.
You testified before a grand jury, a group of people kind of like this, in a prior proceeding, correct?
こういう人たちの陪審の前で話したんですね。Yes.
And you told that grand jury, page 65, that on the night in question, you were woken up by the dogs barking at 3 a.m.
I didn't wake up. 起きてはない。だからちょっと聞いただけ。
Actually, I didn't wake up. I've heard while I was still half sleeping.
So you agree now that it's still 3 o'clock on two separate occasions?
3時かどうかは知らない。
I'm not sure whether it's 3 o'clock or
Page 64. So you went upstairs, right? And if anything, did you hear after that, around 3 a.m. in the morning, where the dogs barking in the yard, and you agreed, correct?
3時に犬がいたと泣いたと言ってます。それに
じゃあ3時っていうのはちょっとわからない。泣いたのは聞いてたけど、3時っていうのは覚えて
I've heard that the dog barking, but I don't know if it's 3 o'clock or not.
Okay. But in both occasions, you say that this was unusual, didn't you? The dogs barking at 3 a.m.
まあ3時に
2時とか
2時とか3時だととにかくアンニュージュアルですね。
Unusual.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, this idea of 3 a.m. has been talked about on 2 prior occasions that we're aware of, correct? In your interview and during your grand jury testimony, correct?
3時にその最初のインタビューと来週の時に3時だということをまあ
言ったけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the grand jury proceeding, when the prosecutor told you or asked you about 3 a.m., you didn't disagree, did you?
まあその時にそのまあ検察側が3時に行ったという言ったはずですけども覚えてます。
いや3時にって言われたことないと思う。
I've never been told that the 3 o'clock from the prosecutors.
But you agree with me on both instances when you talked about this noise in the middle of the night. It was the dogs barking and it was unusual. Fair?
犬が吠えてるのはアンニュージュアルです。Yes, I agree.
Today you talked about when you came downstairs and it was at 1 o'clock. You said that you saw Nikki and she seemed surprised, correct?
その実際に置いた時にニッキーがその人に驚いたということを言われましたね。Yes.
You didn't talk about her looking surprised or startled on August 7th, 2023, did you?
8月7日にそれについて驚いたとかそういうこと言わなかった。
驚いたかあったとは言いましたけど、驚いたって言ったかどうかは分からな
I
い。
don't remember what I said or not, but I told them that I met her.
Okay, yes, you said that you spoke. The point I'm making is you didn't say she was startled or surprised, did you? When you were interviewed by the
驚
police.
いたということを言わなかったかもしれない。
かもしれない。覚えてない。
It might have been that way. But
And when you testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2023, you didn't talk about Nikki being startled or surprised either, did you?
その時もその驚いて見たというふうに言わなかったんじゃないですか。
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
On your interview on August 7th, you talked about after saying at 3 a.m. the dogs are barking, you go back to sleep, you wake up at 8 a.m. and then you go downstairs, correct?
8月7日に3時頃目が覚めて、そして8時頃下に降りたというふうに言いましたけど、覚えてますか？
覚えてます。
You don't talk about. I'm sorry. Did you agree? Are you agreeing with me?
3時でいいですか？Yes.
Didn't talk about seeing his truck and being surprised or anything like that, did you? You did talk about being surprised at seeing Jonathan's truck in front of the yard.
その彼のトラックを見た時も驚いたりとかしなかったんですか？
だからいないと思ってたのにトラックあったからおかしいなと思いま
When I
した。
saw that his truck, usually not there, I was not there.
But I'm talking about the statement, the accurate statement that you agreed with, that you gave to the police on August 7th. You didn't talk about being surprised about Jonathan's truck.
その時警察のあれではその時にそのトラックがいなかった驚いたとは言わなかったと。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did talk to the police that morning the kids were supposed to start school over at Nikki's house, correct?
その時にその子供は日記の力学校に来てくるとしてたんです。Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is that a correct statement?
それは正しいですね。Yes, correct statement.
You told the police on August 7th when you came downstairs things were a mess, correct?
その8月7日のその警察に下が非常にもう混乱してたというふうに言われました。
言った覚えないけど、どういう意味でメスっていうの？
I don't remember. She wants to know what the mess means.
Ma'am, you stated, and I'm referring to page 11 of the voluntary statement, lines 415 through 418. So I don't know about it because this morning I went downstairs. Two chairs were upside down. So messy downstairs. Man, those were your
2つ
words.
の違いがこうやってメスだったと言ったと。
メスって言ったかもしれない。もう覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay, but are you going to disagree? Actually, let me ask you this. May I approach the witness? Show me page 11.
このトランスクリプトにする。
Upside down. Chairs are upside down. So messy down to pick up a chair and hit it. なんだかわからない。覚えてないそれは。
I don't remember.
メスっていうのは何だろう。
Do you agree that your memory was far better the morning, August 7th, than it would be now, correct?
4月7日ですね、の一応トランスクリプトです。
じゃあ部屋が汚れてたってことかな。覚えてないそれは。
I might, so that might, that the room was very dirty,
Maybe.
and then I say messy.
And your words, man. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Your words that 2 chairs were upside down, correct?
2つの違いがこうですけど、
2つかな。1つは覚えてる。もう覚えてない、2年前のことで。
since 2 years ago, I don't remember. It might have been 2 chairs, but I remember the 1 chair was fell down.
Okay,
Surely.
so now you remember the 1 chair, but at the time you said 2, correct?
コレクトかどうかっていうか覚えてない。
I
2
don't
年前の
remember
こと。
2 years ago. Yeah.
Fair to say that there appear to be some signs of a struggle.
その時になんかこう戦ってる様子とか、なんかこう揉めてる様子とか、その見るの。
っていうか椅子が倒れてて、だから何があったかわからないけど椅子は倒れてた。
So the chair fell down, and I don't know what had happened, but that's the fact that the chair.
At this point in time, and I don't mean to beat this, but 2 chairs. You said 2 chairs, correct?
2つのチェア
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
1つは絶対に覚えてる。
1 chair, surely I remember.
But you read here and it says 2 chairs, and those are your words, correct?
2年前のことは覚えてる。
I don't remember 2 years ago.
The police officers followed up. Which room were the chairs overturned in? Again, plural. And you said in the same room, Jonathan's
そ
room,
の
the family's
そ
room.
う同じ部屋で2つのチェアがパッと倒れた時にポリポリされ
2
たと。
つかな。2つかな。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're asked what John does. You say he's a handyman, but you never talked about power tools, correct?
パワーツールについて何も言われませんでしたけど、ジョンはですね、ハンディマンだから、まあ、でもそういうのは結局、まあ
まあ持ってたと思うけど知りません。
I don't know what the power tool is he might have.
I don't know.
Okay. At this point in time, you do remember the girls' ages, correct? At this point in time, when you did the interview, you remembered your granddaughter's ages, correct?
その時の年は、その孫の年は。
知ってますよ。
Yes.
They were 7 and 9.
7歳と9歳。
その時、今13歳だからそう23年2年前9と7歳、と思う。
I think so.
Through this interview, and I'll just talk for a bit about this August 7th, 2023 interview.
2023年8月7日のインタビューについて、まあ、追加質問があります。
During this weekend, that Jonathan and Nikki were talking about moving together and raising the children together,
その時に2
correct?
人が話して子供を育てると出てって、っていうのを話したというのはご存知ですか？ Yes.
They were back together again.
そしてまたよりを戻すという話してますね。Yes.
That it was a very good day. They were very happy.
その時非常に彼らは幸せそうな日だと。Yes.
And they were happy to move, correct?
でもう喜んで出ていくと。
He was moving.
Yes.
This is something that had been talked about and you were aware of for months leading up to this. Fair? I said this move was something that she had known about for months leading up to the move, correct?
まあこれに至った経緯はその前から知ってたんですね。Yes.
Let's talk now a few minutes about 1 a.m. And you did tell the police it was 1 a.m. when you came down the stairs.
それは
1時に降りたってことはポリスに言われましたね。
はい
Yes.
You said you came down and that you were washing the dishes,
その
correct?
時、まあ、降りて皿を洗ったんですね。
ニッキーがお皿持ってきたから洗いました。
The reason I wash dishes is Nikki brought.
Okay. This was something that was kind of common. Jonathan would eat and he wouldn't really clean up, correct?
ジョンはまあ食べた後そのものをそのクリーンアップしないというのは。Yes.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you a number of questions, and I'm not trying to attack your son who's deceased, but these things are important to establish, and these questions will be based upon things that you would either
その
say
辺
or
の
text.
彼の
Okay.
修正についていろいろ質問したいと。
Nikki's bringing you alcohol bottles too, correct?
アルコールのボトル持ってきましたか？
覚えてないそれは。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
お皿は覚えてる。
I remember the dishes.
Okay. You had said they were a mess. There was a mess that was being cleaned up from Jonathan, correct?
I beg your pardon.
I said you were washing dishes, she was bringing dishes and alcohol bottles because Jonathan was kind of messy, correct?
まあそのお皿を洗いますと。でジョナサンそのアルコールのボトルとかね持ってきてその彼の部屋はですねメッシーだったということで。
いつもメッセージ。
Yes.
Yes. And Nikki tells you that Jonathan's drunk.
ニッキーがあなたにその彼はもうアルコール中だと言いましたか？
じゃなくてニッキーはジョンが飲んじゃったから寝てるって言いました。
Nikki told her that on that day he went to bed because he was drunken.
Yes. And ma'am, I'm referring to your own words. You said that, yeah, Nikki told me that he was drunk, correct?
ドランクとか寝てるって言いました。
And then he was sleeping.
And you told the police, counsel page 19, that Nikki had alcohol bottles in her hand and she was cleaning up.
いやアルコールのボトル持ってきました。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police page 20, Jonathan would leave all the alcohol bottles around, correct?
その彼はいろんなそのアルコールのですね、カラビンをねこう置いたりとか残したりとかしてましたか。
時々飲んだ後置いてるのは知ってるけど、でも2年前のことだからそこまで覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
And ma'am, later on in this very same interview, now we're on page 24, you talked to the police about waking up and the dogs are barking at 3 a.m., correct?
だから3時は覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Counsel, am I correct? We're
3
referring
時
to
かど
page
うかはわから
24.
ない。
And again, this is the second time that you tell the police, now well into this interview, that it's 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, correct?
だからこれじゃなくて、でも3時ってはっきり3時時計見たわけじゃないから覚えてない、知らない。
I didn't see the clock at that time, 3 o'clock, so I don't remember.
But you again say that it's unusual and it's 3 a.m. That's what you told the police.
そうだけど、その頃と思ったかもしれないけど覚えてない。
That objection is sustained, as I've been asking answered.
超えなきゃいけないと。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
That night, during the 15 minutes that you're talking to Nikki, she told you that she didn't want Jonathan driving and drinking, correct?
その彼女だった時に先ほど Yes.
That was a concern of hers, wasn't it? Based
そ
upon
れ
your
は彼女の
15-minute
心
conversation.
配だと思う。
彼女は私に、ね、飲んでるから運転させたくないからに彼は起きて自分の家に来るって言ったの。
She said that she didn't want him to drive while drink, and then she also said he will wake up at 5 o'clock and then come to her house.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. But this issue with Jonathan drinking and driving had been an ongoing issue and a family concern, wasn't it?
彼がそのアル中での家族の中でもやっぱりちょっとこう問題でいろいろ。
違う。とにかく飲んでるから運転はさせたくないからってただそれだけ。
She said that she just doesn't want him to drive while drinking.
And you'd agree with me the best way to do that is to take his keys, correct?
そいつの時は運転させたくないから彼女がキーを持って、その真ん中でもそのキーを取って、そういうふうにするのが普通かも普通じゃないか
違うと思います。
I don't think so.
For years, you had sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
4 years.
For a number of years, you have sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
何でもないです。その息子に酒飲むなとか言ってテキストしてたんですか。
っていうかお酒飲むのは良くないからやめた方がいい、お金もないからやめた方がいいっていうのはテキストしてました。
Yeah, I told him not too much drink. It's it's not a good idea. That's she sent the text to him.
For years, is my question now.
何年もじゃないけど、そういうふうに教えました。運転しなきゃいけないからアルコール飲んだ時は運転しない方がいいとか。
I told him not to drive while drinking, and that's I keep telling him.
And for years, you were concerned about his doing drugs. Same issue. He could be a danger on the road.
っていうか私は一般的にとにかくドラッグとかアルコールはしない方がいいって教えてました。
I was teaching him, don't take alcohol, don't take drug. It's educating not to do that.
そうだから子供にみんな教えるでしょ。親はドラッグはするな、アルコールするな、そういうふうに教えてました。
So that's kind of a general education from the parent to the kids, not to drive while drinking and then not to take drugs.
And the reason we're going to address this, ma'am, is that you had said on direct that his drinking was normal, correct? And we're going to go through some timelines and things, ma'am, because on direct you had said that his drinking was normal, correct?
いろいろ中に見せますけども、彼のドリンクが通常だと思われるかどうか、彼のね。
まあ普通はみんな普通に飲むでしょ。ただたくさん飲むのは良くないと思いま
I
す。
think it's normal to drink, but not too much. Not over drink is not
You
good.
sent him texts in 2018 about his drinking in relation to driving, correct? And drugs.
2018年に飲むのとドライブとの関係についてテキストしてますね。
覚えてませんけど、いつも普通に教えてます。アルコールしたら運転す
I
る
don't
な。
know a particular text, but usually I told him not to drive when you drink.
July 18th, 2018, if you're drinking, don't drive, you will mess up. You'll lose things. I'm sure you're drinking a new
2018年にそういう
sour.
テキストを借りなくてですね。
That was at 11:16
でも普通教えませんか、親としてみん
But
な。
as a parent, is that normal to educate the kids?
Oh, I completely agree with you, ma'am. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and I completely
で
understand.
私は飲まないし、タバコも吸わないし、もちろんドラッグもやらないから、そういうのはいつも子供には教えてました。
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and also I don't drug. So I keep teaching the kids not to take it.
And ma'am, that's a good thing. And these texts are not a reflection on you. It's just important that we address these issues right now for the
まあ
purpose
それ
of
は非
this
常に重要
trial.
なことでね。
I would object at this point, Judge. She has acknowledged that she sent the text messages. There's no need to go through that. Relevance, cumulative.
And if the state agrees that this was an ongoing concern for years, up until the
何
time
年
of the
間もそういうふうに
event,
テキストを
I
送っ
can
て、そういう
stop
ことを
it.
注意してきた。
What I would agree is that in 2018, she sent some text messages.
In 2018, there was a concern for her. I think that's what everybody can agree on.
In 2019, many texts, the same concerns.
2019年も同じの送ってるんですね。Yes.
2020, many texts, the same
2020年も同
concerns.
じ内容で送ってますね。
私はいつもそういうふうに真面目に働いて、真面目にやるように教えてました。
I always tell him to work hard and not to drink, not to all the time. I educate him.
2021, many texts, the very same concerns.
2021年はたくさんのテキストがあります。
2022, many texts, the very same
2022年も
things.
そうですね。
言うこと聞かないから。
Correct?
そうですよね。
多分テキストしてま
I
す。
think so.
And 2023, many texts, the same concerns.
2023年もそうですね。I think so.
You had told the police on August 7th of 2023 that Nikki had given you a car key concerning the car that was out front. Andrea's car, correct?
Yes.
2023年8月の。
はい
Yes.
Fair to say that Nikki's the one that handles the keys in reference to issues
あの
about
時
が
your son.
そう持ってきた、ジョンの部屋から。
ニッキーがですね。
そう、鍵を持ってきました。
Nikki brought that key from John's house.
John's
John's
room.
room.
And just so we're clear, ma'am, there's another time, a third time that you tell the police about the dogs barking at 3 a.m. in this interview, correct?
3時に寝てた。
あ、それ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did tell the police that Jonathan doesn't get along with his son, Devyn, correct?
ジョナサンはそのいろいろとうまくいかなかったというふうに言って。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police that Devyn had a girlfriend and you thought that she was 30, correct?
その時デビューはそのガールフレンドがいて30の。Would you repeat?
Absolutely. You told the police on August 7th, 2023 that Devyn had a girlfriend and that you think that she's 30.
デビューはガールフレンドがいてその時彼女は30だというふうに言って。
覚えてないけど、ニッキーと話した時にキッチンで1時過ぎに、私がデビエラがいるけど大丈夫なのって言ったら、ニッキーがデビエラハズガーフレンドって言ったんです。その時に。
8月の。
8月7日の1時過ぎにキッチンで彼女と話してる時に、デビエラがいるけど、ジョンが言って大丈夫なのって聞いたら、彼女がデビエラハズガールフレンドって言ったの。
She told her that at around 1 o'clock when they talk to each other, that she has a girlfriend.
Okay.
No, no.
Are we talking about Devyn?
She asked them.
ね、だからね。
I don't think she understands the question. Ma'am, did you know if Debbie ever had a girlfriend who was 30?
30歳。
Can I speak English?
Please.
Okay. When I talked to the Nikki after 1 a.m., I asked her, "Is John okay to go your house? Because Debbie is there." And she said, "Debbie has a girlfriend." That time she told me. So Nikki told me.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember 2 years ago. So sorry about.
Hey, ma'am, you didn't tell that to the police. That's something that you're saying right now for the first time.
Sorry, but because I didn't get asked this.
Okay. You could just ask you about Devyn, and Devyn said, oh, he has a girlfriend, correct? So this idea that she told you
She
this,
told
is
me.
something that you're just bringing up or making up right now for the first time. Isn't that right?
初めてね。
初めて言ったかもしれないけど、2年前のことそんな覚えてない。で、それはほら、あの事件の起きたすぐ後の話だから、私も動転してたかもしれない。
That interview came right after the accident happened, and I was not normal mental status.
Page 34, you're asked, does he get along with his son? Your answer, not at this time. They say, okay. That's why Devyn was used to live in my house too, but he moved to Nikki's. So he's a grown man, and he's 21. I think he's about, 27. He had a girlfriend. She's 30, I think, correct?
30かどうか。
That's what you said.
覚えてますか？
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
And then you Next statement. Just a minute. But he's trying to move out this time, this week. That's what he's saying. Correct?
彼がその後にムーブアウトすると。
誰の
その Who was he?
Devier.
デビエラ。
デベラはもうとっくにムーブアウトしてました。
デビエラ went out a long time before.
Yes, please. If I may approach the witness.
Sure.
And referring to page 34 of the statement.
どこ
Right here.
Yes.
Deviera used to live in my house.
ムーブと日記。That's why. Yeah, the girlfriend.
And then she's a-
She's a 30ってここら辺覚えてない。そう言ったとこ思えないけど。
I don't remember this statement, around the statement.
Do you agree with me? You said that Devier-
30なんて言ったことない。
And then he told you he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
ニッキーのハウスに行ってないって言ったんですかニッキーのハウスに移ると言ってないって言ったんですか
言ってないよ。彼はただ誰かガールフレンドのうちに移るって言っただけど知らない。Where he moved って知らない。
He just said that he's going to move some girlfriend's house.
知らない。
Just so we're clear, I'm just
Don't
going to
remember.
read your statement. Just a minute, but he's trying to move out this week. This week, that's what he's saying.
This week ってオーガスト7のこと
The 23, August 7, 23.
Correct.
のもうデビラはいなかった。
At that time, Devera was not my house.
I know. You talked about him moving out of Nikki's, correct?
そのムービングアウトっていうのはジョンがムーブアウトオーガスト7。デビラの
John moved out August 7th, and Devera.
デビラもロングタイムアゴ
So
にも
Devera
ム
moved
ー
out
ブ
a
だ。
long time before.
No, ma'am, but my question, I just want to make a clean record, is you told the police that Devier told you that he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
コレクトじゃない。じゃない。
It's not correct.
何なんですかわからない。
Did they get the transcript wrong, do you think?
I think wrong.
I think the transcript is wrong.
だってデビラはもうとっくに20年ぐらいにはもう私の家から出てる
So
はず。
Devera moved out around 2020.
いや、もう全然家にいなかった。
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Can you read your statement?
Yes, I will try to be brief, Yoko. Just a few more questions. You were interviewed right after you found your son dead, correct?
子供さんが亡くなってその後直後にインタビューが来たんですね。Yes.
That incident was obviously traumatic for you.
非常にもう自分的に very shocking.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
どこでそのインタビューしたんですか
家の近くの車の中。
Inside the car, nearby the house.
Did they bring a Japanese interpreter for the
その
interview?
時に日本人の通訳と来ましたか
すみ
No.
ません。
Okay. So were you asked some questions and provided some answers that may have been a little unclear?
質問されて、そういう答えた時に若干不明な点とかありましたが、Yes.
And when I questioned you at the grand jury, do you remember that?
その大陪審で示しましたね、覚えてますか Yes.
We did not have an interpreter for you, if I remember. Do you remember?
そ
ねね
の時
いましたいました。
Yes, she had an interpreter.
So you had an interpreter at the grand jury proceeding,
グランジュリーでも通訳いたんですね。
あの女の人。
Yes,
and you obviously have one here today.
yes. スクープですね。Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you were asked the same questions every single time you have talked about this?
その聞かれた時にそれ全部通訳されましたね。
それで大体同じだけど、今日のその3時に犬がどの吠えたっていうのは知らん。
Yes.
Okay. Today, you are testifying off your memory, correct?
まあいろんな自分の記憶から今証言してるんですね。That's correct.
And these papers that the attorney showed you, you didn't read these before coming in today.
その見せてくれた紙は読んでないんですね。
読んでない。
Never seen that.
Yeah, so you're testifying from memory.
その時は記憶で話したんですね。
はい
Yes.
As you sit here right now, do you remember hearing the sound that woke you up at 2 o'clock?
2時にその音がして、まあ、起きたと。
だから
いうことは
私が言ってるのは2時頃だと思う。で3時って言われたけど、時間は覚えてない
I
けど。
believe it's around 2 o'clock.
Okay. The dogs are separate, and let me ask you about the dogs.
で犬についてね。
The dogs, I presume, didn't just bark once and shut up.
その犬は1回だけ超えて、それだけなくて、もう引き続き
ちょっ
時間が
とちょっと泣いてた。
For a while.
I'm going to allow a limited meeting for the purposes of the language barrier at this point.
For a while.
The dogs barked for a while.
Yes.
You heard them outside at some time in the night, correct?
外でそれいろんな人が聞いたんですね。Yes.
And then when you came down at 8 a.m., the dogs were not in John's room, correct?
そして8時に降りてきた時にドッグはそのジョンの部屋にいなかったんですね。
いなかった外。
Still outside.
So the dogs could have barked many times from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., I would
2時
presume.
から8時の間にドッグが
泣いたかもしれない。
Hold on just one second, ma'am, don't answer that question. That objection is going to be sustained if she doesn't know if the dogs could have barked for that experience.
Sure. Just ask me, do you know if the dogs barked once or if they barked many times?
1回か何回も泣い
1
たから。
回じゃないことはわかるけど、ちょっとワンワンって泣いてたのはなんとなく記憶にある。それだけ。
Not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Okay. The attorney asked you if you believed that John and Nikki were happy to move out. Do you remember that question?
彼ら二人がその喜んでその出て行こうとしてるのは覚えてますか？Yes.
You would agree with me that you don't know what was going on in Nikki's head,
その
correct?
時にニッキーが何を考えているかとかさっぱり分からなかったですね。
それは知りません。
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether Nikki was happy about the move or
その
not.
時にニッキーが幸せだったのかどうかということは分からないですね。
分からない
I don't know.
You were asked about text messages. Remember that?
テクストメッセージ聞きますよね。
John was 46 when he was killed,
46歳で亡くなりましたね。
and he's still your baby at 46, I presume. Is that right?
だからその時亡くなったから彼は46歳のままの子供ですね。
そう
That's correct.
So even though he's 46, you're still trying to coach him on life and guide him in the right direction like my mom does all the time.
だからその時はとにかくその正しい方に行くようにコーチングしてたんですね。Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes. Before today, you said it was 3 o'clock, you were woken up by the dogs 5 times, correct?
だから
3
覚えてない。
時に起きて5時になったと。
でそれだから3時って言ってるけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
And today you're saying it's 2, correct?
そして今日日って言ってるんですね。
2時頃だと思う。
Around
思
2 o'clock,
う。思う。I think.
I think around 2 o'clock.
And in front of this grand jury, you told them about the 2 chairs being upside down, correct?
そしてそのグランド
その2年前のことは覚えてないけど、一つは絶対に覚えてるんだけど、もう一つもあったか
That
もし
was
れ
2
ないけ
years
ど
ago. I don't remember, but I'm sure that one chair was filled.
Okay, but my question is, before the grand juries of September 21st, 2023, with the interpreter, you testified that chairs were knocked upside down, 2 of them, correct?
その時に
だけど覚えてないけど、もしかしたら2つかもしれない。で
I don't remember, but it might be 2.
でそれはそのすぐ後だったから、今と違う2年前の。
That was right after the accident, and my mental status was kind of terrible. But right now, it's kind of become normal.
Okay, but man, this grand jury, and we discussed this was September 21st, 2023, correct?
そのグランジュリーと9月21日
でその日に
に
ちも覚えてないからね。
I don't remember the date.
One final, maybe 2 final questions. You were asked if you were shown transcripts from your interview or the grand jury. Did you listen to a recording of your interview?
それをそのレコードされたり、そのcould you rephrase?
Yes. Did you listen to a recording of your interview before
その
today?
時そのインタビューが録音されてるのを聞いてます。
聞いてない。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statements? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you. そういうのね。
Okay, we're going to take a big recess, ladies and gentlemen. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read out this in the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation, test, theory, case, research, aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or trust anything regarding this case or response to it. Ladies and gentlemen, 10:50 will be a recess at 11:05. All rise for the jury.
Through the magic of television, keep in mind this is day 3, day 4 has started, and we'll catch up to it eventually. Is this that fine lady? Put that fine lady back on the stand?
15 years. I've been at Henderson for just
Oh,
at the Henderson.
it's not the fine lady, but she got on the same uniform.
Testimony about this action. Shall we have the full truth and the fruits of that?
I do. Thank you.
Now, please state your full name and spell it correctly.
Sure. Nicole Mariam, NICOLE MARIAM.
Statement when you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Yes, still morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. What is your position?
I am a crime scene analyst 2 at the Henderson Police Department.
Okay. How long have you worked in that capacity?
Total almost 15 years. I've been at Henderson for just over 9 years, and I was with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for nearly 6 years prior to that.
And you mentioned crime scene analyst 2. What does that mean?
It's just a level. Are you the 2 specifically, or
Yes.
It's a level. So in both Metro and Henderson, there are 3 tiers of crime scene analysts. At Henderson, they're classified as tech is the bottom, the lowest when you start out, then 1, and then 2. So I'm the top level crime scene analyst that Henderson has.
Okay. What is some of your background and training that you have done to become a crime scene analyst?
Sure. So I have 2 bachelor's degrees from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, 1 in criminal justice and 1 in psychology. Upon starting at Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department back in January of 2011, I started with a training course at an academy that was nearly 300 hours, so about 8 weeks-ish of training. Then after that, did a 12-week field training program where we're paired up with more senior crime scene analysts, and we investigate scenes with them until we progressively get to the point where we're on our own. And then in my nearly 15 years, I've taken upwards of 1,000 hours of different training ongoing throughout my career.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard from a crime scene analyst in this case, but can you just generally go over what some of your duties are?
Sure. So we respond to crime scenes where we identify, document, collect, and preserve physical evidence. So we use ways of doing that like photography, fingerprinting, blood spatter analysis, trajectory, and then we collect the evidence and preserve it so it can be processed or tested later if need be as well.
And you also impound evidence,
Correct.
is that correct? So the items that you do locate, you undergo an impound process.
Correct.
What is that impound process?
So we package the items in their inner packages. So depending on the item, it depends on what type of packaging we use, a paper bag, a box, depending on its shape and size. And then we put that inner package, that individual package, we label it with the item number, the DR number or the event number associated with the case, with the date of the case, and also my IP number and initials, so my identifying personnel number. And then that package is placed in a larger outer package, which then is sealed with red tape. I initial it and date it, so that way it can show that the seal has not been broken, no one else has gotten in and tampered with it. And then a label goes on the outside of that bare outer package to tell you what's inside the package.
So I assume when you're collecting evidence, obviously you and members of your team are wearing gloves.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that?
In order to prevent cross-contamination. I don't want to put my fingerprints, my DNA onto the item. Also safety for me. Some items we handle may be bloody, and I don't want to get that on myself as well. But it's in order to not cross-contaminate and leave anything behind that wasn't there naturally.
So I know you have 15 years of experience, but can you approximate about how many scenes you have documented? Are we talking
All
hundreds?
scenes entirety, we do everything from burglaries up to homicide. So we don't just do major calls. I honestly don't even begin to know what that number would be.
Safe to say hundreds?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, definitely.
So then directing your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you called out to a scene?
I was.
What was the nature of the scene?
It was a search warrant reference a homicide investigation.
Okay. And was that location that you were assigned to 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, it was.
What information did you have about the call?
I knew it was a homicide where the victim was located decapitated. And this residence was the house of, I believe, the girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and that we would be serving a search warrant on it.
And did you arrive around 6:30 that night at that Porcupine Rim residence?
Yes, 6:34 was my arrival time.
And when you arrived at the scene, were people already there?
Yes.
Who was there?
The detectives were there. We also had Sergeant Kyle Slattery. We had, I believe, 6 detectives. Detective Ozawa, Detective Pappas, Detective Linaw, Detective Christopher, Detective Skinner, and Detective Redsel.
So a handful of detectives, including
Correct.
yourself, correct?
I'm not a detective, but yes.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. So you get there, and the search warrant has already been obtained, signed off by a judge, and now is ready to be executed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you walk, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sort of the process of what happened when you got there with that search warrant?
Sure. With search warrants, my job largely is photography. So I take pictures of the scene, the residence as it is. So the detectives have not yet searched anything. The photos I take in the beginning are as the scene is when I arrive. So I go through and I photograph any vehicles that would be related and the residence, all the different rooms, closets, to document the scene as it was when we arrived before anything has happened yet.
So you mentioned photographs.
Yes.
I have in my hand here hundreds of photos, specifically exhibits 235 through exhibit 441. Did you have a chance to review these items prior to testifying today?
I did.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took at this residence, correct?
Yes, they are.
And I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state is going to go ahead and move for the admission of these exhibits at this time.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, those exhibits will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
So you get to the residence. Did one of the detectives have anything in their possession that was documented?
Yes.
And what was that?
Detective Skinner had a black cellular phone.
And publishing, permission to publish, Your Honor, states 236. Is this that cellular phone that was with Detective Skinner when you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything of note that you observed on this phone?
Yes, there was an area of apparent blood on the screen.
And did you ultimately collect a sample from that?
I did, yes.
And you went ahead and impounded that?
Correct.
Okay. And was it positive?
It was presumptive test positive using phenolphthalein, yes.
So can you walk us through what you do in that process of testing?
Sure, phenolphthalein is a product we use to determine if an item, an area swabbed, is potentially blood. So it's a presumptive test, not completely definitive. There are false positives, but it is a good indicator that this is likely blood. Also, with my training and experience, the appearance of the stain, reddish brown stain, also did appear consistent with blood. And then the results of the phenolphthalein test being positive indicated it was very likely blood.
So you essentially swab the area, is that right?
Yes, so we take a sterile cotton swab, almost like a Q-tip, put sterile water on it, and then rub it on to the stain. So I moistened the swab rubbed the area of blood on the phone, and then I took an extra swab to be able to test it. That way I didn't ruin the swab that we were impounding. I took 2 swabs actually that I booked impounded with the blood, and then 1 extra one to test with the phenolphthalein to presumptively determine if it was blood.
And you mentioned that you did impound those items, and that would have been under, and you would have marked them under event number 12-15229, correct?
It was the first 2 digits are 23-15229.
Right. And obviously you observed the front of the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing 239. Is that the front of the residence there?
Yes.
Were there vehicles at the residence when you arrived?
Yes.
And I think we can see it here, but there is a vehicle sort of in the driveway to the left. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a work truck in the front of the home.
Correct.
And then behind the work truck, kind of hard to see in this photo, but there is another vehicle parked to the right part of the driveway.
Yes.
And did the search warrant also include, states 241, a search of this work van here?
Yes.
Okay, and it was searched?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found inside that vehicle?
No.
States 242, were these vehicles searched as well?
Yes. Well, the one on the right, the Honda Civic.
Okay, and what about the one on the left then?
The one on the left is a Nissan Armada. It was locked and it was sealed and then towed to our secured garage at the Henderson Police Department. It's our crime scene garage, and it was searched later with a different search warrant.
Anything of evidentiary value that you know of in either of these vehicles found?
I do not know about the Nissan Armada, but I do know the Honda Civic was searched on scene where I was present, and no, there was nothing of evidentiary value in the Civic.
Showing 265, what do we see here?
So to the right on the screen there is the front entry door, so that's the main entrance door into the house, and this is the front formal room. It's also connected to the formal dining room.
And sort of near the door to the right of this photo, do we see sort of a shoe rack there?
Yes.
And on that shoe rack, did you locate any black Nikes with a swoosh, white swoosh on them?
No.
Publishing 267, what is this here?
That's a different angle of that same room. So again, on the right, you see the couch, and on the left is the dining table where the family room meets up with the formal dining room area.
268, what do we see there?
That's a close-up of one of the larger seats or couches in the room, the living room.
And then I'm specifically sort of pointing towards the left of the center chair. Those items there, were those, did anyone look at those?
Yes.
And what were they?
Some types of swords.
276, what do we see here?
That's a photograph of the kitchen in the residence.
And this kitchen was searched thoroughly, is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 277, what do we see here?
That's a picture of me standing in the kitchen looking out to the dining nook and then the living room. That's a different one than the front entry, the family room. This is the living room.
And then when you were searching the kitchen, you didn't find any sort of murder weapon, anything with blood on it, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
278, what is this?
That's the master bedroom. That's on the first floor of the residence.
And then 279
It's a different angle of the same master bedroom.
and 280,
Same, just another angle of the master bedroom.
288,
That's the master bedroom looking into the attached master bathroom.
and then we have 289,
That is the master bathroom, and then the master closet is off the bathroom there.
291,
And that's one of the pictures of inside the master closet.
and 291A.
That is the other half of the master closet.
And in the closet, anywhere in the home, were any black Nikes with a white swoosh found?
No, we did not locate any.
Publishing 295, what do we see here?
It's a picture of the laundry room.
And the laundry would have been searched, correct?
Correct.
296,
That's a linen closet, and I believe the door that goes out into the garage.
and then 297 then.
That's a close-up of the closet.
299,
That is a picture of the garage, the 3-car garage.
and this area was thoroughly searched, correct?
Yes.
No murder weapons, nothing like that found inside this garage, correct?
Correct.
307, what do we see here?
That's the second floor loft, the playroom.
309,
That is a linen closet, I believe, upstairs on the second floor.
then 311,
That's one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was set up as an office area.
318,
That's a different bedroom upstairs. It was kind of a sewing storage room.
and what do we see inside this photo?
Appears to be a wedding dress or a white dress.
320,
That is the upstairs hall bathroom.
321,
That is the bathtub in that hall bathroom.
322,
That is one of the other bedrooms upstairs on the second floor.
and it looks like sort of on the head of the bed, some stickers on there, maybe
Yes.
childlike stickers?
Yes.
326,
That is a picture of the fourth bedroom upstairs.
looks like on the bedding some sort of cartoon of sorts.
Yes, print, yes.
328,
Those are just photos of miscellaneous receipts that were located during the search warrant.
do you recall where they were located?
I believe the kitchen. but I'm not 100%.
Okay. 329.
That is a picture of the dressers in the master bedroom.
Was there something located inside of one of these drawers?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a collection of plastic bags, 6 in total, with the inner one being knotted, tied in a knot, containing a black wallet that had miscellaneous cards and also the driver's license in the name of Jonathan Willett, and then a set of keys were tied in that inner plastic Vons bag, grocery bag.
So then publishing 347. Is that bag?
Yes, that's the inner, you can see the knot at the top, so that's the inner bag, and there were 5 other plastic bags around it.
344 are those extra bags that were around it?
Yes, that's the clump of all of it.
And then 348, is that the wallet and keys you mentioned?
Yes,
And then 349, the driver's license you mentioned?
correct.
And whose name is on that driver's license?
Jonathan James Willett.
Inside of the bedroom as well, states 330. What do we see here?
That's a BB gun.
And then 331.
That is the nightstand, if you're looking at the bed on the left side, and there's a Glock 19X semi-automatic firearm, 9mm, in that top drawer.
Showing you 334. Were there some writings found inside the master bedroom as well?
Yes.
And same with 335,
Yes.
336.
Yes, that's a close-up.
Okay. 337, sort of a notebook with writings, correct?
Correct.
338, another writing.
Yes.
339, another writing.
Yes.
Inside the garage, states 353. Did you locate a bag with something inside?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
So that red bag was found on top of those trash cans in the garage, and there were 2 Ring cameras, security cameras, that were located inside that red bag.
So then states 356. Is that a close-up of that red bag?
Yes.
And states 355. Are those Ring cameras you mentioned?
Yes, they are.
Showing you. States 360. What do we see there?
That is the bed in the master bedroom with a blue and gray striped dress laid out on top of it.
362.
That is a receipt.
Then looking at 366, what do we have here?
That's a mini backpack purse that was located on top of the bed in the master bedroom.
And states 363, something of evidentiary value found inside that purse?
Yes.
And what was it?
A social security card in the name of Jonathan Willett.
And you found other electronics inside that bedroom as well, correct?
Yes.
There were several.
Yes.
And those would have been collected as well.
By detectives. I did not collect them. I photoed them.
And you mentioned several writings that were collected in this case, right?
They weren't collected, they were photographed.
Thank you. They were photographed. Showing you states 394. Was this located as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see toward the card underneath Jonathan's social security card there?
Appears to be a business card in the name of Devyn J. Michaels as a realtor.
And again, some devices were located.
Correct.
In an abundance of time, I'm not going to go through each one of those. Members of the grand jury will have these. 413, what is that?
2 debit cards.
Showing you 414. What does that depict?
That's the upstairs hall bathroom, so that's the sink vanity area, and underneath in the cabinets was a safe.
And 415, is that just a close-up of that same safe?
Yes.
And you located items inside of the safe, correct?
Yes.
416, what do we see inside the safe?
That's a 9mm 6-hour handgun. Looks like live ammunition as well as extra magazines, and maybe a magazine and a speed loader.
And you would have documented the backyard as well, correct?
Yes.
422, 423. And then did you take photographs of the female that was there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And publishing 424, is that the female that you photographed?
Yes.
And you knew her to be Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 425, what do we see there?
That's just the back of her.
426.
Those are close-ups of her hands.
And we see sort of a ruler here. What is that?
That's called an ABFO scale. It's just a scale to show the general size of items.
States 427. What do we see there?
That's just more of a close-up of her other hand, again with the scale.
428.
And those are the pictures of the palms of her hands.
Did you also take a picture of a male that was there?
I did, yes.
And that was Debbie or Willette, correct?
Correct.
Showing 429. Is that the front picture of him?
Yes.
430.
His back.
431.
Those are again the same style pictures of his hands.
Do you notice any cuts on his hands or anything like that?
No, he had no apparent injuries.
Oh, no bruising, nothing like that,
No.
correct? 432.
And those are his palms.
Same thing, no injuries there, correct?
Correct.
When you were taking pictures of Miss Michaels, what was her demeanor like?
I honestly don't recall too much.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I don't. Nothing stands out to me one way or another.
Same thing with Debbie, correct?
Correct.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
Correct.
Okay. Turning your attention then to August 9th of 2023, did you assist in collecting an item back at that 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes.
And did that include black boxers?
I believe they were gray.
Okay. But they were boxers
Yes, boxer
nonetheless,
shorts.
correct? And those were located on top of a couch,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that was inside of sort of that recessed, informal, makeshift bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Then on August 15th of 2020, and you collected those and impounded them, correct?
Correct.
On August 15th of 2023, you then returned to the 5510 Porcupine Rim,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were there to collect and document some more items with a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took photos of cleaning products that were located in cabinets, correct?
Yes.
A pair of blue cloth shorts in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes.
And a pink tank top in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes, the first
All
one.
impounded.
I did not impound the cleaning products or the tank top, but I did collect and impound the blue shorts.
Under that same event number that we discussed.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, just one moment. Good morning.
Hi.
You were shown hands of both Devyn Willette photographs and Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Were those all the photos that you took of both of these people's hands, front and back?
I don't believe so. They're, in general, the same, those photographs. I typically take pictures of the two together, the two flipped, individual more of the left, individual more of the right.
Okay. And you were asked questions as to whether or not you saw any injuries on Mr. Willette's hands?
Correct.
In your testimony that you saw none?
Right, there were no apparent injuries that we noted.
You were not asked questions concerning Ms. Michaels' hands? Same questions, no injuries, front or back, correct?
Correct, I didn't notice any injuries to her hands either.
You testified that you arrived at the Porcupine residence, I think you said 6:34?
6:34 p.m. was my approximate arrival time, yes.
And you generated a report in reference to the efforts that you took through the course of this investigation?
Correct.
You authored 2 reports?
For this entire,
The Porcupine residence?
for the first Porcupine Rim search warrant, 2, a main crime scene report and then an evidence impound report.
Okay. Did you author any other reports in reference to your analysis or the collection of evidence at the Porcupine residence?
There would have been a biological stain presumptive test form, which is a form we fill out regarding that phenolphthalein test, the presumptive test for the blood, that documents the lot number and the expiration of the specific phenolphthalein batch that I used, and whether or not that presumptive test came back positive or negative.
Okay. The report that you authored concerning this search on August 7th, at the Porcupine residence, it's 2 pages and then a signature page, correct?
Just depending on how you print it out, but yes, that's how it printed out for me as well.
Okay, obviously you reviewed that in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Because you, as you've testified, you have been involved in at least hundreds of crime scene analysis, documentation of such, correct?
Yes.
And yours. We'll go through this. Are these all the exhibits?
There's some right here too.
Okay. Are those all the exhibits that were taken at the Porcupine residence?
These,
These as well?
between those two, yes. Yes, they have. Yeah.
We'll go through it. Okay. You were asked questions specifically concerning tennis shoes, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony is that you didn't photograph, didn't collect any evidence concerning tennis shoes?
We did not locate the specific shoes she was describing.
Are these specific shoes that you've given testimony concerning, that you now say that you were looking for, is that documented in your report?
That we did not find shoes?
That you were looking for?
I don't document what we were looking for, no.
Okay, but you just gave testimony concerning what you said you found or didn't find, correct?
I gave testimony saying what I photographed and booked.
Okay. Did you have a list of things that you should be looking for? while
No,
you're
the
at that residence?
detectives are the ones who pretty much dictate the search. I'm there largely as a photographer, and then I collect the evidence that we locate. So the detectives are the ones that know what they're looking for.
Were there any black shoes that you located at that residence? Black tennis shoes?
Perhaps we could go through the photos and look, but nothing that I specifically photographed.
You don't recall photographing a shoe holder near the front door?
I do, but I don't want to testify officially without examining the photograph that there were black tennis shoes on there, because that was not something that I specifically documented.
Do you recall specifically capturing a photo of black tennis shoes in a closet?
Again, no, I took overall pictures of the closet, and then I photographed the items the detectives locate and deem of note. I then photographed those more closely.
It's your testimony that you reviewed, and I believe it was the first exhibit under this pile that was published to the jury concerning a work van, correct?
Yes, there was a Nissan cargo van parked up front.
And you testified that there was nothing of evidentiary value contained within that van, correct?
Correct.
Did you photograph the contents of the van?
I did.
Power tools in the van?
I'm not sure we can look at the photographs, but I just took overall pictures of the inside of the van.
Any saws found in that van?
Again, I'm not sure.
But nonetheless, it's your testimony there's nothing in the van that was of evidentiary value.
Correct.
You were shown pictures of 3 samurai swords.
I believe there was 3, but yes, of swords.
Did you pull out the swords?
Yes, the detectives did.
Did you photograph the blades?
I'm not sure if the blades were photographed or not, but if there was anything like blood or any type of item of note on there, we would have photographed it.
Were these samurai swords wiped for anything of evidentiary use? DNA testing, fingerprint testing, anything like that?
Were they swabbed? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were aware that this case involved a decapitation, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the manner or means in which this decapitation may have occurred, or how?
No.
But nonetheless, you're going through this investigation, making determinations what's of evidentiary value or no, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you, as you sit here today, and it'll be borne out in the photographs, you don't recall photographing the actual swords other than they're on the ground, correct?
I have a more close-up photo of them. I don't know if I photographed them unsheathed.
Okay, but it's clear you didn't collect anything from them
Correct.
for further submission.
Correct.
You don't recall photographing a sawzall or a saw in that work van, correct?
Correct.
Or submitting anything for any secondary tests, correct?
Not from anything in the van. Correct.
You make reference to some soft scrub bleach located in the laundry room of this Porcupine residence, correct?
Yes.
And you felt that was of evidentiary value?
The detectives told me to specifically photograph this bottle of bleach.
Soft scrub, that's a fairly common household item, is it not?
I can't testify to I don't have it at my house, but it's a,
Soft scrub, I mean, you've heard of it, you know of it, correct?
I don't know that I've well-versed on brands of bleach, but I was not shocked by seeing the brand.
Common occurrence, I mean,
guess.
fair to say these hundreds of crimes scene, I mean, people have soft scrub at their house, correct?
Like I said, I can't testify to who has it, but I'm sure people possess soft scrub bleach, yes.
What do you use?
I have Clorox bleach, or the Walmart brand,
Okay.
but I don't have look, I just have liquid bleach.
Fair to say, no blood, anything indicative of blood contained within the house, correct?
Just on the cellular phone that was in possession of Detective Skinner.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, that's all we saw.
In reviewing the Armada, did you take pictures of that?
Just on the exterior, because it was locked, and we did, like I said, sealed it and then towed it to the crime scene garage, where it was then processed by a different crime scene analyst at a later date.
Okay, so you're unaware of any results or the lack thereof of any blood or anything of that?
Correct. I don't know what was inside the Armada.
Through your review of the house, you found no signs of blood on any clothing or anything else for that matter,
Correct.
Nothing found in any trash cans of that nature,
Correct.
I have the court's indulgence just one moment. I don't have any more questions, this witness. Thank you very much.
Nothing for the seat, Your Honor.
Okay, City Clerk's office, you.
Thank you.
Very much for your testimony here today. State, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Stephanie Yagi?
Council, Rose Washington, come in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Amen. Doctor, could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 3 years.
What is it that you do on a day-to-day basis at the medical examiner's office?
So my role, well, my primary role at the medical examiner's office is going to be determining cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
How do you go about examining a deceased person that comes into your office?
So to determine cause and manner of death, oftentimes we'll do a medical type of examination, and one of which is an autopsy.
Are you trained in conducting autopsies?
Yes.
Can you please describe your education and training in order to do what you do?
As a medical examiner, I am a medical doctor. I have my degree and I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Nevada. I am also board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And if you didn't say already, how long have you been conducting autopsies with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 3 years.
You mentioned the terms cause and manner of death.
Yes.
What is the cause of death?
So a cause of death is going to be a natural disease or traumatic injury that ultimately leads to cessation of life.
Do you conduct autopsies to determine cause on every single death within Clark County?
No.
Which do you focus on when it comes to autopsy specifically?
So our office, again, is responsible for conducting medical examinations on any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious thereof deaths.
Can you give a couple of examples of causes of death?
Sure. So causes of death might be something like hypertensive cardiovascular disease, which is high blood pressure, blunt force injuries due to motor vehicle accident, something like gunshot wounds.
Is there a difference between a cause of death for your purposes and the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the mechanism of death is more what's happening inside your body, so the pathophysiology of our particular disease process or traumatic injury, where a cause of death is going to be the overarching event that led to death.
You also mentioned the term manner of death. What does that mean?
Manner of death is how the circumstances of the death arose. It's a categorical determination, of which we have 5. So those are going to be a natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
When it comes to homicide, what does that term mean?
For us, homicide is death at the hands of another.
And what does the undetermined manner mean?
Undetermined is for situations where we can't make a determination. So it is either unknown or we can't determine between one or more other mechanisms or manners of death.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In your prior testimony, you mentioned the term autopsy, and I think I glossed over it. What does an autopsy actually entail?
So an autopsy is a medical type of examination. It has multiple parts. The first of which is going to be an external examination. So we look at the body. We document any identifying features, eye color, hair color, tattoos, any external trauma or injuries that we can see with our eye. Then we'll move on to an internal examination where we open the body in a surgical-like fashion. We again inspect the internal organs for things like natural disease or trauma and injury. The autopsy also includes ancillary testing, such as like toxicology testing. We can do imaging like x-rays. We can get other consultations as we see fit, as well as look at tissue under the microscope if needed.
And I would presume that every autopsy is a bit different and determinative of what types of testing you're going to conduct.
Yes, so we perform these things on a case-by-case basis.
I want to bring your attention back to August 8th of 2023. On that date, did you receive a body ultimately identified as Jonathan Willett?
Yes.
And was that your work documented under Clark County Coroner's Office case number 23-04811?
Yes.
What was the condition of John's body and how did you receive it?
So the body is received at our office in a sealed body bag. Once the seal is broken, the body undergoes forensic processing and goes through the autopsy procedures I've previously discussed. At the time of the external examination that I performed, there was absence of the head of Mr. Willett's body.
While the autopsy process is occurring, are you or other staff photographing the body?
Yes, photographs are taken at every step of the process of the autopsy examination, which are done by our forensic technicians.
Those forensic technicians, do they go hands-on with the body at any point during the process?
Yes, our forensic technicians are actually responsible for moving the body and eviscerating the body, which is, again, doing the internal examination or internal dissection portion of the exam.
Do those forensic technicians work in tandem? Do they work alone? What is the common process?
The forensic processing is usually done by the forensic technician in singularity prior to the exam, and during the exam, we do work in tandem with the forensic technician.
Weird question, but I have to ask it. What percentage of your forensic techs are female?
Currently, at this time, 100% of our forensic technicians are female.
And is it common for those female forensic technicians to flip bodies on their own?
Yes,
All the time?
quite often.
In this particular case, you and forensic techs documented the process of the autopsy and have moved for the admission of 464 through 494, Judge.
Any objection to those?
No, Your Honor.
Shall we admit it?
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with 464, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Willett as received in the body bag.
465, is that his lower body?
Yes.
What are these items on his hands?
These are bags to preserve possible trace evidence that are placed on the body at the scene.
During this process, do you measure the body?
I personally do not, but the body is measured, yes.
Yeah, and when I say you, I sometimes mean the team. Somebody in the process measures the body, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, what were the body's measurements?
The length was measured at 68 inches and the weight 169 pounds.
So his body as received is 169 pounds, correct?
Correct.
I would presume it would be more if his head was attached.
Yes.
Do you know the average weight of a human head?
Probably on the line around 10 pounds.
During your external examination of the body, what general things did you notice?
So, as previously stated, there was the absence of the head and upper neck, as well as there was some changes to the front side of the body that were consistent with some kind of chemical type burns.
Okay. Back to 464. If you could point to what you mean by chemical type burns.
So all along the front of Mr. Willett's body, we have changes of the skin, which again are consistent with a more chemical type burn.
Are all of the changes or the discoloration in the skin we're seeing those chemical burns, or is there something else going on here?
There is additional to the burn type pattern. There's almost like a diamond weave type pattern that you can see on predominantly the chest, which is actually consistent with the pattern that was seen on the mattress where Mr. Willett's body was found.
Ma'am, what is lividity?
Lividity is the postmortem pooling of blood in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
And what is slippage?
Slippage is a term that we use for the appearance that the skin can show when there's separation of the top layer of skin that happens.
Okay. Does that typically happen post-mortem?
Yes.
Showing you the front of John's right arm. Do you see that there?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this looks like to be an area of some postmortem changes, which could be, as previously described, some area of skin slippage.
When it comes to lividity and these postmortem changes that occur to a body, is it possible for you to establish a time of death based upon that?
Sometimes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So there are a lot of factors that we need to evaluate for determining time of death. Most of these factors are highly variable, which includes things like the actual decedent's natural state of health. In addition to that, the environment that the body is found, things like heat, humidity, et cetera, as well as any external factors or the environment, such as water or air or soil that the body is found in.
Not to mention, you're typically not conducting an autopsy immediately after death, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I believe you did it on August 8th.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so do you have an opinion as to John's time of death?
No, our determination of time of death is, again, highly variable, and it would have to be given within a range of time. Based on the state of the body, in this particular case, it would probably be within a half day or hours.
States 472. Oops. Is this John now laying on what would be his belly?
Yes.
Is there an anatomical or, I guess, a forensic term for that?
Prone?
So he is prone with belly down now, correct?
Yes.
What is this kind of discoloration we're seeing on the side?
This could potentially be an area of liver.
What's liver?
As we previously discussed, blood pooling in the gravity-dependent or areas of the body.
What does this tell you about John and his circumstances of his death?
At one point in time, he may have been face down or face up. This is a lateral aspect of the body, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Showing you 473. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of the neck region of the body.
From the back?
Yes.
474, same position basically?
Yes.
Now with a ruler? Did you or your forensic techs clean up John's body?
Yes, the forensic technicians.
Before I move on, did you notice anything about the blood that was abnormal? Is this normal, the coloring?
I can't tell anything from this photograph.
475. What are we looking at here?
So this is now a cleaned up photograph of that same area, the neck region from the back.
Is there anything notable to the back of the neck?
Yes.
What is that?
So in this photograph, you can see that there are some superficial incised wounds that are somewhat parallel to the main area of defect at the neck here.
476. Is that a little bit closer on those areas that you were describing?
Yes.
What does this tell you, if anything, as a forensic pathologist?
This may indicate there were previous attempts to use a sharp force injury in this area.
Previous to the decapitation itself?
Yes.
Did you document John's hands?
Yes.
478. Is that his right hand?
Yes.
479, another angle of his right hand.
Yes.
480, same thing, another angle.
Yes.
481, inside of John's right hand.
Yes.
Did you observe any bleeding injuries to his right hand?
No.
482, is this John's left hand?
Yes.
483, also his left hand?
Yes.
Do you see these little things here?
Yes.
What do these appear to be to you?
Some type of callus or blister.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand?
No.
484, another shot of his left hand.
Correct.
485, the inside of his left hand.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
Again, I would consider these blisters or calluses.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand at all?
No.
Did you observe any minor injuries to the rest of John's body, staying away from the head and neck?
Yes, there are a few contusions or bruises to the extremities.
When you say a few, how many do you mean?
At least 3.
Were those minor in nature, meaning not very apparent?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now another kind of graphic photo. 466. Can you reorient us?
Yes, so again, this is a photograph of the neck region, and now the body is on its backside.
Okay. Can you just describe what you're seeing in this photograph?
Sure. So there is a kind of irregular defect that has resulted in a complete decapitation of the body.
When you say irregular defect, can you provide any further context to that?
The surface of the wound looks kind of ragged. It doesn't look straight.
468, are we now looking down into essentially what would be John's neck?
Yes.
What did you observe during your internal examination of this portion of the body?
So on the internal examination, anatomically or just by looking at it, this wound did not appear to be ante-mortem. It appeared to be post-mortem, so made after death.
Okay. And how are you able to determine that?
So when the body is alive, there are some features that we can look at anatomically or with our eye, as well as microscopically, to indicate that there was a body's response to an injury. And I saw neither of those, again, grossly or microscopically in this particular case.
So to oversimplify it, the decapitation happened after he was killed.
Yes.
470, is this a side view of that same area?
Yes.
What type of surfaces or types of the body are actually sliced through when a decapitation occurs?
So in this particular case, we would consider this a complete decapitation. So there is transection through the soft tissues, which are like skin and muscle, as well as any vasculature that is within that soft tissue. In this case as well, the decapitation went through the spine. So both the bony parts of the spine as well as the spinal cord, as well as the structures in the neck. So again, the muscle, soft tissues of the neck, as well as kind of the throat area.
States 486, what are we looking at here?
So this is an internal photograph of that same area taken from the front side of the body.
What is the purpose of you eviscerating the skin and taking these photographs?
Well, as part of the autopsy examination, we examine all parts of the body, one of which is routinely the neck. So we would do this naturally in every case.
Did you see any evidence of strangulation with what was left of the neck?
No.
What would you expect to see in the event of strangulation?
So in some strangulation cases, findings that are suggestive of that would be intramuscular hemorrhage of the anterior neck muscles, as well as sometimes we can have fracture of the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the neck.
And is the hyoid bone in this particular case gone?
Yes.
So you weren't able to examine the hyoid bone, but you didn't see any of that hemorrhaging you just described?
Correct.
When it comes to eviscerating a body, is it common for you to use tools?
Yes.
Do you use mechanized tools or just hand power tools?
Both.
When you use mechanized tools, do you get blood splatter in your face?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Are there times in which there will be splatter?
Yes.
How so?
So if a saw is being used and there is active bleeding, say within the brain or within the head, sometimes as part of the technique of taking off the skull cap, blood could splatter.
When there's active bleeding inside the head?
Yes.
Okay. If someone is dead, how is there active bleeding inside the head?
Well, there is blood within the cranial cavity, and the sheer mechanism of the saw can splatter blood.
Got it. When it comes to the autopsy process, is there ever a time in which you need to decapitate a body?
No.
Okay, so that's not a thing that you actually would have to do.
No.
And so, in this particular case, did you use tools to take some items out of John's body to forward onto someone else?
Yes, tools were used.
What type of body parts are you removing?
So as part of this particular examination, segments of the cervical spine were removed for a forensic anthropology consultation.
States 488, is that one of the sections?
Yes.
And
488 or 48?
488.
48, okay.
And 489, is that the same section? Was it one section you took or multiple?
Multiple cervical vertebrae were taken out.
States 490, are those the cervical vertebrae that were taken?
Yes.
And 491, what is this little piece here?
I don't know.
Okay. Was this obviously removed from the body
Yes.
and provided to the forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
And is that Dr. Jennifer Burns?
Yes.
Why is it that you need to enlist the assistance of Dr. Burns?
So a forensic anthropologist can help us. Well, she can look at the bones that were removed from the body and possibly do studies, either by eye or with the use of microscope, to see what kind of marks were left on those bones.
And that was done in this case?
Yes.
Once that is done, do you receive her report back?
Yes.
And after that, is it that coupled with a bunch of other stuff that you make your ultimate cause and manner determination?
Correct.
And you mentioned toxicology earlier, 492, what is this?
No, this is a urine drug screen cup.
493,
Same thing, just different side.
494, same thing.
Yes.
Did you send those items out for testing as well?
Yes, we sent multiple samples for official toxicologic analysis.
And what were the results associated with John's tox analysis?
So in the peripheral blood, ethanol or alcohol was detected, as well as caffeine and I believe cotinine, which is a metabolite of nicotine. Those items were also detected in the urine and gastric contents.
Was there a low level of marijuana?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Delta-9 THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, and its metabolites were also detected in the peripheral blood.
And was there findings associated with GHB?
Yes, so in addition, in the heart blood, GHB, which is gamma butyric acid, was also detected at a low level.
What kind of scientific explanation is there for the GHB?
So GHB is a chemical that can be endogenously produced, which means our body naturally produces it. And at the level that was detected through the toxicology report is consistent with natural levels of GHB.
Okay, so we all have GHB in our bodies?
Yes.
So the level found here is not as though he ingested some drug. It's actually consistent with naturally occurring levels in our body.
Yes.
And you mentioned alcohol was found in his body.
Yes.
What was the level with association to that?
In the peripheral blood, I believe it was 29 milligrams per deciliter.
And does that, I guess, is there a percentage or a decimal that's associated with that?
Yeah, so that would equate to like a blood alcohol level of 0.029.
And are you familiar with the legal limit in Nevada?
Yes.
What is it?
0.08.
Okay, and that's considered legally drunk?
I guess so.
Okay, well, 0.02 is a relatively low level.
It's below the legal driving limit, yes.
Are there post-mortem changes that occur that could affect the level of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, there could be.
And how would that potentially affect the level?
So as the body decomposes, the microbes that are in our body actually also produce alcohol. So in advanced decomposition cases, there could actually be alcohol detected that wasn't necessarily in the body at the time of death, or could falsely elevate the level that is detected.
Okay, so I don't want to oversimplify it, but at the time of John's death, he had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.02 or less.
Yes.
It wouldn't be higher.
Correct.
Got it. Ultimately, did you make a determination as to John's cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicidal violence.
What does that mean in your world?
So it's a term that we use in forensics to indicate that there is no anatomic cause of death that is identified at exam. There's no toxicological cause of death that is identified. And the circumstances surrounding the death are objectively suspicious. So in this case, there is a postmortem decapitation.
Had a blunt force injury to his head killed John, is it fair to say that you would need his head to make that legal determination?
Yes.
Okay. You never received his head up until today's date.
Correct. There was no head available for evaluation.
And ultimately, what did you determine was John's manner of death?
Homicide?
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Charles?
Yes, was John going to take it, or was he going to take it?
No, we're gonna finish her up for lunch. Okay.
Good afternoon. Ma'am, in reference to your testimony concerning lividity, we'll start with that, the beginning of your testimony. Just walk through this. You're not able to give any opinion as to the position that this body was in when this person was decapitated, correct?
Correct.
Can't say if the body's been moved or anything like that based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
You're unable to say whether the body was face down or face up when the decapitation occurred. Fair to say?
Correct.
In reference to the wounds that you had testified concerning, you had said that they may indicate a pre-attempt to decapitate. Do you recall that?
Previous. Sorry. Previous.
Okay, a previous.
Yes.
Could have been a post though, and you can't say for sure one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
So that
Yes.
at this point in time, on August 8th, when you conducted this examination, approximately how many autopsies did you perform?
At that time, I would estimate maybe 500-600 autopsies.
Okay. How many years had you been conducting autopsies when you conducted this autopsy?
2023, 2 years.
2 years. However, due to these, perhaps can we say out of the ordinary circumstances, this was sent to a Dr. Burns. There were tissue samples and things sent to Dr. Burns. Fair to say, the anthropologist?
The bones were sent, yes.
Yes, bones were. You had testified that you were unable to approximate the time of death, other than half a day, something like that, correct?
Yes, a large range of time.
Large range, okay. So you couldn't say 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock the previous day, could you?
That's correct.
When the body is examined and further dismembered, the body is refrigerated, correct?
Yes.
At what temperature is the body when you examine it? Just give or take.
At the time of examination, room temperature.
Okay, but previous to the examination.
While refrigerated?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
When it's brought, why don't we go through the process
Sure.
a little bit? The body is brought to the coroner's office, correct?
Yes.
Where is it placed?
The body is then placed in our refrigeration area. Yes.
Okay, and this refrigeration area, kind of like you see in the movies, has bodies, trays, things like that?
Yes, there are other bodies.
And what temperature are those refrigeration units where the bodies are stored?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Cold enough to preserve the bodies, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say just above freezing?
I can't say.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know.
You were asked questions concerning through the course of your examinations, these autopsies, limbs, other things are severed, correct?
Sorry, can you
It
repeat the
can't be.
question?
I mean, you were asked on direct. At times, there's a necessity to cut a body, correct?
Yes.
And these cuts are generally made by yourself, the coroner.
No, not always.
Who are they made by?
So our forensic technicians assist us in the evisceration portion of our examinations.
And during this evisceration portion, the bodies have just been brought from the refrigerators or the cooling, freezing devices, correct?
Yes, in our storage area.
Fair to say then you're not going to have cast off or splatter because the blood contained within the cadaver is very cold, correct?
Well, the heart is also not beating, so we don't have spurting blood.
We're not talking, we'll get to that. But as far as, obviously you'll agree with me that there's a congealing mechanism when the body is refrigerated, correct?
Blood can clot, yes.
And this evisceration of the body occurs sometime after the death, generally, correct?
Yes.
It can be perhaps like a day, in this case, 2 days, 3 days, multiple days, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a body now that has obviously been dead for some period of time in conjunction with this element of refrigeration, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me then that when the tools are used, and you'll agree with me that these tools that are used are designed to cut through tissue, bone, things of that nature.
Yes.
So they're made to sever limbs or sever necks, things like that, correct?
Yes.
So when you're using these specialized instruments made for the dismemberment of a body, it's done with a special instrument, it's done when the body's been refrigerated, it's been done sometime after the person has been deceased, correct?
In my experience, yes.
Let's turn our attention to the facts and circumstances of this case, okay?
Okay.
Let's say a person is decapitated a fairly short time after that person or upon that person being killed, okay? You'd expect that if the neck is severed, where the body is severed from the head, there's going to be fresh blood, correct? Perhaps if the person is dead and the heart's not beating, but we have liquid blood, correct?
I would expect there to be blood, yes.
Let's say a sawzalls are used or some other electric saw. Fair to assume that we're going to have some blood if this head is being severed, correct?
Possibly.
Closer in time to death, the more likely that we're going to have blood that's able to be cast off, correct?
Possibly.
And we're not talking about a slight possibility, we're talking about a real possibility, aren't we?
Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
Okay, what part of my question is unclear, just so I can ask you questions so we can be on the same page.
Yeah, the specification of real possibility. I don't
Okay,
know.
you say it's possible. I mean, it's likely, correct?
Depending on circumstances, yes.
Okay, so now we're getting from a near possibility to a likelihood. This person is dead. This person is immediately decapitated with a non-specialized device. Likely we're going to have some cast off of blood, aren't we?
I wouldn't say yes to cast off. There likely is blood, yes.
And when we talk about likely blood, we're talking about basically the kinetic energy from a saw going back and forth. We're going to expect to see blood spatter, aren't we?
Possibly.
Likely, correct?
I have no experience in this particular situation,
Okay.
so I can't give my opinion as to that.
So when you're asked questions concerning when you're doing this in the very controlled circumstances of an autopsy, you can't really compare, so you can't really give an opinion, but obviously it's more likely there's blood that's going to be spit out or sent out if a person's being decapitated close in time to their death, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. You would agree with me that you can't say to any degree of medical certainty that this person was actually dead when this decapitation occurred, correct?
In my opinion, this decapitation was a post-mortem event, so yes, after death.
Okay. How close in time then? Do you know?
I do not know.
Today you've just testified that it's homicidal, basically the death was homicidal in nature, correct?
Yes.
I believe your term was homicidal violence,
Yes,
but you can't tell us how this person died, correct?
that is correct.
There had been questions concerning, is it the hyoid?
Yes, hyoid bone.
And that would indicate perhaps a strangulation, correct?
Yes,
However, in this case, you didn't have that bone to review, correct?
that is correct.
I mean, you can't say if this person died choking, correct?
Can you specify the nature of the choking?
Choked.
No,
You can't say then that could have happened, correct? That's possible.
that's possible, yes.
This person could have had a pillow placed over his face, correct?
Correct.
And then decapitated, isn't that right?
Correct.
This person could have been shot in the head, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't give an opinion excluding that, can you?
That's correct.
You were asked questions concerning any bleeding injuries on the body, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say at this point in time, this body wasn't bleeding, correct?
No active bleeding, correct.
I mean, the head's off, it's not bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say, and you'll agree with me that, I mean, a decapitation is a fairly rare event in your line of work, as opposed to other manners of death, or
Yes.
would you agree with me that it would be difficult to effectuate a decapitation?
I don't know. I have never attempted one myself.
Okay. Based upon the physicality of this, I mean, there's a number of things that are involved, correct?
Yes.
We have the blood system, the veins, things of that nature in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that person is dead or not? I mean, we have what, the aorta veins? Big veins, correct?
The aorta is not in the neck.
I'm sorry, the heart, but I mean the neck. We have the
Carotid.
carotid. That's a fair amount of blood there, correct?
Yeah, can be.
Dead or not, correct?
Well, if they're dead, there's no blood in the carotids.
Okay, so they're saying, let's say that person died shortly before or at the time of decapitation, there's going to be blood in carotid arteries, correct?
There might be.
Okay. And if those carotid arteries are severed, we're going to expect cast off from the blood contained within the carotid arteries, correct?
If the person is dead, no.
Okay, so let me say, in the arteries, is there going to be blood? And we're not talking a person that's been dead for days. We're talking minutes, perhaps.
Yes, there may be some residual blood.
Okay, and this residual blood, if those arteries are cut with a power tool, we're going to expect there's going to be some form of cast off, correct?
There may be, yes.
The musculature, obviously that would have to be severed, correct?
Yes.
And there's a fair amount of musculature in the human neck, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the neck contains a fairly complex arrangement of tissues, major blood vessels, trachea, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
The vertebrae in this case were severed,
Yes.
as well as the thick ligaments connecting such, correct?
Yes.
We also have the spinal column that would have to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's fairly a lot, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about a big cut, aren't we?
Yes.
Dense ligaments, cartilage, correct? All that had to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
So this is fairly different than, let's say, a limb, correct?
That depends.
Okay, an arm. I mean, neck's a lot more going on there than an arm, correct?
Yes and no. There are still some of the same elements that you see in the neck and arm, including bones and soft tissues.
Okay. But would you agree with me that the neck is a more complex portion of the body than the arm?
Yes.
Obviously, you have the heart supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
So you have large arteries supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
In your report concerning the postmortem examination of the body of Jonathan Willett, you arrive at a conclusion that it was consistent with the use of 2 tools.
That was not my opinion personally. That was integrated from the forensic anthropologist consultation report.
Okay. But this was the report, and I'm referring to the autopsy report. You authored this report.
Correct, but I garnered that information from Dr. Burns' report.
You adopted. Do you have any reason to disagree with Dr. Burns' analysis?
No.
So then in your report where you incorporated Dr. Burns' conclusions, 2 tools, correct?
Per her report, yes.
A hand-powered knife, correct?
I don't recall if the wording was knife.
And if I told you it says a hand-powered knife, would you have any reason to disagree
No.
with me? And a mechanically powered saw, correct?
Sure.
On your pathologic findings, in addition to the decapitation, you also found hepatic steatosis,
Correct.
and that is,
Fatty liver disease.
you were given, asked questions concerning the blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that was the blood alcohol content at the time of death?
Most likely, yes.
Would that blood alcohol content changed following the time of death?
It could. So as previously discussed in the postmortem interval, there is postmortem development or formation of ethanol that can be produced by the body's microbes.
So then it would be unfair to say what the blood alcohol content was actually at the time of death, fair to say?
Correct.
And also that person's blood alcohol content would have to be, we say at the time of death, but then we don't know what the time of death is, do we?
Not exactly.
We can't say it was 3 o'clock, 3:30, anything like that, can we?
No.
Now, it's possible based upon your understanding the physiology of how we process alcohol in our bodies, this person may have had a much higher blood alcohol content, let's say at 1 p.m., correct?
Can you specify the time that you're using in relation to the question?
Okay. You were asked a question, this person's blood alcohol, 0.02, something, remember that?
Yes.
0.29 milliliters per milliliter of blood. You gave it an opinion concerning the blood alcohol, correct?
Correct.
But you'd have to know the time of death, correct? That's part of this analysis.
No.
Okay. My question to you now is, let's say the time of death is 3 o'clock, okay? Are you able to give us with an estimation, and I won't hold you to it specifically, but can you give us an estimation of that person's blood alcohol at 2 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Can you give us the blood alcohol content at 1 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Midnight, you can't, can you?
No.
In addition to the alcohol that was in the blood, you also found evidence of THC, correct?
Correct.
And what was the level of THC in Mr. Willett's body?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Fair to say that the combination of both alcohol and THC affects a person's ability to drive a vehicle.
Possibly.
Possibly.
I'm not a clinical toxicologist. My patient population is very specific, and those patients have no clinical signs and symptoms at the time that I see them. So I cannot opine as to their behavior living with those certain levels.
Very fair to say. So I'll ask you a more general question. You'll agree with me that the combination of alcohol and THC cause a person to be more intoxicated.
I don't know.
And then thirdly, you had testified concerning the presence of GHB, correct?
Yes.
And you opined that that may be a result just of natural antecedents. Fair to say?
Yes, it's consistent with the level that we would naturally produce in our body.
But you can't give an opinion as to whether or not this person had ingested drugs or GHB specifically.
That's correct.
So this person may have, in addition to ingesting alcohol and marijuana, this person may have ingested GHB, correct?
Yes, possibly.
And again, the combination of these three substances would presumably lead to an intoxicated state.
It might. Again, I'm not a clinical practitioner.
I can have the question talking. Fine, brief question. Through the course of this dismemberment or evisceration, do you wear goggles?
I wear a face shield,
Okay, and that's because of cast off and things that you may get, correct?
along with other bodily fluids that we may encounter, yes.
Apron on, correct?
Yes,
For the same reason, to protect yourself from cast off of blood or other bodily fluids.
correct.
And again, the height of this autopsy table, what is the height?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it made for the ease of moving a cadaver?
Yes, so it can be moved up and down.
To ease in the flipping back and forth and such of the body, correct?
Also to help with our technicians who are varying heights. So they're the ones doing the evisceration, so we want everyone to be ergonomic and comfortable.
Understood, and to work together as a team to move the body, correct?
Yes, sometimes we do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no shots, stop with your excuse. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. It's going to be a shorter, but no lunch recess because we are going to adjourn today at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to shorten lunch a little bit and then you get to go home early. You're welcome. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as the social dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way to investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or trust anything regarding this case or the facts submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 12:30 will be in recess till 1:15.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, in record fact, outside the of jury, do you guys have a matter outside the prison?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be back at 1:15, Sergeant.
115, yeah.
1:15, we'll be back at 1:15, with the understanding you're talking to me.
Yeah, we have Dr. Burns coming up.
As a forensic anthropologist, I think you mentioned that there are consults that you do. What are the types of questions that you're tasked with investigating when you get a consult?
Sure, sure. So it depends on the case, right? So sometimes we're asked to assist with an identification if they don't know who the person is. Sometimes if they know who the person is, or maybe they don't, we get asked to assist with trauma, which is traumatic injuries, which can include blunt force, sharp force, high velocity projectile trauma or gunshot wounds, and thermal alterations.
Can you walk us through what all of those terms mean, please?
Yeah. So blunt force trauma is probably the most commonly known one. So this occurs when a force is traveling at a relatively slow speed and impacts a relatively large area of the body. So like a motor vehicle accident usually causes blunt force trauma, for example. Sharp force trauma is when an implement that has a small surface area impacts a small area of bone with a relatively low amount of force, such as knives, such as saws. High velocity projectile trauma includes gunshot wounds and other types of trauma that has a small surface area that is traveling at a high speed or high velocity. Thermal alterations are heat or fire related trauma.
And can you sort of describe for the members of the jury here, what is your role as a forensic anthropologist, and how does that complement a medical examiner or a coroner's work?
So a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who is a medical doctor, and I am not a medical doctor. I have a PhD in anthropology, so my trajectory is different. I work with what we call hard tissue. So this includes bone and cartilage. So forensic anthropologists specialize in the human skeleton. Forensic pathologist is typically looking for any soft tissue damage or changes from pathology. And so if they need additional information, they will call a forensic anthropologist to testify, or write a report on something specific such as identification or traumatic injuries when it impacts bone and cartilage.
Now, what are some of the processes you do during a consult? Can you walk us through that process?
Yeah, so it varies. If you have, it varies based on the nature of the remains. So sometimes you get fully skeletonized remains, which means there's no soft tissue left. All the skin, muscle, organs are gone. Sometimes you have fully fleshed individuals that have traumatic injuries, and that might include blunt force, sharp force, gunshot wounds, where the pathologist calls us in and says, okay, we have this, we want more information about it. Can you help us by looking at this more specifically at the bone level? And we'll go in, we'll advise on how we need the sample or the specimen, and they'll move forward with removing it for us and providing it to us. So it basically depends on what the request is.
Okay, so ultimately you get a request and
Yes,
you follow through with
correct.
the request, and that request is typically a question that needs answering.
Correct. Yeah. So
Within your-
sometimes it's tool mark, sometimes it's is there trauma, or a lot of times is it trauma, or were they scavenged by a coyote? Right.
So
and
a
so
broad
yeah.
range of things.
Yeah, it's a broad range of things that we get asked with a very specific intent of like what they want an answer to.
Now, you mentioned sharp force trauma or cases. About how many of those have you worked on in your career?
I've worked on 64 cases with actual report that I've generated reports for. 2 of those were sharp force trauma.
Have you ever worked on decapitations in your career?
I've only worked on 1.
And then, I guess, turning your attention to 2023, in your work, do you recall receiving a referral from the Clark County Coroner's Office in that year?
Yes, I do.
And did that referral include examining the remains of a Jonathan Willett?
I didn't know the decedent's name at the time, but yes.
Okay. But during your work on the case, you did develop what his name was, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did an analysis of those remains, correct?
Correct.
Can you walk us through how you essentially got those remains and walk us through how that
Yeah, sure.
happened?
So it was sometime in August 2023. I got a call from the coroner's office, and the doctor wanted us to come in and give our, feedback on what we could do with assessing tool mark analysis, because it was a sharp force trauma incident. So myself and my postdoc, Dr. Clara Ralston at the time, went down to the office. We looked at the decedent and told them, okay, well, this is what we would need for you to do, is to excise this portion of the neck so that we can look at it more specifically under our stereo microscope. And so they excised that part. They macerated it, which is removal of the soft tissue, in their office under Dr. Clara Ralston's supervision, and then those remains were then packaged. Chain of custody was followed, and it was transported by Dr. Ralston to our lab. That is when we go through the intake records on our part to make sure everything is present, nothing has been tampered with, and so we unbox it, take photos of that process. Once that is all completed, that's when we start our analysis, and we keep detailed bench notes that inform our report.
As part of conducting your analysis, are there photos taken of what you're examining?
Everything. Yes, we take lots and lots of photos. So those include photos with a digital SLR or digital camera, as well as with a microscope, which is called a stereo microscope. It's not like what you would traditionally think of as a microscope. It's looking at a higher or a lower level magnification.
And prior to testifying, you did look through
I did.
this package.
Yes.
Many photos here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes. These are all gonna do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
By stipulation between the parties. Showing states 495. What do we see there?
Yeah, so that is the paper bag that the remains were transported into our lab. That is a picture of the inside of our lab. So it's an unopened, stapled bag with the case number on it. And so that we take right before we open the bag to show the bag is unopened. This is how it arrived at our lab.
Then showing you 496. Is this the inside of the bag you just mentioned?
Correct. That is the inside of the bag. The staples have been removed.
A little dark, but 498. Do we see that there are contents to this bag?
Yes.
And would those be the samples that you had requested from the clerk
That's
of the
correct.
coroner's office?
Yes.
So you've unpackaged these items. What do you do next?
Yeah, so once everything is unpackaged, that's documented, we start our report writing and our bench notes. We date everything, we say who's there, and then we describe the remains and what they look like. So these were macerated, again, that means the removal of soft tissue. So the bones look a little different because they were processed. So we describe what they look like, the exact anatomical position that, or the elements is what we would call them, the exact skeletal elements that we have, and anything else that we observe during that process.
Specifically, do you recall which items you were examining?
Yes. So we had possession of, so these are cervical vertebra, which are parts of the neck, which is, so I brought this as a specimen so you could exactly see what we're looking at. The neck.
Do you mind actually stepping closer
okay.
to the jury just so that they
Sure.
can see what you're pointing to? I think that might be helpful.
Okay. So this is the head. The head meets up with what we call the cervical vertebra, which are 7 vertebrae that make up your neck. And that lets you go all around with your head, right? And so what we had possession of was, so this up here is C1, which is cervical vertebra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we had part of part of cervical vertebra 2, we had almost all of 3, we had 4, and part of 5. And so this was the part that was removed, was from 5 up to the part that we didn't have anything above that. So these were the ones that we would be able to see, 3 primarily for the trauma analysis.
Is there anything interesting about the front of the skull based on your analysis after just pointing to the vertebrae that you think is important to note?
The front of the skull?
So the front of the neck.
Well, so the anatomy of the neck is complex, just as the rest of the spinal column. So the bones of the neck meet up at many different joints. So we have joints back here, we have a joint up in the front as well. And so when, or if you were trying to take this apart, like if we were learning in a classroom, I would take this apart, right? And I'd show you all the different vertebrae. So I kind of pass these around so they can see that. Okay. So these are 2 different examples of cervical vertebrae. So you can see how small they are. That's like when you see these pictures, they're not going up a lot. So that's cervical vertebrae 2 and 1, or excuse me, 2 and 3, which is where the cut marks go through, are those 2 vertebrae. So the complexity of the joints between your vertebrae make it difficult to take them apart. And they're very, very strict, which is why like when you move, your spinal column is like the base of like all of your movement. And so there's many different joints here that make it complicated to actually remove or take them apart.
But not impossible, correct?
No, not impossible.
All right, if you don't mind taking a seat, doctor. So you mentioned that obviously a lot of photos were taken during your examination. Was there a grouping of photos that had annotations on them as well?
Yeah, so, excuse me, when we write reports, we know what we're looking at in photos, but we want everyone else to know exactly what we're looking at. So what we'll do is we'll annotate them with different colored boxes or arrows in order to show exactly the features that we are trying to display.
Now then, I am going to publish State 603. Can you describe for the members of the grand jury what we're seeing here and what was of note during your analysis?
Yeah, so this is cervical vertebra 3, which was being passed around. So you see how small that is when you're handling it, right? So that's blown up a bit because it's on a screen. But what we're looking at is the sharp force trauma that was analyzed for tool mark analysis on this bone. So the white boxes are in 5 different parts. Those represent what we I guess you'll probably ask me about this, what we determined was caused by a mechanically powered saw. So those are are shaved off and polished. It's hard to see because it's such a small bone. The arrows, the orange arrows, are pointing to an area where there are incisions or cut marks that were not made by a mechanically powered saw. And so there's two different features there, which is what this overview is picturing. The other thing in this image is there's a tiny part of C2, or the cervical.
There's actually a mouse in front of you, so if you want to hover.
I will not click it. I was informed beforehand not to do that. Yes, yes. So this, can you see that? Yeah. Okay. This part right here is the bottom, or the body of cervical vertebra 2, which also got passed around because it meets up with C3. So this is the bottom of C2. It has it has sharp force trauma through it, which is, and it's still articulated, or it still meets up with C3 here. These parts here in the white boxes are showing, again, that polishing that we saw in our analysis that's consistent with a mechanically powered saw that made those marks. And the orange arrows here and there, 3 different parts, are showing incision or cut marks made by a hand-powered implement.
So just to stop you there, Doctor,
yeah.
2 separate implements we see evidence of here.
Correct.
And what is the evidence that you see to make that determination?
Yeah, so there's a fair amount of, we use a lot of, verified experimental research as well as case studies to back up our findings based on the features of the defects, which is what we would call these. So there's defects in bone, meaning it does not look like it's anatomically normal. So I'll start with the hand-powered tool, or the cut marks from that, with the orange arrows. So those, can you show some of the other images? Because those will be more helpful to show.
Absolutely. Showing
how we determine that.
604?
That's good. Yep. So that small area is the small, I don't know who has the C3 anymore. Yeah. Okay. I can tell you exactly where it is and what you're looking at. All right. Is there a way for me to show them besides just, do you want me to just point? Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
So this is C3, and it's specifically between my fingernails. This is how small the area you're looking at. So this is a joint with C2, which is above it. So this means up with C2. This is a joint. So you're looking at horizontal ridges in this joint right here. Okay? And those are very uneven and are not parallel. You can kind of see it all over the place. And so that's typical of a hand-powered instrument, not a mechanically powered instrument. And that's how we determine, okay, that's a hand-powered instrument. It's the striations, which are kind of the scratch marks you see running across the screen, are all over the place. If it were mechanically powered, you'd expect it to be more uniform. The other thing you see with the black arrow, I don't know if you can see that very well. Point it out, now that you know the area we're looking at on here. So here are the what we would call striations, or grooves, which were made by a sharp implement or a point, something that has a bevel, and all knives have bevels, so that's how you make your cut marks. Right here, where this black arrow is pointing, is so the direction, we can tell that the direction was from the back to the front, and it was with a hand-powered implement, because this right here is a chip. Do you see that kind of triangle? It's not a perfect triangle. Kind of
Yes, right underneath the arrow, correct?
Right underneath that. That's a chip. So that's called exit chipping. So when you're cutting something, sometimes you pull the implement out and a chip will fall off. So that's showing the direction of the implement.
And I just want to stop you right there. So we're able to see that this implement was back to front. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that was back to front. Again, back is, back here. So it was the implement was traveling in that direction. Okay.
And that's based on your examination with a microscope of the grooving.
Correct.
Showing you 605.
Yeah,
What is of note here?
that's the same area. So now instead of looking at that little joint from what we'd call posterior or the back, you're looking at it from the side. So specifically this little arrow right here, this is a very small area. So the scale isn't showing up very well here, but this is less than a millimeter, which is, I don't know, I can't do it. It's like that, very small. So this here is a V shape. You can see it's a V-shaped defect. We call that a kerf mark. A kerf mark is the actual base or the floor and the walls of where a sharp instrument has entered bone. Okay, so it kind of looks like a trough, or I don't know how else to describe that. It's a V-shaped defect, and so you see the floor comes to a point, and you see the walls make a V. So that's typical of a non-serrated or serrated knife. So saws have larger, their tooths are spread apart for the most part. The only other saw that could make this is a very fine-toothed bow saw, but it's most consistent with a non-serrated or serrated knife because knives come to a bevel, and that is a V shape.
So it would be handheld but not powered. Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
Yep. It's so yeah, all of these evidences that you're presenting, the photos, this is like very clear that, you know, the cross section of the implement was a V shape. It's consistent with a knife, and then the way the striations are going across the joint are uneven and they're not uniform, and that's again consistent with a hand-powered implement.
So we're still talking about hand-powered implement.
Yep, we're still talking about one of the tools that was used.
Okay. Showing 606, what do we see there?
Okay, so that's the bottom of C2. So you're looking at C3 and I keep forgetting I can use this.
Yeah, use the
Yeah.
mouse.
So this is cervical vertebra 3 that you can see in the background. This part here is, again, the bottom of cervical vertebra 2 that was left on top of C3. Now, this right here is a piece that is missing. Again, I referenced exit chipping earlier in the other slide where you saw the little V shape. This is also a little chip that exited. This shows you directionality again. So this is the front of the body where this is. So this is the anterior front of the body. So you're looking like in the front here. You can't see it very well because the skull's on top. But that means the direction was from back to front, and the chip exited towards the front of the body.
So again, showing directionality.
Correct.
Showing you then 607. What do we see here?
So these, again, are striations. These are incomplete cut marks or incisions that you see the orange arrows pointing to. So this, again, C3 here, this is the back of the body. This is where the back is. You're looking at, again, a very small area. We call it the lamellar. It's just a little piece of bone that covers your spinal cord. So it's right here that you're looking at. And so the cut marks, if I just put my fingernail in there, they're probably smaller than that. But they're right here. So the other cut marks were here. These are here. And so you can see there's a couple different areas that the hand-powered, non-serrated or serrated knife would have hit.
So, in analyzing these remains, you were able to determine that 2 implements were used. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and they were what again?
So there was a hand-powered, non-serrated or serrated. We could not determine exactly. It was a single, straight blade of some sort. And then the second one is a mechanically powered saw.
Now, are you able to determine which implement was used first? Well,
So
let
they-
me pose it this way. Hypothetically, I mean, how hard is it to cut through bone with a handheld knife or cut through a neck?
So knives, anyone who has knives in their kitchen knows that they should be used for soft stuff. Like, if you're cutting chicken or beef, you're cutting through the flesh of the stuff you're trying to eat. If you try to cut through bone with that, it's not going to work. It's just going to leave an incision because bone is too hard. So I don't want to say it's impossible because there are bones that if you use enough force, maybe. But saws are made for a reason. Saws, the teeth are such that they are made to cut through hard materials such as wood or bone. That is their job. And so when they're actually going through bone, they're creating a waste material by, if anyone has cut, wood, you know that it creates wood chips. Okay, when you're actually sawing through wood. So I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's very, very difficult to cut through bone with a run-of-the-mill knife.
You would need a tremendous amount of force with a handheld knife, right? In order to cut through bone?
And a lot of persistence.
Okay. Now, how about a powered saw?
So mechanically powered saws are made for ease of use, right? So that saves you time, and it is doing the work of the energy transfer for you. So when you're dealing with a hand-powered implement, you are the one supplying the energy. A mechanically powered instrument, such as a saw, is producing the energy for you, which is why you need a battery or some other power source, right? And so it's doing the work for you and doing the cutting part, or what we would call the because when you're cutting something, it's like you go back and forth, but a mechanically powered saw is doing that for you. So that is going to make it a lot easier because you are not exerting force yourself or energy yourself. The instrument is doing that for you.
Are you able to determine, what brand of knife, what type of knife was used
So that's
first?
called, so we can determine roughly the class of the tool, which is what we did in this instance. Sometimes, and anthropologists typically don't determine an exact tool. That's not our job. Those are tool mark experts, which are beyond our training. Now, because of the type of bone this is, vertebrae have what's called trabecular bone in them. It means it has spongy bone. When you look at a cut mark, can I pass this around?
Up to the judge.
Okay. So this is, I think it's cow bone. It's not human, Thomas. So
But is it still symbolic of what a human would look like?
Yeah, so this is symbolic of what bone looks like when it's cut through. So this is a saw mark through what we call cortical bone. Cortical bone is very thick. This is a long bone. But cervical vertebrae don't look like this. They have what's called trabecular bone, which looks like spongy bone, so it's a sponge. So if you want, then we'll you don't have to. But you can see the striations in there too, and you can feel the cut mark itself. But that's cortical bone. That would have been, that's easy to determine, or relatively easy, assuming you have the right parts, to determine further what the type of saw that would have been used for. Now, because of the cervical vertebra, how they're designed anatomically, they don't have a lot of cortical bone. They have trabecular bone. So trabecular bone is spongy. It'd be like looking at a bunch of open spaces and trying to find those striations that you see on the bone that's getting passed around. It's not possible for the most part. So, yeah, so it depends on the bones in the body. These bones in particular, you're not able to get more specific, which is why we stated it the way we did.
And I don't know if I can simplify it or
Okay.
Tell me if I'm oversimplifying.
I probably overextended
Now,
it, so.
if it's a smaller bone, sometimes it's harder to make further determinations because you're dealing with a smaller bone versus a larger
It's not
bone.
just the size of the bone, it's the structure. So that's what I was trying to get at, is the structure of the bone is different, where if you have a lot of that thick cortical bone and you cut through it with an instrument, then you can see the features that are necessary to make a call on the specific type of saw that was used. These do not have that type of structure because they're small and because they are primarily made of trabecular bone, which is spongy bone, which is some of that you saw in the images too, where you saw these air spaces that were in there. That's the trabecular bone that has been exposed.
Okay. Now, I've stood next to you. You're a petite individual. Is it possible for a petite individual to have decapitated
Well,
in this way?
mechanically powered saws do the work for you. So the energy transfer is coming from the saw. So, and they're made so that many different types of people can use them to do, whatever it is they're going to do with that saw. So many different people could use a mechanically powered saw to cut through hard material such as wood or bone.
So it wouldn't be impossible for a smaller female to do so, correct?
I don't know if I want to comment on that specifically, but the energy transfer from the mechanically powered saw makes it so many different types of people can operate that tool to get through harder material.
But there's females and males that
Yes.
use that
Oh,
tool
yeah.
in life, correct?
Yeah.
And they're able to do so.
Yes.
So just to be clear, the incision happened back to front in this case, correct?
That's correct.
2 implements were used, correct?
Correct.
That was a knife.
Possibly a knife. There is a very slight chance it could have been a very fine-toothed bow saw, but it's likely a non-serrated or serrated knife.
Okay. And that was based on your conclusions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also a powered saw, correct?
A mechanically powered saw, yes.
Pass witness, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Burns, let me just preface my questions of you that we take no issue with your findings.
Okay.
You were asked a question just a moment ago whether or not it would be possible if a small woman could have done this, and you said you didn't want to give an opinion as to that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would reference the user manual for a mechanically powered saw to see who should or should not, or could
But all
operate that.
things, I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you.
Yep, you're fine.
But all things being equal, it would be easier for a large person, let's say a 6'4", 205-pound person, to sever this vertebrae than a smaller person, 5'3", 130 pounds.
Again, I'm not going to comment on the capabilities of different individuals on their ability to operate a mechanically powered saw.
Okay, but you'll agree with me that a larger person is more powerful generally than a smaller person, in general.
I mean, assuming they have full capabilities and they're not disabled and all of that.
Absolutely healthy.
Again, I don't want to comment on the capabilities of different people. Mechanically powered saws do the work for you.
Absolutely. But let me ask you this question. Generally, a larger, healthy person is stronger than a smaller, infirm person.
Yes.
Fair? You had testified concerning the complex nature of the vertebrae in the human neck, correct?
Yeah, sure.
And when you discussed this complexity, are you talking about the interlocking nature of the vertebrae?
Yes.
As in this case, we had part of C2 severed, correct?
Correct.
And that was included in your analysis concerning C2 and C3.
Correct.
So when we talk about this complexity, it's because you've got these bones that are entwined.
That's
per
right.
se.
Yes.
You had testified that this area, specifically C2, C3, is very, very sturdy.
Yes.
Sturdy and complex.
Yes.
This knife, obviously, you were not given any sort of a sample, and you said that's beyond
No,
your area of
that's correct.
expertise. No comparisons.
Correct.
Same thing with the question concerning the mechanically powered saw. Again, no comparisons.
That's
that you're
correct.
Aware of. But we know that it was a knife
Yes.
Well, or you said a very fine, another serrating instrument in addition?
So the hand-powered instrument was either a non-serrated or serrated knife, most likely, and very unlikely, but possible, a fine-tooth bow saw for the hand-powered one. The mechanically powered one could be any number of saws. We don't have enough evidence to say one way or another. Now, I wasn't told, they just wanted an analysis done. I was not told any number of instruments when I was given these specimens.
Understood. So in reference to the hand-powered knife, that still could have been electric, perhaps, but very fine.
So I don't know about a hand, like you're saying, like a mechanically powered knife.
Correct. In addition to a mechanically powered saw.
Yeah, so anything mechanically powered would produce very uniform striations, whether it was a knife that was mechanically powered or not. These were very uneven and in different directions. So unlikely.
Unlikely, but possible, perhaps.
Probably not.
But you are very comfortable in your testimony and your conclusion that we had a mechanically powered saw.
Correct.
And that was given the nature of basically the injury to C2 through C3.
Correct.
You are unable to opine as to the width of the saw blade, anything of that nature?
So that we don't have enough evidence for. If you had the other pieces of the vertebra that were missing in this case, and if there were what we call false starts, which would have produced a kerf floor, which is the bottom of the cut mark, we would have been able to say more, but we cannot say anything more than what we said in the report.
These cuts that you examined through C2, C3, the complex sturdy vertebrae, consistent with the sawzall?
Can you restate that?
Yeah, consistent, what you saw, findings, would that be consistent with?
With the mechanically powered saw?
Correct.
Yes.
Are you able to opine as to what kind?
No.
Okay. Are you able to opine as to consistency? Like if I ask you, hey, we have a sawzall that's generally used for cutting through drywall, things of that nature, would that be consistent with your findings here, having been used?
A drywall saw?
A sawzall.
Yes, so it can include any mechanically powered saw, yes.
Fair. And you're not able to opine as to whether it was battery powered or plug-in, correct?
No.
Are you able to opine as to the amount of time this may have taken?
You mean the time in which it was inflicted on the neck?
Correct.
No. I should say, when we were invited to the office to assess the decedent was fully fleshed. So in our assessment of bone, we call something perimortem, when a defect is, made on a bone at, around, or shortly after the time of death, meaning our interval is wide. I cannot, like a forensic pathologist could tell you different things based on soft tissue. Hard tissue reacts in a wider scale. So we cannot tell if it happened shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death. It could have been any of those, according to our analysis of bone, on how bone reacts to those implements.
So, and please tell me if I'm oversimplifying this, but it's hard to give a window if the person died, had just died, correct?
We cannot give so it could have been right before they died, they were still alive, it could have been at the time of death, or it could have been shortly after the time of death.
So it could have been before they died or after they died?
According to the way we do our analysis with bone, it could have been at any point in time in that perimortem period, shortly before, at, or shortly after the time of death.
Are you able to give an opinion concerning how long it would take a person to be decapitated?
No.
Right. You authored your report in reference to your findings November 20th, 2023?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further
Yes.
questions.
Yes, Your Honor, court's indulgence. Ma'am, just briefly, now you're not able to determine whether these incisions happen post-mortem, pre-mortem, anything like that, correct?
Correct. So our definition of perimortem with bone, because of the way bone reacts to trauma, we cannot tell if the timing is shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death. Now we can tell if something is healed, right? So antemortem is what we call that. So healing trauma, if you break a bone, it starts to heal. But bone takes a longer time to heal.
So if the forensic pathologist would have concluded that this happened post-mortem, you wouldn't have a reason to
I would have no
that.
reason to question that, no.
Past witness. Any comments?
Yes. Are you able to give an opinion concerning whether it was a reciprocal saw or, you know what I'm saying, type of saws that go back and forth or a type of saw that goes
Oh,
in a
yes.
circle?
Can I reference my report?
Please. I have no objection.
Yes, thank you. I do not have it.
Yes, if I may approach.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so because, again, of what I talked about earlier, the structure of this bone, it has very little cortical bone, or that really, actually, who's got my cow bone over there? Okay, yeah, thank you. Because of the structure of the bone itself, we are not able to say further what type of saw it is. So it could have been any type of mechanical saw.
So you're not able to opine as to the speed of the saw, anything of
No.
that nature either? Or
No,
whether-
because there's very little area that is cortical bone, which is where those features would be observable. But because of the type of bone, we didn't have enough evidence to say one way or another.
But again, and just finally, my final question in reference to this complex nature of the
Sure.
cervical spine, small but sturdy.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any problems, Kate?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen, jury have any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing no response, none of you, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
State, would you mind gathering her?
Yes.
Problem. Okay. This goes back to the defense. Okay.
State and call your name, please.
Carrie Skinner.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And now, could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yes, it's Carrie, Kari. Last name Skinner, Skinner. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the City of Henderson Police Department as a detective.
How long have you been with the city of Henderson in total?
It'll be 10 years in January.
And in which unit are you currently assigned as a detective?
Robbery homicide.
How long have you been with robbery homicide?
It'll be almost 3 years and 6 years as a detective.
And prior to robbery homicide, where were you assigned?
Special Victims Unit.
And what does special victims unit entail?
Basically, Special Victims Unit will investigate anything to do with child abuse, sexual assaults, things of that nature.
And in homicide, do you respond to scenes with a team?
Yes, I do.
With regard to this particular incident, did you respond to a scene on August 7th, 2023 at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember around what time you responded?
I believe that was roughly 8:40 in the morning.
And did you respond with anyone else?
I did. My fellow detectives, one of them being Detective Ozawa.
When you responded to the scene, was it already static and shut down by patrol guys?
That's correct.
When you responded to the scene, did you immediately go in, or did you do a couple things outside before?
No, there's always a few things we do before we go in and do a walkthrough.
One of those briefing?
Correct.
So you kind of know what's going on, what's happened before you got there?
Yes,
In addition to that, you need to get a search warrant, ultimately to search the home.
that's correct.
You mentioned a walkthrough. What does that mean?
So the on-scene supervisor has already gone inside with his officers. They've already had a little peek of what the scene looks like inside and what we're going to be dealing with, and they've collected information before we get there. That would be the field interviews of any on-scene witnesses, other victims, anybody that's relevant to the investigation, and then they will provide that to us, and then we go in and do the walkthrough.
During the course of your walkthrough, was it notable that there were some things missing from the scene,
Yes,
such as?
the decedent's head.
In addition to that, were any weapons found that could have caused his death?
Not that were glaringly apparent at that time.
Okay, sure, there were probably some steak knives in the kitchen, et cetera, but nothing that was within our scene.
That's correct.
Did you stay on scene there after the search was conducted?
I apologize. No, I actually went over to the secondary scene, which was on Porcupine Rim.
Okay. So when you go to Porcupine Rim, still on August 7th,
Correct.
did you respond there with Detective Ozawa?
Yes, I did.
Did you make contact with some individuals who were either witnesses or suspects?
At that time, there were some individuals that were persons of interest. However, there were some residual people that we needed to contact that were family members.
Were a couple of those family members two small children?
Yes, they were.
And with your specialized training and kind of history with special victims, did you make contact with them?
I did.
Did you speak to them?
I did.
Did you do it in a big formal interview setting, or just like kind of get on their level and talk to them as kids?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do what's called a child forensic interview, which is a very directed interview. It has guidelines for children, no leading or anything like that, and it has a very strict protocol on how you begin the interview, how you end it, and how you conduct yourself during that interview. Unfortunately, I was not able to provide that level of interview just based on the children's behavior at that time.
Were they kind of all over the place?
To put it politely, yes, they were very active young ladies.
Okay. Did you ask them a couple of questions, just kind of information gathering?
I did. There's a little bit of rapport building. What's your favorite toy? And they're involved. So you want to make them feel comfortable. There's a lot of strangers in their home. So I did my best to make them feel comfortable. And there was some conversations that were had with them.
Did you, did they specifically say anything about a person by the name of Devyn?
Yes.
What did they say?
They referred to him as someone that takes care of them.
Yeah.
They also referred to the fact when in passing, as we were talking to them about being in the home, there were conversations being had around them. And it did come up that Devyn had watched them the night prior.
So Devyn had been home the night prior, according to the girls.
Correct.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have an opportunity before the home is actually searched to interview a person by the name of Devyn or Nikki?
Yes, I did.
What name did you know her by at that point in time?
At that point, it was Devyn.
Okay. Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, she's sitting over here at this table and she's wearing a light colored, looks like a floral blouse.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record so reflects.
Did you record that interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And where was that interview conducted?
That interview was conducted inside Detective Ozawa's unmarked detective vehicle.
And Your Honor, I would move to admit 619, interview number 2.
Any objection to 619?
No objection.
All right, 619, will you admit it?
And again, this is an interview conducted before going in to search Porcupine Rim, correct?
That's correct.
It's August 7th, 2023, approximately 15:08 hours, and my name is Dennis Down, Detective Dennis P, badge number 1931. Also here is Detective Skinner, badge number, and we're here speaking again with Devyn Michaels. So you already kind of talked about, so.
So exactly, we have, the whole recap was that last time we left, the garage door was open at all feet, it shuts underneath, and then exited out the front door to go around the front. Correct.
Because everything else I took out the front door, and that was like the last thing I was doing.
Is that your voice?
It is.
A little lighter. It sounds like you're a little further from the microphone.
Yes, I'm in the backseat of the vehicle.
Okay, and you said something to the effect of, we talked a little bit before this recording started.
Yes.
And then I believe what I heard was the defendant said she left the Paladura home and the garage was open, she slid something under it, and then she herself exited out the front. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, we're going to resume.
And then another thing that you and I spoke about is that you did notice some of the journals that they were downstairs by the bathroom and the laundry room. Yeah. You described that as being jug, and it was not something
It's like this, and I think it's all.
it's also a jug size, a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I just, like I said, because I wasn't really paying attention, it was just random stuff that was all in the house. Like,
It's a good thing's house.
he usually cleans when he knows we're showing up, so, like, there'd be dog mess and stuff like that. So he doesn't clean when we come down.
But it would be really safe and not job. And we also discussed that his ex was doing the Italian tonight. And that last night, the night that he would wear, as I was already, he said to you that he threw away.
Yeah. We kind of made a joke of it, 2 points, do it to the judge type thing.
So, and you call, it's Andrea, correct?
Yeah, Andrea.
You call her twice, but you're not sure if you're married or not.
No, I know they weren't married, but yeah, it was just.
Well, this is something that the girls back. Yeah.
I know, like I said, they were together for a few years. Since 2018, I'm saying, so they were together.
She moved around, Arizona, Utah.
I think he's at Oregon one time. I think so. He says she does this like off the grid type of living. So. Get that, yeah. Because it was kind of awkward talking to.
The last time you spoke to him, as well as his mother last night, just before you left, so we're cleaning up like our albums here. So you mentioned putting a pina colada and a Jameson bottle in the fridge and his mom for my mistake.
Right, we were just like randomly cleaning up the different things. Smoking in the garage.
Marijuana, cigarettes.
Marijuana. He smokes the cigarettes in the backyard usually, and the marijuana in the garage. I'm not sure why the difference, but.
So we left this is the one that we around
In the garage. And then I just went out the front door.
Detective, is the defendant saying that when she left, Jonathan was up and moving in the garage?
Yes.
No, I went and picked up my daughter's prescription first. Yeah, because I wanted to make sure we had it for her first day of school.
Yeah, he was only in boxers when I left, because usually when I leave, he walks me out and everything. But since he wasn't really dressed. How would you rate his level of intoxication when you arrived last night? It's on a 10 scale, a 10 being the most vicious you've ever seen it, 0 being none. No, I think he was buzzed, but I couldn't say he was way over the top now. So maybe there was some part of this. Like, I've seen him much worse. So he was washing. But I know he was still drinking, so I don't know how much he drank after. Anytime he was walking, sleeping or something. I told her that I told him to go to sleep, but that was like when he was done, she was like, sleep it off. Well, I think when she was done cleaning, she just, because we had finished talking, she went upstairs. You mentioned that while he's over and he shut it off before, so the dogs are dead. And I gave that up last night. Yes. So you left. Do you remember if the dog door was still down? I know the dogs were outside. I don't know if the dog door was still down because they only got that little flap. They were outside when I left.
Just, it's not that Devyn here. So it's kind of just an odd dynamic, you know, that you guys have. So it was basically kind of cute, you know, when we're talking to Yoko. Doesn't sound like she knows.
She doesn't know that we are married like that. She just thinks that it's really her. Because we don't really want everybody kind of in our business, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I get that. Just like I was saying, I talked to Yoko and I talked to you, it was like, that we didn't realize that you and Devyn here were married. Or, like, you guys been married for 2 years, you said.
Almost 2 years, but Yoko doesn't know that.
But are you guys, without a Devyn here, it's kind of like, it sounds like you guys are married or not because you guys like love each other.
No, it's convenience. Like, I have a lot of medical issues that he's been taking care of me and the girls.
Like, so what was your reason for getting married to Devyn?
Because legally, as my spouse, he has more rights and access to things than someone just as a grandma.
So like you have prescriptions?
He can do anything as my spouse. He actually, I had to go into the hospital in an ambulance and he was the one that took care of all of that.
Okay, so are you guys like intimate together? No. Does he sit in your room?
Sometimes, like I'll fall asleep when we watch TV, but he usually sits on the couch.
And right there, so you guys aren't really, when you say married, you're not like, you're not dating, and you're not doing stuff together, you're not intimate together, things like that.
No, and that's why John was okay. Because John knew, and that's why he was kind of okay with everything and being able to move in.
Gotcha. And then, but he's gonna have to move out, or he was gonna have to move out?
Debbie was not happy about it, and
Like, I can see that from.
And the idea was, John was not supposed to be moving in, but because of the situation going on with his mom and Andrea, he didn't really have anywhere to go. So that's why he was doing this. And I was not expecting him to do that this fast. We talked about him piecemealing and slowly moving things, and it went from a slow thing to everything got moved in one day. And he kind of cut Debbie here.
That's right.
Very quickly.
So that's why. So when you were talking about it earlier, saying yeah, he wasn't good with it, but he understood. Like, when we're trying to figure out the dynamic of everybody. Like when you say you two are married, I'm thinking, yeah, you guys are in love, and you guys know everything. You guys are one happy family over here, and now you're bringing in your ex.
That's why we don't tell anybody we're married, because you automatically assume the word marriage, this is what you have.
Yeah.
But a lot of people get married for.
No, I get it. I totally understand it.
And if you see my medical records, you will definitely understand.
And it's hard to hear that the issue and stuff. So
When you called me, I was actually on my way to the EEG.
yeah.
I had to switch the schedule.
You said you went and picked up your daughter's prescription on Thursday?
This morning.
Or after you left the house, right? Well, which place did you go to?
At CVS on Cheyenne. Seagull. I have the receipt if you need it.
It was Cheyenne, right?
Seagull. Soaring bowls.
Sargos. And then after that, you just come straight home here?
Yes.
And you don't remember what time you left?
No, sir, because I left and I went straight. I went and came here, so my receipt will say what time it was. Say what time it was.
Okay, so you checked just the time. Just get like a time frame. It's like when you left the other house. So I know you said you weren't sure exactly when you left. And then you were telling Texas Skinner that he was just in boxer shorts when you left?
Yes, sir.
And that was inside the garage?
Yes, sir.
And he left kind of slightly open because he was kind of airing that out?
Yes, sir, because I had popped his bag and he had his boxers on, and we were on the main floor, and I popped his bag on. So I know he had boxers on.
Oh, that was before?
He went out, so.
And then was he in the garage when Yoko came out?
Yes, sir.
Because Yoko thought that he was sleeping in the...
No, sir, he was in the garage.
He was in the garage at that time?
Because I told him to take a nap, or not take a nap, but just sleep it off. So.
Because he was drinking and smoking. So he was in the garage when Yoko came down, and then he told Yoko what the plans were for today as far as like taking the kids and stuff like that. And then she went upstairs.
Yes, sir.
And then what happened after that?
I took like 2 more things off to my car, and then I left.
But you were inside the garage with him though?
Briefly before I left. What's on your face?
Whose phone is that?
What was it?
Oh.
Like it, sir?
Yeah, we'll on to that then.
Thank you. Thank you. They're talking to me, and you guys are being nosy in there. Please be careful. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Hey.
I know. So that should help you.
That's his phone. So that's his phone. You're sure?
May I touch it?
No.
No.
Let's see. That's almost screensaver. You know his code by chance?
There's no book.
No code.
Just so I can.
Alright, is that typical thing he just leaves his stuff in?
Yeah, he just lost his wallet a couple of days ago. Actually, yesterday.
He lost his wallet?
Yeah, he called me, do you know where my wallet is? And he sent a picture of it after he found it. So, yes, that is very
typical. Okay, so you said you went, before you left, you went in the garage, briefly spoke with them, and then you went out the front door. And then when you left, was the garage still halfway open?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then after that, you went to the CVS on Cheyenne, and then from there, you came tripping.
Yes, sir.
And was anybody awake? No?
No, sir. The girls were passed out, so it's okay.
That's it. Is there anything else? That's fair. So it is 322, and that's gonna.
Detective, when the girls approached with that phone, did you observe anything of note on it?
Yes.
What?
There appeared to be, to me, apparent blood, and it was smeared on the screen.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the screen and see if there were any notifications present?
Yes, I did.
Were there?
There were none.
If you receive texts or calls on your phone, your notifications show up.
Correct.
And that's kind of a common thing.
Yes.
So it appeared to you that there was no incoming activity to that phone if it's just sitting there all day.
Agree.
After that interview was conducted, did you and other detectives authorize a search warrant for the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes.
And then were you part of the search of the Porcupine Rim address?
I did enter in and assist at that point.
Okay. And ultimately, did you exit interview with the defendant?
Yes.
While you were interviewing the defendant the third time, or I guess the second time for you, but the third interview, were you getting updates live from other detectives in the home as they found certain items?
I was, yes.
And I'd move for the admission of 620.
Any objection, 620?
No objection.
620 over your minute?
And I am going to play it, but before I get yelled at by the judge, I'm going to say we have to end at 3, so we might have to stop halfway through or partway through.
Sure.
Before you start to play the statement, Council Burge.
2023 at approximately 19:55 hours at night. Detective was out with Henderson PD, badge number 1531. Detective Skinner, with Henderson PD, badge number 2233, and we're competing again with Devyn Michaels. So, and just so you know, like, you know your rights, okay? I said you're not under arrest, but I have to read your rights because we've been here for so long, okay? So, and if you want to speak with us, I gotta make sure that you understand your rights. Like I said, you're not under arrest, but I still have to repeat your rights because you are being detained, and we've been not with you for quite some time, right? So you have the right to sign, you have that right, and you say can be used in court law. You have the right to speak to an attorney for answering questions, and attorney present while you answer your questions. You have a foreign attorney will be provided no cost to you. You decide to answer questions now, you may stop anytime and speak with an attorney before question continues. You decide to stop answering questions once you have done, all questions stop. So you understand your rights? So like I said, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's basically because we've been talking to you for so long today, and now we're doing a search warrant. You are being detained, but you're not under arrest, like I said. You're not under arrest, right? And I know this is all kind of going to switch off. Everything that's been going on, like I was saying before, we have to make sure that we rule out every possibility, okay? And like with his phone right there, do you know how his phone got there?
Well, it's by the cigarette butt, so it looks like he was smoking and he put his phone down. You didn't see the cigarette butt there?
No.
There's
Is it a cigarette butt over there?
Yes, sir. And sure, if you touch it, it'll be,
And he smokes cigarettes?
yes, sir, chain smoker.
Okay. When he was moving stuff, did he like cut his hands or anything?
Yes, sir.
Which hand do you remember?
I'm not sure, but he said on the table that has like the multiple parts to it, one of the parts came down, he said that, like it took a chunk on his hand.
Like actual, did you see him bleeding at all?
No, he told me about it.
Did he have like any bandages on him after he told you?
And he just told me that it slammed down.
When did he tell you that?
When we were moving into the thing, he said that it came down on his hand and it took a chunk.
When did you move into the thing?
When we were moving in the table, he said that the table had snapped down on his hand.
Okay.
And
inside this garage right here?
yeah, he told me in the garage.
And which table inside the garage was it?
There's a white one that has multiple parts to it.
You know where it's at inside the garage?
And it's sitting right there.
Well, and then like when I go back in, I look at it.
It's the white table is like before you hit the before you get to the basement, there's a white table with multiple sections to it.
So, well, your reactions are starting to elevate and be different.
I don't need to do that, but I'm getting scared.
Okay, and what are you scared about?
Because you're asking me, did he hurt himself? And I'm going by what he told me. He said that when he was moving the table, because he loaded the truck by himself.
Okay. And so, well, I guess what is worrying you right now? You're saying, I mean, you already told us
It's worrying me, but I feel like,
things are pointing in your direction like you were saying earlier.
and like I said, I didn't load the truck. He loaded everything himself, and the lighter things I unloaded. If I have the camera system, you can see that he did it.
Did you guys already, what do you mean? So the camera that you took down, it was up before you guys left? That was like one last thing you took down?
Yes, sir.
Where's that camera?
It's in the garage. I've shown it to him.
Okay. And it's like the DVR and everything's in there?
I think so. He said it records.
Okay, and then that was recording you guys packing up right before
I
you
did
left?
not pack anything. He packed anything, so.
But that was what you guys packed. Was that the last thing you guys packed before you left? Come back here.
I didn't pack anything. He packed everything, but when I got back, he just tightened everything down and we left.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left here, I went back to Henderson, got in his truck, and then we drove back here.
And so when you drove there, everything was already packed?
Yes, sir, everything.
And then what time was that, do you think?
It was around 8:20, 8:30, and then we got here, I think it's at 9:01 on his.
Okay, and then after you unloaded everything here,
We got back
you
in
drove
his
back
truck.
over there?
Yes, sir, in his truck.
Nah, did you leave your vehicle over there?
Yes, sir.
Nah, why didn't you guys just pull that back?
Because he wanted to take his vehicle because of the trailer. He uses it for,
But like, why didn't you just drive your car and he drove his car?
Because he said he wanted to drive one car. I sat in the passenger side of his truck.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I didn't know what was the reason for, like, because you were planning on coming back here at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
So I was trying to figure out why. Like,
I offered and he said.
You guys just drive
Yes, sir.
back and forth.
And then we went to the gas station and he put more gas in his car. And you could see us at the gas station.
No, which gas station?
The Arco, we went to the Arco twice that day
Which one's that?
on Windmill and Eastern.
Okay. You went to Arco, Windmill, and Eastern after you guys left to get here?
Yes, sir.
So it's might be between like 8 and 9 o'clock.
Oh, definitely. It was like beginning like at 8:20 when we were leaving to head back here. And that's when I told you the Mountain Dew that he left was still on the gas pump from earlier that day. And I went over there and I showed him your drink is still sitting here.
And where was that at?
He left it on the gas pump the first time we were there.
Oh, okay.
You were asking does he forget things a lot? Yeah.
He forgot his soda at that time. Okay. So we went back and looked at the video at Burlington. Do you remember anything else while you were there at Burlington? Like you said that you took today into the bathroom. Was there any time that you took both girls and you guys both split up?
I had, after we came out of the bathroom, Tamia with me, and then John kind of was walking around by himself. I think he went to the shoes.
Was that at the very, when you get there, I guess, when you guys arrived at Burlington, at what point do you guys break out to take her to the bathroom?
Immediately, like almost immediately. She was asking about the bathroom when we first walked in.
Okay, did you guys talk to anybody when you first walked in?
Just the security guy at the front, and he said it's towards the back, and me and Tamia was walking back there.
Okay, that's when you split.
Yes.
And then after you guys left, that's when she's saying that Jonathan and Tamaya were walking around,
Yes, sir.
and they were contacted by somebody at that
Yes,
point.
sir. I did not see that person.
Okay. So the video at Burlington shows, or at least what my partner was saying when he was there, when you guys get there, you talk to the security guard, but then you and Janaea and Tamaya basically split up from Jonathan at that point.
Tamia didn't go with us into the bathroom. I know that for a fact. It was just me and Janaea.
Did she follow you while you guys were going that way? Even though she didn't go into the bathroom?
I don't think so. I don't think she came with us that way.
Okay. As like I said, my partner he was at the Burlington factory, looked at the video, and that's what he saw. So when you guys get there, you talked to the security guy, and then you and your two daughters walk,
Okay.
and then Jonathan walks away from you guys.
I know when we came out of the bathroom, she was definitely with me because we were looking at all the little knickknacks back towards the back of the store.
Okay, was she waiting for you right there?
I do remember when we came out, she was right there.
Right by the bathroom entrance? Or,
No, by the gate. She didn't go into the bathroom. There was like a gate blocking it off.
oh, okay. Was Jonathan anywhere around there? And when you talked to Maya, how sure was she about what she said to you about the guy coming up to her? I guess how did that come up?
It was a matter of fact, oh, well, there was a guy that said something, and I'm not sure the exact words, but she brought it up.
Like how did she bring it up?
There was a guy at the store that said, I'm coming after you, or I'm gonna get you. And she said that in front of me and her grandmother, so I was like, we were gonna tell you.
And so she just volunteered that information. Do you know, I guess, does she have any reason why she would tell you that?
I guess that's what she saw or heard.
Okay. And then after you guys split up after going to all the stores and you take the kids back here to eat, and then he goes back to the house to eat back in the house.
No, we left Bonds. We took all the groceries out of his truck, put them into my truck, and then he went in to eat, and then we drove. So we went back to his house after Bonds to switch cars.
And was your girls with you that time?
Yes, sir.
And then when you switch cars, what happened after that?
I drove back here.
And he stayed there?
To load everything.
And then you dropped the kids back off here?
I left him here, and I drove back there to bring the truck down to help him unload it.
Okay. Carrie, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Okay, so at this point, I have to ask you like I asked before. Do you know what happened to Jonathan? Okay. Well, the way how everything's investigation is going right now, yeah, it's not a normal, I guess, not a normal type of investigation, right? So that's why we have to go at the different avenues of this, make sure that we investigate every side to this case. Okay, so that's why we're doing this report here at this point. Okay, so so I'm asking you, that, like right now would be the time, if you know anything about what happened or you're involved in any way, now would be the time to tell me. Okay, so we're not going around chasing, doing other stuff. Like if you knew someone that possibly did this and you're trying to protect them, or you knew something happened and you're not telling us, now is the time that we need to know that.
My last thing I did was John. I was pumping his back, and then he went to smoke. And while he was smoking, I was talking to Yoko. And that was pretty much it. And then I finished looking. He told me which ones he wanted me to take. And then that was it.
Say that again, you finished looking with something?
No, he told me like the kids' Wii controllers. There's like little things that were light enough for me to take, and he was gonna load up the bicycles and bring them down, because he was supposed to come down first thing in the morning for us to take the girls to school.
Okay. And when you guys were running around yesterday, what was, I always mispronounce his name. Devyn. What was he doing? Devyn.
He was here.
Did he work yesterday?
Sunday, no.
He was on Sundays. And was he home pretty much the whole day yesterday? Like when you came back here and had the kids, was he here at that time too?
Yes, sir. And then when we got home, he started cooking dinner.
Do you know when the last time him and his dad talked?
It's been a minute. They don't talk. John doesn't really talk to the majority of the people of the family. He needs to be his dad and everything like that.
Okay. And then
I'm sorry, sir. I'm
you want to share that? Oh.
Jason.
You can shut the interview. Whose idea was it for him to move here?
His. He wanted to come here to be a family and have me and him under one roof with the girls.
Okay, and then was that up for discussion, or he just said, I want to move with you, and then that was like a done deal?
No, I wouldn't say it was a done deal. It was a lot of back and forth with it. Like, we've been talking about it for months.
And did did Devyn know that he was coming?
Not yesterday, no. Absolutely not.
And I mean, did he know that? Did Devyn know that John was moving in?
Devyn knew that John and I had talked about it. Devyn did not like the idea, but I did not know John was bringing all that stuff.
Yeah, gotcha.
We were supposed to just be moving like the girls' things, the bunk beds. I had packed up like all their old clothes, you know, like bags and bags of clothes I had packed up for them.
Okay. And what did Devyn and Jonathan talk about yesterday?
They didn't talk yesterday. Devyn opened the door, saw that we were loading into the garage, and that was it. And then,
Oh, they never actually spoke to each other?
no, sir.
Okay.
And then,
Devyn sounded like he might have talked to him.
no, sir.
So
When,
you saw him, went back inside, and that was it.
yeah. I think he just opened the door because he heard noises. And just, I mean, I can't speculate, but he was just opening the door and close it, I think. And then when I left, I just let him know I was leaving, and that was it.
Would Devyn have any reason to want to hurt Jonathan?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't think so?
No, sir. I mean, they didn't get along perfectly, but no.
Anything like in the past that they've gotten to fight or anything like
We've
that?
had arguments, but nothing ridiculous, so.
Okay. Do you think Devyn would have anything to do with it? Or no? Why do you smile and say that? Shake your head.
He's one of those types that things don't bother him. Like, you can be angry and everything like that, and he's always very calm and mellow.
And how upset was Jonathan when he found out that you and Devyn got married?
Oh, he was furious at first, but once he started realizing, like, with all the medical things and everything like that, John and I, we started talking again. We hang out. We actually go to birthday parties and like the 4th of July, we get all the fireworks with the girls. Like, we actually were building our connection again so we could have more time with our family.
And that's something that you wanted to happen also?
Yes, sir.
And then, because like, the reason I ask these questions is, as far as like him being the one that said he was moving here, is when you guys make him sounds like he's very pushy and kind of wants to get his way with stuff.
Yeah,
Right?
he definitely can be that way.
Like, was this something that he forced upon you? Like, hey, I'm moving back in.
It wasn't that he was forcing upon it, but I know he was having issues with Yoko, and she was trying to get him out of her house. Like the night, last night, she was telling me she still had to pay her rent money. He owed her $200. She was saying, see if I could get his EBT card, so she could at least take the money off of that. So I know she was pretty.
Upset at him for not being able to pay her back.
She said it had been years since he had paid rent. So, and I sat there and helped them talk to the car company to kind of get their payments back on track because he was falling back behind with that. His phone was constantly being turned off for non-payment and things.
Do you think that, did he have any issues with Yoshida?
He said that they were basically using his EBT to live like a lifestyle. Like they would go and get the fancy food and everything and kind of use all the money and he didn't have it on the card.
That Yoshida and Yoko did that?
Yes.
How upset did that make Jonathan?
So they argued daily.
Do you think that Yoshida or Yoko would have anything to do to hurt him?
I don't see them being capable of hurting him. Like I know they argue, but I don't see them being aggressive people. Like I know Andrea had pulled a knife on him.
But how long ago was that?
Last year, I
It
think.
was last year.
From what I was told. I just know that he was trying to get out of that house as quickly as he could. And it was supposed to have been like a piecemeal type thing. And it went from gradually to everything now.
Okay.
When I first met John, they didn't talk at all. And then they started talking briefly, and then they stopped talking again. Same thing with the dad, John. We talked to him briefly, but he didn't get along with the wife, so he said he couldn't talk to him at all. Like, I've never even met JC the whole time we were together. He showed up to the house one time to pick up that air when he first moved out here, and that was it. And JC lives around Cheyenne today, so not that far. But he's never reached out to us or anything like that.
So I know that your marriage with Devyn is on paper, but I noticed that you guys wear rings.
Oh, yeah, about this.
I know, but he wears rings too. So it's on paper, why are you guys doing the rings and stuff? And you got your ex moving in.
I like the ring. I don't know. Rings aren't really significant. It was just part of the little ceremony that we do.
Rings are very significant in marriage. They're a symbol of a connection to another person.
We definitely have a connection. He's like my best friend. And he'll tell others I'm definitely his best friend. I've tried to help him. Like, he's gone through a lot. And so have I. And he actually saved my life, so I'm very grateful for him.
It's just, you understand how it looks, right? So I completely understand when you need a medical power of attorney and sense to the spouse. But to take it the next step and actually wear rings to show your connection to the world it is a romantic connection. It's showing that you're married to someone and that you have a respectful relationship with someone in marriage.
We have a different, I would say, respectful relationship. But at the same time, John was like accepting of ours, so that's why he was doing that. At first, but that was like only like a couple of weeks, and then the more him and I talked, he was okay. And once you go back and look at the text messages, you'll see like.
Okay, I wasn't sure what that relationship was, and if this other stuff came out.
No, but he found out about it because of that, and of course he was like, pretty furious. But that was in October, and by November we were already on decent terms, and I was going over to the house to see the girls and everything like that.
Did the caseworker talk to you about your family dynamic?
Yeah.
So you got brought up?
Of course.
Okay.
But yeah, John and I had already started working towards things back last November.
And then, I know after you left the house last night, you went to CVS, got her medication, and then did you try to contact John after you got home and into this morning?
Early this morning I did.
And that's when he wasn't answering, you were trying to figure out the school stuff, right?
Right. Because he said everything was loaded up, and then when I got up to start packing everything, I couldn't find anything of it.
Okay, oh, that's like the school supplies, correct? Okay. So you're obviously contacting him. Now, how do you know that he does not have a pin code on his phone?
because I've used his phone when we couldn't get into work, because for a long time, when I would call him, it would go straight to voicemail.
Okay.
So I know his phone.
Okay, so you've been on his phone in the past. So one of the things that we noticed when we were walking up, we noticed the phone on the driveway. And then obviously went in and talked to you, we talked to your daughter, talked out here, the girls brought it over. When we looked at the phone, there were notification messages to show that there was a missed call and missed text. So I'm asking a direct question. Did you know that phone was there and did you look at it and then just forget about it or something?
No, there should have been, because on my phone, it shows,
Missed call, missed or notification?
well, it shows delivered but not read. So it's showing that he's got them and he's not opening them up
Okay.
on my phone. So I don't know about no notifications on his side. Mine's showing me this there. I don't know how
Does
his,
his show a red? Like, does he have the
I don't know. I know on mine, once he reads it, yes, it will say,
Okay. So on his phone, it should show red, if you looked at his messages.
yes, just like Yoko says.
And back and forth. Okay. Okay. And then he never said anything last night on that other stuff, so.
We didn't talk about his phone, no. The only thing he asked me about was his wallet that morning. And you can look at it and it says, where's my wallet? And then I called him and I told him where I remember seeing it. And then like a little while later, he sends me a picture saying, I got my wallet.
Sorry, can you jump up? What kind of wallet do you have?
A little skirt thingy.
Is it like a bifold wallet or?
It looks like it's about this, but a skirt wallet.
Okay, and does it, is there anything else in the house right now that belongs to him? Anything, like, you said he found his wallet? And he found it where?
It was on the table, but he had cleared off the table, so all the stuff he had moved, I've been other places.
And then he had lost his wallet yesterday?
Yesterday morning.
And he was looking around for it. Did he, do you know where he put his wallet after that? Like, did he have it with
He
him?
shopped all day. He used it all day.
Is there anything else that belongs to him, other than the stuff that he brought over? Does he have any other belongings, like clothes
Yeah,
or
there's a ton of stuff here now.
all of the stuff's here?
Yeah.
'Cause we couldn't, because his wallet wasn't at the house, Palladura. Do you know where it would be right now?
Listen,
And then does he carry, I know some people carry like their social security card, medical cards?
he gave me a social security card. He told me to hold on to it because it's very important. So that was in my purse, I believe I had it
When did he get that to you?
yesterday.
Okay,
It's in a black plastic folding thing.
okay.
He said it was very important for me to put it someplace else.
So we just sent a picture from inside. There's a picture of his wallet with his ID that was in one of the drawers in your bedroom.
Okay, one of his old ones, because I have a lot of his old ones.
Oh, he had like an old, what did they look like?
I don't know, I think I have all of his old driver's license, and he had all of his old stuff.
Okay, and then a whole wallet with the driver's license? How many do you think you have?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets or
Yeah, we have the old one of Devy's as well.
in separate wallets? Or-
No, just in separate places.
Okay, where was those other ones? Like the ones for Jonathan? Where did you keep those at?
In one drawer, and Devy's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in, like, my drawer with, like, some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in like a nightstand for, on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, I have them on my phone, too.
Oh, did he? And why does he give you those, or why do you have one?
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that. Like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you can see at the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code, and then he gave me the other one.
What's that? Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
I
That's
mean,
why
you
we're
can see
asking.
at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something. Like his,
And that's the EBT card?
yes, sir. It is at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The Argo?
No, and not the Arco. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped. And I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Which, you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it, it's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know, I have it like.
It's just like the Pecos and Windows, it's like right there, you can.
Nicholas went over Burger King.
There's a gas station right there, he was talking about the man that works there, he parks
Like
right.
on the corner.
He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time do you think that was at?
That was after we unloaded everything, we went right there, and I got a Monster drink, and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left,
When we got back to his side of town.
so coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So like, so after the after that, and that's when he gave you his key card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me, and he walks out the door.
So that's right, that's near his place. You said Pecos and Window? The Burger King?
Yes, sir. Like, he kept.
It's well, because there's in two gas stations. There's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Charles Horse.
Okay, so there's Starbucks there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure that one, but.
It was next to the Burger King.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please check the security, you can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to them and keep them safe, and that's what I was doing. That was a social security card, but not his driver's license. I've always had his driver's license, he's The always. problem I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current, it's not. But he just gave it to me. I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He
why
has
I
another
asked
one.
you said that he gave you an old one he had in the drawer. Well, no, he's given me old ones before, I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house, there's more than one. Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his newest one. Okay. It's weird that you have his latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in a drawer. Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe, this should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right? Okay, do you understand that? I understand, but I also have social security, I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder, it's like I'm doing things that help, and it's not helping me. I got it.
But yeah, is that just being able to explain some of the stuff? That's all we need.
I'm trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid, and. Especially driver's license, that doesn't mean to really be kept safe. No, social security card or birth certificate, I completely understand, especially if somebody is transitioning in their life and are wanting to find a new place to live, you want your work. But I don't know what else was in it, it was just a lot of things. Okay. But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you. No, it was a lot of things, like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black what are those called? But not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like, you saw him pull it out to yeah. So he had his, so when we find his wallet, it's gonna have his driver's license and his cards. Okay. I just don't know why someone gave a driver's license to someone. But not, yeah, when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like he's like, hold on to this. And yeah, but you guys don't have a relationship right now. We actually were. So you're closer than we thought? Yes. I went. He asked me to marry him yesterday.
And just so we know what time this is, I apologize, you guys, I do have to do something, I have to end today at 3 o'clock. What time are we stopping here?
36 minutes and 55 seconds into the interview.
Okay, so we will pick that up on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our weekend recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rebroadcast this news or media accounts contrary about the case. You must not do any research such as social media or using the internet or using reference here. You must not make any investigations, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or any other way investigate the line of case on your own. You must have more requested opinion regarding this case, so it's fine submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be at recess on Monday morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury.
Right, y'all. I'm trying to get my screen right so I can fucking the next file, but it's not working. Let's switch over on the phone. I guess I just have to keep the thing that.
We'll see you back here Monday morning at 9 a.m. Okay?
Not redacted, and we both thought it was redacted. Our person missed it, so we can have a discussion about that. I get what they're saying. We'll
No,
talk.
I think that it's one fair because at this point, I think that's it.
Objections. All right, this is the.
On August 7th of 2023, the defendant, Devyn Michaels, brutally murdered.
Leave this shit. Hold on, y'all. Okay, here we go. I'm about to say, I don't know what the hell. I know that John ain't on no Al. What the fuck is this? How did I get there? I didn't put that on there. No.
On August 7th of 2023, the defendant, Devyn Michaels.
What is, okay, law and trial. Let's went back to opening statements. I don't know why my playlist didn't play. Hold on. We got to find the right trial.
This chick ain't guilty yet.
But the Japanese folks took me out. I'm like, God damn. But I do like this judge though, cause she be rolling. She ain't with all them breaks and shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to skip this one back. Well, they're on a break, which they don't have many. But let me start from the beginning and see where they pick up. Come on. Oh, well, I went too far on that one. See, I can't. The red ball ain't acting right. Take your ass back. Okay, let's see here. I don't want to chat.
All right, the jury.
Oh, that came straight in today. Day 4, we're current. They on break. We'll see how long it takes us to catch up. Yeah, I think that's been going about 3 hours. Whatever channel you're watching it on.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
Hit the light. Hit the light.
We're going to go back to the record and see. 377-239, David versus Devyn. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the weekend. We are going to resume the testimony of the detective. And I just have you set up these sworn against the weekend.
You solemnly swear or affirm this money that your possession shall be true, the whole truth, and the best truth.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am. Friday, we were short on time, so we rushed through a bit of things, and I want to review a couple things with you, okay? So you had previously indicated that you arrived at the scene with Dennis Ozawa, is that correct? When you arrived on scene, did you interview anyone at Paladura?
We did.
Who did you interview at Paladura? Okay. In addition, did you speak with the children there, or was that over at the Porcupine Rim scene? Okay, so let's move forward to the Porcupine Rim scene. When you arrive at that scene, what do you observe?
When Detective Ozawa and I arrived on scene, we observed Devyn Michaels going between the house and her vehicle, which is the Nissan Armada, and then I believe there was one child kind of playing around.
Okay. Did you notice anything at the Porcupine Rim scene as you arrived other than Devyn Michaels?
I did. As we walked up the driveway of the residence, kind of off to the side, which would be near the opening of the garage door, there was a black cell phone.
Okay. And when you say off to the side, do you mean actually on the driveway?
It was on the driveway.
And which side of the Nissan Armada was it?
It would be to the left.
Okay, so the driver's side.
Correct.
Okay. When you observed the cell phone on the driveway, on the driver's side of the Armada, do you immediately go grab it, or what are you thinking at that time?
No, at that point, we made note of it. That is something that we're going to want to include in our search warrant. So at that time, we're leaving that so that we can collect it in a way that we can have it forensically analyzed later.
Okay. And I would presume at that point, when you see it from a distance, you don't realize there's blood on it.
Correct.
But you're noting it, you're not telling the defendant about it, you're just, okay, that's noted, and you move on.
Yes.
And you indicated previously that you had an opportunity to speak with the girls, the young girls, is that right?
Yes.
And they indicated to you that the Devyn had been home with them last night.
That's correct.
We went through the first interview in the beginning of your testimony, you recall that?
Yes.
And also, I called it the first interview. This is actually the second interview conducted by detectives, but the first that you were involved.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, but how were you approaching this second interview when you first go in? What's your mindset?
Sure. So whenever we're contacting someone for the first time, we try to use a free format. We will ask them questions and allow them to give us a narrative in their own words. They're explaining the situation, the story, all of the things that they want organically just tell us. And then we may ask a couple follow-up clarifying questions and sometimes repeat back to them what they told us so that we can feel comfortable that we understand what they're trying to tell us.
And you are aware that there was an interview conducted with the defendant prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And this second interview, your first,
yes,
was that investigative type, open-ended, like, hey, give us any information you deem relevant kind of thing?
Correct.
And just to briefly summarize, there was some discussion about, in that second interview, your first, the day before, shopping for school supplies. The defendant acknowledged she had been with the victim, and then she said he was alive and well in the garage when she left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this first interview you're involved in, we heard a little girl's voice approach. Is that correct?
It is.
Describe that, what happened, and what that meant to you.
So while we were interviewing Ms. Michaels, we are engaged in our conversation. To be honest with you, I'm not sure which of the daughters, the names I still get mixed up. She had approached the window and she has the cell phone that we believe is the one we previously saw on the driveway. And she says, "Mommy, here's Daddy's cell phone. That's why he didn't answer." There was a physical reaction from this, from Devyn, and she takes the phone, she hands it to us, and she made a comment, "This should help you." And then that's pretty much changed the tone a little bit to casual conversations, so then it became a little bit more flustered.
Okay. And is it at that point where you noticed the blood on the phone?
Correct.
And I would imagine that's important for an investigator.
Very much so.
You, I believe, previously indicated that after that first interview, a search warrant is authored and conducted on the home and the vehicles outside the home at Porcupine Rim. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of that, we know the wallet with the current ID is found. It's tied in several bags in the defendant's underwear drawer, and it's kind of tucked away. Is that right?
Yes.
And then within that same bag is the truck keys.
Yes.
The social security card was found, but that was in her purse, not hidden away with other stuff.
Right.
We were about halfway through that second interview when we had a break on Friday. And so just describe for us how you're approaching this second interview differently, knowing what you know about the blood on the phone and the items found in the home.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the first interview is going to be more of a format that allows the subject to give us their narrative, their truth, what they want to tell us. The second interview, we've now discovered some evidence inside the home. There are some things that we need to confront her with. So the tempo of the interview, the tone changes. It becomes a little bit more direct. Okay, you said that this happened, but now we have this. For instance, the wallet. We didn't know about the wallet. That wasn't brought up in the first interview. So now we are going to be targeting her, asking direct questions, and it can be accusatory in nature.
Okay. And so we left off at 36:55, but just because we were really cutting it close, I want to start back at about 30 minutes of that interview and then resume. I may pause it a couple of times and ask you some questions, okay? May I, Judge?
The matters which is in this is
620, Your Honor.
I don't know, like I have all his whole driver's license, I had all his old stuff.
Okay, and then all of the driver's license? How many do you think you have in there?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets or
Yeah, we have a old one of Devy's as well.
in separate wallets?
No, just in separate places.
Okay, where was those other ones? Like the ones for Jonathan? Where did you keep those at?
The one drawer in Devy's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in a nightstand on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Okay. Why does he give you those, or why is he? Why do you guys thought you had them?
I don't know how it sounds, but he literally said, "Hold on to this because it's important." He literally said that. Like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you can see at the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, "This is the code," and then he gave me the other one.
What's that?
I said, "This doesn't look good."
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
I mean, you can see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, "Hold on to this in case you need something." Like this.
And that's the EBT card?
Yes, sir. And it's at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The hard code?
No, and not the hard code. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped, and I think, yeah, he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know,
It's like the Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can
Pecos Windmill, Burger King.
There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks right
like on the corner.
He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time did you get that?
That was
after we unloaded everything, we went right there and I got a Monster drink and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left,
When we got back to his side of town.
so coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So like, so after you got that phone. And that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me and he walks out the door.
So that's right, that's near his place. You said Pecos and Window? Burger King?
Yes, sir. Like,
So detective, we're now talking about kind of the social security card, the wallet, there's an EBT card that's referenced, is that correct?
Yes.
Before we move on, I want to ask you about an exchange that was a bit earlier in the interview, but would be duplicative for me to play again. Earlier on in the interview, you had confronted the defendant about the bloody phone, correct?
Yes.
And what was her general response with regard to that?
As far as the acknowledgement of the phone?
Yes.
She was surprised about the phone being at the residence, and it really threw her off when her daughter handed her the phone, and it changed the tone of our interview.
And she claims she was surprised. You're not saying she actually was?
No,
Okay.
she appeared to be very surprised.
Okay. And you had asked, and I'm simplifying, you had asked something to the effect of, well, how does blood end up on the phone? Does he hurt himself or something like that? You remember that? Describe that exchange.
So once we have the phone in our possession, we do note, and also her child noted that there was apparent blood on the phone. That's a great concern, and of course, we're going to address that at the time. Began asking Devyn some questions related to that. She mentioned that he had injured his hand, and I believe she specifically said he took a chunk, and he being Jonathan, out of his hand. Then went into great detail, which stood out to me because the entire interview, there hadn't been any detail on anything. It was very generalities. There wasn't a lot of, it was like, I don't remember. But in this case, she went into extreme great detail about the table, how it folded, where it was in the garage, how he had hurt himself.
And to be fair to the defendant, I believe she said, John told me that he hurt himself. I didn't see it, but she knew it, or claimed she knew what he hurt himself on and that it was a very large injury.
Correct. And in addition to that, she did not see any blood or injuries on John's hands.
And detective, you have reviewed the autopsy photos in this case?
Yes, I have.
Were there any bleeding injuries to the victim's body other than his decapitation?
No.
We're going to resume the interview now.
he kept,
There's two gas stations. There's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Chevron Brothers.
Okay, so it's over there, and then across County Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure the other one, but.
It was next to the Burger King. Okay.
Yeah, please check the security. You can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to them to keep them safe. And that's what I was doing.
That was the social security card for the driver's license.
I've always had a driver's license. He's
So
always.
what's not have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is occurring. It's not.
But he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He has
why
another one.
he said that he gave you an old one, he had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, it's gonna be his newest one.
Okay.
And it's weird that you have his latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in the drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. This should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay, do you understand that?
I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help, and it's not helping me. I got it.
Yeah, is that just being able to explain some of the stuff? That's all we need.
I'm trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid. And
Especially driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. I mean, social security card, birth certificate, I completely understand, especially if somebody is in transition in their life and they're wanting to find a new place to live, one year, 4 years.
but I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
Okay. But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things. Like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black box. What are those called?
But not his wallet. You know what his wallet is, like, you saw him pull it out, for
Yeah.
instance. So he had his.
So detective, you're now confronting the defendant with regard to the wallet and all that was found in the plastic bags.
Correct.
Those were sealed when they were found, correct?
They were.
So let's step back a moment to the phone because they kind of tie together. She is not telling you that the phone is part of this chunk of items that John allegedly gave her in this bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the victim's phone, did you ultimately learn that was in fact his blood and DNA, the victim's, on that phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately learn from other sources, not the defendant, but other sources, when John's phone was last at his home and when it left?
Yes, so one of my partners had authored a search warrant for Google. We had also done some called data records as well, but the Google itself came in quite a bit later. So this is something that we found out after the crime, obviously, and after all the interviews had been settled. But we noted that the return showed that John's phone was at the home on Paladura, which is where he resides, from 10 o'clock till it began to travel or move at about 2:04 a.m.
And what else traveled or moved at 2:04 a.m.?
So I'm not sure exactly what's been testified to yet, but at 2:04 is when it's alleged that Devyn left the home. She traveled. We have her cell phone or CDR records, as well as the Burla, which again, I'm not sure if that's been testified to. That is the infotainment system that we authored a search warrant on. It shows those three devices together in companion movement all the way back to Porcupine Rim.
So 3 devices, meaning the Nissan itself, the defendant's cell phone, and the victim's cell phone as well.
That's correct.
Based upon the fact that there is blood on the cell phone and all of that you just testified, what did you deduce about our timeline of homicide?
Well, after having the information from the autopsy, which is there was no bloodletting injuries short of his obvious cause of death, which was the decapitation, there was no reason there should have been blood on that cell phone because any bloodletting would have been after the homicide. So for the phone to arrive and be discovered at Porcupine Rim with blood on it indicated to me that that is something that was on the phone before it left that house.
At 2:04 a.m.
Correct.
And therefore, did you narrow down the bloodletting to between 10 p.m. on the 6th and 2:04 a.m. on the 7th?
Yes, sir.
We're going to resume the interview.
So we find that his wallet is gonna have his driver's license and his cards. But not getting it.
I told you, when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like he's like, hold on to this. And
We have a chance to have a relationship right now.
we actually were.
So you're closer than we thought.
Yes. He asked me to marry him yesterday. Does that make sense?
Things to know your relationship you mentioned was getting reconnected, but that's more romantic.
Right, and you can ask the girls that he told the girls we were gonna get back married and they were gonna be the flower girls and stuff like that. He was trying to get back together. And I was helping him break all of these little bad habits that he was doing.
So then he gives you the EBT card from one of the girls. Where's the other one?
I have 2 EBT cards.
Do you have both girls' EBT cards now?
No, they're not the girls' EBTs. He said one was Andrea's and the code, he gave me hers. I haven't used it. He gave me hers at the gas station. And then he has the other one that he got.
Where's that EBT card now?
They're both in my purse.
You know you can't have that.
Yes, but I know he gave them to me.
That doesn't make it right.
No, but I can't use them, but I understand, but you can see he handed it to me.
Okay. You're not understanding that you can't do that. So
No, I know I can't use them. I don't believe he can use it because it's Andrea's and not his.
Right. Is Andrea mad that you have the EBT card and she didn't? Because she's gotta know that's her money.
No, he said that she gave it to him because she can't use it in the state that she's in.
So he was just using it to fill his void for money.
That's what he said. He said, but at any moment she can cancel it.
Yeah, but she wasn't. So if he wants to marry you, he's telling you girls be flower girls, yet you're still wearing a ring, and so is Dev.
This ring I bought on my own from Macy's. It has nothing, no, this wasn't a symbol.
You just told me that it was a symbol.
I said,
you have a best friend connection with Dev.
We do have a
You wear the
connection.
wedding ring too, and that's something that is a respectful part of your marriage.
Yeah.
But now you're telling me that you and your ex were talking about getting married.
No.
You just took a ring off last night from another female and threw it away. But again,
You're taking what I'm saying with
on its back is what you said.
No, I understand that's what I said, but that's not exactly the situation. You're taking it and,
Okay,
so let me,
here's what you told us so far. Your ex needs a place to stay
Yes,
because
ma'am.
he's trying to get out of his mother's house.
Yes, ma'am.
You were kind enough to allow him to move into the house with you, your current husband, which is your best friend, and your 2 girls, which the girls just moved back in May.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys are trying to make a family. You were saying that he was supposed to like slowly move in, that things were progressing slowly. Now you're telling me that he's wanting to marry you. He mentioned that yesterday. He even talked to the kids about it, and that your relationship has now progressed past just slowly kind of
No, ma'am, you're misunderstanding. He has mentioned getting married in front of the girls. Our relationship is not rekindling on a physical level or a romantic level, but we are trying to reconnect and have a family for the girls. Yes, he has said we should get married, and he's saying it more, for my opinion, on a joking thing, but he has said that in front of the girls. That was not said yesterday. Okay.
When was that said in front of the girls?
I would say over a month ago.
Okay. And what did you say in return in front of the girls?
I didn't say anything. I just looked at him and rolled my eyes.
So are the girls, when I talk to them, going to say that they don't think you guys are getting married?
Oh yeah, they'll tell you that.
That you guys are not getting back together?
No, because at one point I was telling them I didn't think it would be a good idea for him to be here, and it would be too hectic. So they will definitely tell you I was not trying to marry him.
Did you say anything to Deb about it?
Oh yeah, I told him that John keeps trying to say he wants to, get back together.
You're talking to him now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then him moving in now was just a platonic friendly relationship?
It's not a, yes. I was saying clear out the story with the subject. He said he wanted the loft because it was the cooler place, but I was gonna give him the sofa because there is more than enough room.
And then Deb sits on the sofa?
Sometimes, or he can sleep on the bed, like I said, when we watch movies and he knocks out within minutes.
And then have you guys ever had a sexual relationship?
Yeah, we had.
Okay. But it's not there now?
No, I can't even have sex now.
Well, there's a lot of different ways to have sex.
I understand, but no.
Okay, so you guys have no connection that way at all?
No.
Okay. That would complicate it a lot. I think you guys can still have yourself in a relationship.
100%. Okay. You can have all my medical records and everything like that. I have to take hormones just to.
I understand. But like I said, there's a lot of different ways to have sex. It doesn't have to be penetration. There's a lot of things that a couple could do. And obviously you did that in the beginning, but just not now. So much changed.
Pain.
Well, not to be crass with you, but I think I need to be direct with you. And you can give a male a hand job. And that gives you a connection with that person in a sexual way. I think it's a concept of a relationship. Do you know what I'm trying to say? There's a lot of different things you can do for a male that you're connected with.
If you ever see a thing ever, we're not.
Like that. Just trying to answer, get all the questions answered in the relationship.
That's right, answer questions.
I mean, I'm cool with you got married for this. The rings, that to me is a lot. That's probably the most odd thing about it for me. Is that ring?
It's just I lost my ring.
But he's wearing a ring, so he's wearing one ring.
He wears a lot of rings though.
He's wearing one ring.
But he does wear more than one for himself. So, and he's bought them for himself.
I got my ring.
No, I mean, but I didn't buy them for them to be symbolic. He's bought his own rings to wear.
And where did you guys get married? You guys got married?
What was that? The flamingo thing?
Did you guys have ceremony before?
Yeah, it was free. I got a coupon thing, and that was cheaper.
And you just did it at a chapel and then
yeah, and there was the one witness, and that was it.
So you said that you guys have not, like you and Deb already had a relationship for a while. How long are we talking? Like
Years since he's been back.
what do you mean since he's been back?
He moved out of the state.
Deb already says he's been living here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he got moved out of the state. He lived in California, and then he moved back to with John, and then he came back this way.
Okay, so since he's been back, you guys have not.
No, sir. I stopped being physical probably in 2020, and I was having all my issues because I had surgery and just surgery.
Okay, but he was already living here.
He wasn't living with me.
Because he was telling me that he's lived here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he wasn't living with me the whole time. He was living with John at Paladar.
When I say living here, he actually said that he lived here at this house. How long have you lived at this house?
I've been here for 3 years.
And then when did he come back to Nevada? I guess that's what we're saying.
I would say I've been here for 3 years, so at least 2 years ago.
And then prior to living here for 3 years, where were you staying for that?
Decatur and Horse.
And then how long were you at that place?
Less than 1 year.
And then prior to that place?
It was at Wild Magic.
Where's that at?
89129.
Like what area though? Like major crossroads?
Craig and Tanea. Right by where DC lives.
And then did your kids live with you at that time?
Yeah, they've always lived with me. They've only not lived with me for the short period of time of 9 months.
And going back to so we're talking about the ID and stuff, you said it was, yeah, you had one of those bids in a bunch of bags in your drawer. When did you get that?
Yesterday. With the IDs and the social security card.
And was that at the house that you gave that? Don't see it.
Yes, sir.
So he handed you a bag yesterday. Do you remember what was in it?
No, he just handed it to me and I put it in the bags because I just wanted them out the way.
Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly what's in it. I didn't go through it.
So explain that part to me as far as like when he did that and what did you do? So like where are you guys at when he handed you like that sack of stuff?
In his room area, and he handed me the little square thing. He says, hold on to this, and he handed me the other thing because this is my social. He says, just keep it safe. And that's all I was going to do. So I wrapped it up, and I was going to put the social in the security box, and just didn't have a chance to do it.
What else? Did he give you anything else?
He gave me his guns.
Anything else? Like there's a set of keys in that bag too.
These are from Andrea's stuff.
The set of keys that are in that bag. Like the bag.
The keys are my keys.
What do those go to?
My car.
So yeah.
Detective, we're going to pause real briefly. Throughout the course of the investigation, did you learn that no spare set of Chevy keys for John's truck were ever discovered?
Yes.
In fact, after the defendant was arrested for the homicide, was there some communication with Yoko about returning the keys?
Yes.
And why was that?
There were no set of keys for John's truck found in the home or anywhere else after searching all the residences other than the keys that were in the bag.
And so you had to return those keys to her so she could do whatever she was going to do financially with the truck.
Correct.
And that you put plastic bag that you wrapped his ID in that he gave you, and it said your keys in there.
I'm still lost.
I just wanted, like, when he handed you a bunch of stuff, he only gave you the wallet, the idea of it. Did he hand you anything else?
There's a security card.
Okay, because in that bag that it was wrapped in, that you said you wrapped it in, there's also a set of vehicle keys in there.
I don't remember giving the keys.
Because I guess that's my question. Like, why would he give you? I would give you his wallets, social security card, which the scanner's asking, also, and then also a set of keys.
I don't remember the keys. I just know the wallet and the social security card.
And then you put that in a plastic bag while you were at that house.
I just grabbed everything and tied it.
So the only thing he handed you, like, so I'm giving you this stuff. What exactly does he hand you?
I remember seeing a wallet, and I went like this. He dropped it in, and I just started tightening it away.
So it was just a wallet then?
That's all I remember seeing. I do not remember seeing keys, but he dropped it in the bag. Like I just took it and tied it away.
And was this in the garage?
No, sir, it was in his room.
Inside the room, in the house?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you guys went into the garage?
That was before we left. And then he also said, make sure the guns are safe. And we didn't take the ammo. So I carried on.
Detective, was this timeline that the defendant gave you notable?
It was.
And why is that?
Specifically, the keys being in the bag and the wallet. When they leave the Paladura residence, she'll indicate that they were in his truck and then drove back to his house, or back to her house on Porcupine Rim. However, the keys have been tied up in that bag because she indicates in her statement, I tied them, and that's exactly how we found them in the drawer.
And so we know based on not only the defendant's statements, but witnesses and technological evidence that it wasn't the Nissan Berla that they made the last trip to Porcupine Rim in and then returned to Paladura. It was the victim's truck.
That's correct.
And so she's saying the keys or whatever he put into the plastic bag that she tied up over and over and over were given before that last trip to Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
One of the guns that he carried out with a bow and a crossbow-looking thing, and another gun.
Okay, so that was before you left there, between 9 and 10?
No, that was like at 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
And we came this way.
And then what did you do with that, all this stuff?
When I got here, I put it in the drawer, I just said, keep it out of the bag.
And then you guys drove back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he have keys to his truck?
Yes, sir, we drove his truck.
Do you remember where he put his keys to the truck? We didn't find his keys to the truck at his house.
They were on the table.
Which table?
The table that had like all this looking stuff and like the grinder and everything like that. All of that was sitting right there.
And his keys to the truck?
Yeah. The only keys I picked up were the ones that had the little thing on it that said Andrea. Because Yoko said bring them to her and put them in the little thing. That's the only thing I picked up.
Okay. So you don't know what keys are actually in that bag that you wrapped everything in?
No, sir. Like I said, He said, keep it safe. I took the plastic bag and dropped it in and I started tying it up. And then he handed me the other thing, and I was just gonna put that into a safe.
Okay, so like what we were saying, is a lot of the stuff now is like how you're saying you're talking it out loud and it just doesn't sound well.
I understand that, but you didn't know John. You didn't understand his mannerisms.
I know, but when we talked to you earlier, like these are the things when we were saying, like, hey, be as sure as possible. Like, what were you guys doing? Like, you know, say you're packing, doing this, but like specifics, like stuff that's important. All that would have been really important for us to know.
I do apologize, but that's not things that were like kind of going through my head at the time. To remember is like, when you say this, it's like, okay, I remember this now. And you say something else, then I recall more information. I'm trying to remember as much as I possibly can for you.
Okay, because like I said, how it doesn't look well, I agree with you now because you have a social security card, you have his wallet and his ID. There's possibly a set of keys that looks like might be his truck keys in that bag.
Okay.
So.
But I'm sure he's got I got more than one key for my car.
Not keychains on it. Spare doesn't have keychains on it.
Like it's not just like a key with a key fob. It's like it looks like his personal set of keys.
Like I said, he put it in the bag. I just tied it up. That's all I did. And I think there's like 3 bags around it, 3 or 4 bags. I'm not even sure.
And if you have a safe, why would you not just put them in a safe?
I haven't had a chance to.
A plastic bag.
For the keys?
No, for all the stuff that you
Oh, it was just what we had right at the time. I hadn't been here to put it in the safe. The safe is here. But I just hadn't
That was placed in a
drawer.
It takes 2 seconds to put something in a safe.
I hadn't done it. And I wasn't trying to have Debbie see it. That's all it was.
Why did you say that?
Because it would look odd that I'm holding on to John's things for John. But it's not the same. It's like if you're doing more for one person, I don't want him to feel like there's more there than what it was. John was only coming in as a temporary thing until he can get something else because, like I said, he was trying to file for bankruptcy. Yoga was about to kick him out. Yoga even said she was trying to kick him out.
Okay. So you, how many times about the bankruptcy before?
I did mention bankruptcy before.
I don't remember that.
Did I tell you or the? Yeah, I mentioned it. I most definitely did.
We're standing by the house when you guys were here.
He told his mom he was going to file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, gambling. I don't want to see how an issue with gambling. Where does he usually play?
Well, when we lived together, he would go to the Santa Fe.
That's like a state or something.
That's when we lived together. I don't know what his spot,
You don't know where he would go live in the thing would go.
Probably the Green Valley is the closest one.
What's the piece of rent?
He said he was. He claimed he was going to try to do 1,100. He claimed he was going to be able to do that.
Is that a text message or what conversations you guys had on the phone?
Probably both. You might be able to put a text message on it. If it was definitely where he understood it was not going to be him freeloading or anything like that, he had to pay to stay here.
And then we go through the phone. We're gonna have our computer guys, they can go through, they can go through anything deleted, all that stuff. Are they gonna find anything that we're gonna turn back and talk to about? That your current husband doesn't know about, relationship-wise, conversations, intimate conversations, pictures?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's just platonic conversations.
For the
So then we're going back.
They wanted him because they love their dad.
So we know it's wrong.
And I was told when I went, John has physical custody of the girls. They are supposed to live with him.
So is that why?
So as long as I keep him close to me, that is definitely. If I keep him close and make him happy and everything like that, I got to see my girls.
I can understand that.
So it's just so my girls love him. They want to spend time with their dad. I need to be around my girls.
Hopefully he pays the rent. Does that pay the rent too, or the mortgage?
He pays like $1,100 every month too.
Okay. And are you working?
Yes, no, I do real estate.
Okay. Clearly you've been sick though.
Because me, for almost a full year, I wasn't making any money. So I went through my savings. I had to take my stocks out just recently to get things caught up. Yeah, I've been struggling trying to get all of this back on track.
This was gonna help a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the motivation too, is keep the girls close, and then if you keep them close and happy, you'll be able to have contact with the girls, and he's gonna pay the other half of the mortgage.
I figured as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, he wasn't gonna get out of control, because I know what triggers him, and I wasn't gonna do that. I know even when he's yelling and everything, as long as I'm not trying to engage with it, he does calm down fairly quickly, and you can see it on the text messages.
Okay, so, like, going back to what Detective Sam was saying, why are you, I know that you want to see your kids, but ultimately you have custody of your kids.
He has
Well, he has physical custody, but they didn't stay with you, they're not staying with
because
him.
he's letting them stay with me.
Exactly, but why would you want to bring him here?
Because if you look at the text messages, when he gets mad, it's bring me the girls back. I want the girls back.
So he's threatening you about that stuff. He's threatening you about the kids. Okay, so,
Again, if I keep them happy, keep everything cool, the girls can stay with me, and they were supposed to be with me for the summer, but you'll see, oh, I miss the girls, I haven't seen the girls, so it's okay. I would drive to Anderson multiple times, just so he could see the girls, and then we would drive back.
do you have any other phones?
No, sir. We have a house phone, a landline.
Yeah. Your purse said it was inside the house.
That phone is not connected.
What phone is that?
There's like extra phones that are my old phones, none of them are connected. The girls just use them to play video games.
That one was in your purse? Are you saying that one's in your purse?
Yeah, there's one in my purse. To me, I was playing music on one of them earlier today. They're just old phones.
So right now, like you're saying, things just aren't adding up. Okay, I'm not saying that you actually did something to Jonathan, but I know, or I feel like right now you're not telling us everything. I feel like you know something, and that, like either how it happened or who something and somebody involved with this. I feel like you're not giving us that information. So, we've done this for a while. Okay, we've been detectives for a while. Okay. And just given everything that you told us and just kind of how everything happened, just kind of sporadic, all right? I really don't want to beat around the bush at this point now because before I was giving you the benefit of the doubt with everything, okay? But like I said, things just aren't adding up.
So I have decided that if I just be nice to him, I can get my girls because the court, when we went for custody, he didn't even show up. And the judge had us wait an extra hour to see if he was going to show up, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And they still granted him physical custody. They denied his motion for sole custody, but they still granted him the physical custody of the girls. I have tried to do everything through the system. So right now, all I'm trying to do is make sure I just be nice and get my girls, because that, at the end of the day, was my goal. Just how my girls
Can I ask you a question about your custody? Just my prior experience is in special victim unit, so I'm very familiar with family courts, very familiar with CPS cases and how powerful they are, one way or another. It's very, very unusual for a father to get primary physical custody. So
she told me that day, and you can talk to the victim kid, that my girls were going to be home that day. I told her I'll do the custody class, not custody classes, the counseling, which I'm still doing, and you can talk to her. I did the parenting classes.
So they took their kids away.
Yes, ma'am. But they said that you have to do this, you have to do, and I did everything.
Usually it's temporary.
And they didn't. They still granted him, yes, now you can look it all up. Even my therapist, everybody that has been involved in this case say it didn't make any sense.
Where are all your firearms?
There's one in the drawer and there's one upstairs.
Where's the one upstairs?
It's in the safe, in the back.
Okay, that's that.
The safe.
Okay, and then, is that a 9 or 40? Do you know?
On mine.
Okay, and then the one downstairs, where's that?
In the drawer is a 9.
Okay. And then are those your firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you fired those recently?
No, ma'am.
Not since?
No, we go to the gun range just for
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay, that's good.
That's it is, and my
Judge.
the lady, I don't know what happened. It's like, I don't know, ma'am. I don't know how all this works. Like, you can't all of a sudden get slammed with all this stuff. So I know it looks weird, but I am just playing nice to keep my girls. So I'm just trying to not create waves. So John says, I need you to do something, I do it. As simple as that. I'm not trying to look stupid in front of you guys, but
Does he hold that over your head?
yes,
Like, does he threaten you?
Yes.
With the kids?
yeah.
Like, what kind of stuff does he say?
is if I'm not, hey, I need you to do this, if I'm not, you know, it's never been like a sexual thing. I mean, he did have it, but it's always if you're not, anything, I need this help, I need this help. I used to give him gas money every time I went down there. I used to have to buy his beers and his cigarettes because EBT doesn't cover it. And the girls would even tell you, I was always buying him something. You can look at the gas station records. Every time we went in, you would, hey, I need this, this, and this, and I would be the one paying for it. I just don't want to profit.
Is that how we got you to agree for him to come here?
Yes. And it's just, I'm just keep my girls close.
What did he tell you?
That, it's not what he told me, it's just, I know.
What did he say? Like, when he said,
We should be a family, we should be a family, because the girls would want us together.
did he threaten you saying, let him move in?
It wasn't a threat, it was more of a, well, if you don't want to do this, then I'll stay with Andrea, we'll have her, because he told me straight, he already moved on with his life and everything like that. And him and Andrea were supposed to get married, and I wasn't going to be in the picture anymore. I can't be without my girls.
Did he say you can't date the girls? So where was it, right?
No, they weren't moving anywhere, but it was just, I wasn't going to really have my time with them like I do now. So I know I seem very easy to push over, but it's not. It's just,
Well, it's a cycle. Obviously, he's been using your kid against you and getting his way for stuff. And, you know,
on one of the things, I want to say it was like the 4th of July, and you put something in the microwave and it like kind of started sparking like a metal thing, and he started screaming, fire, 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 fire. So I'm trying to get the girls out, and he's yelling at them to stay down, and he's cussing out his mom, cussing at me. And I'm just trying to get the kids out of the house thinking there's a fire, and he immediately, Panther, I sprayed on back, we're not doing this. So,
is that here or over there?
in Henderson, you ask Uncle, she'll tell you. That's how he is.
So, I mean, when I tell you that I told you earlier that, and I think that you're not telling us everything, that there's something that you know that you're leaving out, and then you go into this big explanation about, this is what's happening, this is what's going on, I love my girls, he uses that against me, and you can't go into that big explanation. So, you never really got into that other part to it. Okay, so you just had the explanation, which I understand completely. Now, like you're painting a different picture about what's been going on. Like all this stuff you're telling us now is not anywhere near what you were explaining to us earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to speak ill of anyone, and I'm not
Well,
trying to make myself sound.
it's not speaking ill, it's just kind of explaining the situation and where you're at with him and your explanation. I mean, now it's a little bit more clear that he obviously uses your kids against you. You love your kids. We all love our kids. And I agree with you as far as like I would do anything like that, right? And you said,
So it's not that I'm trying to bring him in because I'm in love with him or anything like that.
no, you're trying to make, but here's where what I'm saying is, I don't think him coming here isn't something that you really agreed to. It was something that he kind of forced it upon you.
He made it clear that it would be better for the girls, just like the puppies. We need to bring the puppies. The girls love the puppies. And
Right? So that to me, when we're looking at everything here, would say, hey, well, he needs to get out of the picture, right? So that's why I'm asking. I don't think you did anything to him yourself, okay? But I do believe that you know what happened to him.
Detective, during the course of interviews, when you're speaking with a potential suspect or person of interest or however you want to say, are there times in which you will change the tone and kind of minimize someone's involvement?
Absolutely.
So just so everyone understands, when you or Ozawa are saying, I don't believe you did it, that's part of your interviewing technique, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that's what you actually do.
No, it's a way of keeping the dialogue going, of showing some sort of like sympathizing, comments. If you're giving that to them, they're feeling that they're heard and they're believed, and they will continue to speak with us.
Is who did something. So that's what, so this is the time right now that would be a good time for you to kind of explain what you know about what happened. Because as we go on further, and when we leave here, and you say, I have no idea, there's no clue, I don't know anything about what happened, and then we find out later, that obviously was worse on you, correct?
I understand.
Okay, so like I was saying before, now is the time that it would be coming upon you to say, hey, okay, this is what I know. Okay, like I said, I don't think you actually did anything to him, but I do believe that you know what happened to him. Okay?
John was like this with everybody, so I don't know if he got into anything with anyone else, but for me, this is how he was. For Yoko, this is how he was. I'm pretty sure he was like that with Andrea. I don't know if he could be with any other person where he's like doing this. You would have to look at his phone, but you can look on my messages, It was always stuff back and forth like this almost every single day. I would get a message and it would be a very aggressive, I hate this, you're not doing this. And by the time the date was halfway through, it would be I'm sorry and everything like that. This was almost daily.
Like I said, I get that. Like I understand what you're explaining as far as how he is. Okay.
What's that call you're saying? They don't have to see it.
1978.
Sorry,
But like I said, I understand how you're explaining him and how he is. Okay. But like I said, I still feel like you know more than what you're telling us.
So just to wrap up a little bit, obviously we grabbed the phone that was on the driveway. We'll process that. Thank you for the iPad, the test for the iPad.
The girls found that. They said that's what, so I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, we got that. Is there any reason why John's blood or anything DNA related would be in your vehicle? Because that got towed back to our station, our CSA, they're gonna thoroughly look for everything in that vehicle.
I couldn't tell you. If he was bleeding from when he was doing the thing, he helped load up the truck. So if he was bleeding,
Your truck or your Armada?
my Armada, like he was putting the things in the car, like anything else he had.
There's gonna be obvious areas where blood doesn't belong even if you're loading. So I'm just asking you directly, because if you find any DNA evidence in that vehicle, obviously we wanna make sure we asked you if there would be a reason.
No, the only thing I knew he said was his hand that he hit on the table. That's the only time he ever said he was bleeding, and he said it got a pretty good gash.
But you didn't see that?
No, I did not, so I can't really speak on it. But he was still loading everything up, so I don't think it was really bothering him that much.
And then just confirm you don't know how to smoke up there. Okay.
No, I know he was smoking, and when I went back over there and I said, girls, where did you find this? They pointed to it, there is cigarette butts there. So I don't know if he was just smoking, he put it down and just didn't pick it back up, but you can take those, and I'm sure it'll be his.
When you guys unloaded everything, how long did that take?
30 minutes, he was bragging, saying that, yeah, I can always do this as quick as can be, but he tries to stretch things out because he charges by the hour. I remember having that conversation.
And then when you guys left Paladura to come back here, or when you left that night, or this morning, which way did you go? Like as far as like when you left Paladura, like it?
I headed up towards the Durango area to get the medication.
And then when you left that neighborhood, did you go straight out to Pecos Bar and Window? Or did you go to Pecos?
No window.
You went out the one exit to get out the window right there, right by the school?
Yeah.
And then normally you guys come this way when you're coming to your house?
It just depends, like if the 15 is coming back up, I will take like the 215 and go around, or the Decatur, it really just depends on the time of day when we go in different directions.
Okay. We appreciate it. Hopefully, that you're telling us everything is the truth. So I will give you a call, or like I said, we'll have your phone. We're gonna get that downloaded because we're going with that too.
Okay.
And then I'll call Devyn tomorrow. I'll call Dev tomorrow, and then try to figure out the time. But he has to work with tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know, sorry. A good phone number to reach you for returning your phone?
Oh, you have my phone?
Yeah, so you said you have a landline, is that something?
I do not know it. It's,
Should we call Dev's phone then?
yeah.
I know the phone's ready.
Well, you just told me to pick it up around 11.
Well,
No, you just have the address, I don't even have the address anymore.
Oh yeah, let me write
Because you wrote it on the paper and handed it back to you.
Let me give that to you, and then if you want to, just come by tomorrow. You have that card, right?
Yes.
So the address is on the card, 53 West Street, that's where you need to go.
No, the card is in my car.
And then I'll get that back to you. So maybe, I'd say 1 o'clock tomorrow. Come by the station 1 o'clock tomorrow. Okay? Hopefully everything will be done.
Okay.
So if you can figure out how to get right down there, I can try to get everything done for you. Okay, and if it's not, at least I hope I can just get you the phone back.
Okay.
I don't want people.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Like I said,
And then,
if there is, I don't think there's a lot of blood, because I don't think he was bleeding a lot. I didn't see it, but I do know he did mention it.
so it is 9:25, and I see it.
And Detective, it sounded toward the very end there, like the plan was to release Miss Michaels and go about your investigation.
Correct.
And fair to say that there was a pretty substantial amount of digital and forensic investigation that occurred after that interview we
Yes,
just heard.
absolutely.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, before we get across the witness, we're gonna take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a brief recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including President Bureau of the Internet regarding this case or this matter. Either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference material. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate the case on your own, and you must not form a certain opinion regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:10, will be recessed till 10:25. All rise for the jury.
girls bring up the phone, correct? And then
It was.
Pine Rim resident.
Would that be that?
Thank you. Detective Skinner, if we could start with a timeline of 8/7,
Okay.
specifically in reference to Devyn.
Yes.
Right? It's your understanding that she was initially interviewed at 12:11 this afternoon on 8/7, correct?
Would that be that first interview with Ozawa and Pappas?
Correct.
I'm not familiar with the timeline. That sounds about right.
And then at 14:29 hours on 8/7, you and Detective Ozawa go to the Porcupine Rim residence.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrive, you see Devyn getting things out of the Nissan, correct?
Yes,
The Nissan was parked, the Yamaha was parked in the driveway,
it
correct?
was.
While you and Detective Ozawa are walking up in the driveway, it's your testimony that this phone at issue is next to the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Next to the Armada.
fairly close.
And then at 15:08 hours, Devyn is interviewed at the Porcupine Rim residence by both yourself and Detective Ozawa in the vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And then it's at 15:20, while Devyn is being interviewed, the girls bring up the phone, correct?
yes,
So the phone has been out there, at least based upon your seeing it, from at least 14:29 hours, correct?
yes, it is.
And it's nearly an hour or so later than the girls bring up the phone, fair to say?
Yes,
There's discussions concerning this phone, daddy's phone, something along those lines, correct?
yes.
And the phone is looked into, correct? It's handled.
It was handled, yes.
At this point in time, the airplane mode is not switched on, correct?
Correct.
So if there's notifications on the phone, presumably those notifications now by operation of looking at the phone, getting into the phone, those are no longer there, correct?
Fair to say.
Devyn confirms that it's Jonathan's phone.
She does.
And in fact says, here, this should help you, correct?
Yes,
And then at 1919, a search warrant for Porcupine Rim and the vehicles is signed, correct?
yes.
Was there a previous affidavit that had been submitted for the search of the Porcupine residence, or was that the first?
I am not certain on that.
Detective Ozawa would
Yes, sir.
probably be better suited.
Yes,
But we do know then at 7/19 or 1919, the search warrant for the Porcupine Rim vehicles was signed, correct?
yes,
And then this interview, this last one that we were listening today, began at 1955.
yes,
And obviously reference then is made to this phone again, correct? The phone that's found.
that's correct.
Through the course of this interview that we heard last week and this week, there's reference made to Jonathan losing his license, correct, previously?
His wallet, I believe.
Okay. And in fact, you've learned through the course of the investigation, there were texts that confirmed that.
Yes,
So there've been texts between Devyn and Jonathan wherein, hey, Jonathan's lost his license. It's found, and there's a discussion in reference to that, correct?
again, specifically, she mentioned wallet.
Okay. But they were actually both lost at one point in time, were they not? At one time the wallet and another time the license, and they communicate concerning the losing of the wallet and the license and the finding of both in their text
You can make the
messages?
assumption that the license is in the wallet. However, I'm only privy to what she disclosed to us, which was his wallet specifically, and that he had sent a picture to prove that he found it.
But then I said there are pictures to prove, in fact, and corroborates what she had said, that prior to your interview on this date, he lost his wallet and or license and found them, and they texted about it, correct?
Correct.
There had been, through the course of your interview, a reference made to Andrea, Jonathan's previous girlfriend, and the pulling of a knife, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
There was, in fact, an incident somewhere where that had been discussed previously.
I'm sorry, repeat.
There had been an incident where, I mean, there had been some discussion among the family about Andrea pulling a knife or something along those
That's my
lines.
understanding, yes.
In reference to an injury that Devyn says that John had told her about, she said that she never saw a bleeding injury, correct?
That's correct.
She had said that Jonathan had told her that he had hurt himself moving, correct?
Correct.
She had made reference to a white table that he was moving, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, that white table that she had discussed with you was in the garage.
it was.
Again, it confirms the movement of this table that had the big folding sides, correct? It was
Yes.
found in the garage. And she made it a point to say she didn't see any blood. He had just said that he'd injured himself moving that, correct?
Yes,
You'd fair to say, I mean, based upon common experience and knowledge, people can hurt themselves, whether it be a cut, a pinch, something like that, in moving heavy furniture.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a discussion concerning some medical conditions that Devyn had, correct?
Yes.
She had talked about this inability to engage in actual intercourse, and you followed up in questions.
I did.
Is that correct?
Yes.
She had said, you can look at my medical records, I have these medical conditions, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that she in fact had medical conditions concerning sex and things that addressed such?
No.
Did you take any follow-up steps to substantiate that she in fact had seen a doctor for a variety of different reasons?
At the time, it wasn't relevant. Her medical history and the fact of whether she could be intimate with her partner, it was more of things that were being discussed during an interview to clear up the confusion over the relationships. Since that point, we were very unclear on her relationship with individuals in her life. So at that point, her diagnosis, if she had intimacy issues, it just wasn't something that was relevant to the investigation.
At that point in time?
Correct.
And obviously these investigations they're not necessarily static, they're ongoing, correct?
Yes, very much so.
They're dynamic.
Yes.
Devyn had been interviewed on 8/7, correct?
Yes.
And again, fair to say that both you and Detective Ozawa were kind of having a difficulty understanding this relationship dynamic between the parties.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that Devyn's statements weren't necessarily helpful at times.
You could say that, yes.
Fair to say that Devyn's explanations of things were not necessarily helpful at times.
Correct.
Through the course of your interview with Devyn, you talk about rings, and that rings are significant.
Yes.
They're a sign of a commitment.
Yes.
She had testified that she wasn't, or she had told you that she wasn't particularly sure what was in the bag, correct?
Yes.
Things were being moved, things were kind of hectic, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say it's kind of ambiguous concerning when these contents were put in the bag, correct?
Ambiguous as when they were placed in the bag?
Yes.
No, she indicated that that occurred at a specific time or instance at the home before they turned around and went right back to Porcupine.
But we know for a fact that they actually were at the home and they actually went to the other home, to the Paladera.
Yes.
Again, a lot going on, correct?
Yes.
Devyn had been subjected to multiple interviews on 8/7.
Yes.
There was discussions concerning keys, both the key or keys to the subject truck as well as Andrea's keys, correct?
Yes.
And she had told you that she had handled or was aware of the keys in both instances, correct?
Yes, she indicated one had Andrea's name on it and the other one was a set of truck keys that were next to some smoking paraphernalia.
You were able to corroborate that Jonathan was a smoker
Correct.
of both tobacco as well as marijuana?
Yes, I believe the lab confirmed that as well.
Yes. When you were at the Paladera residence, obviously there was evidence of smoking both inside and outside the house, correct?
Yes.
As well as alcohol bottles, things of that nature.
Yes.
You had testified that the interview techniques initially concerning Devyn, I think you said were more like free form?
Correct.
Of that nature?
Yes.
But then they became, through the course of the day, more accusatory.
Yes.
You testified that you engaged in another form of interview technique, correct?
Correct.
A more confrontational technique.
Yes.
And that was employed by both you as well as Detective Ozawa.
Yes.
The read technique is generally used by your police department.
I wouldn't say that it's used by our department. A lot of people are trained in the read technique. However, most of us that have been detectives for, several years, we develop our own technique. We'll take a little bit of something that we've learned in a class that works for us. And then there's other times that we'll be taking online courses or through just our course of our experience, we'll adapt our techniques to our own strengths.
However, it's fair to say that you have been trained and implement the read technique.
I have been trained in read, but I don't believe that I'm still implementing that.
Same question, if to your knowledge, Detective Ozawa, the read technique is generally the beginning, the basis of interview techniques.
I would say it's a basis generally, but I don't know that Detective Ozawa has taken that course.
Okay. Early on, and this is now before your interview with Devyn, you were engaged in an interview with Yoko at Paladera residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That interview began at 10:43 a.m.
Yes.
And concluded at 11:28 a.m., correct?
Yes.
45 minutes.
Very fast.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
You were there to try and gain information to help you in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
She cooperated.
She did.
You didn't have the use of an interpreter, but it was clear that you both understood each other.
Yes.
At times were discussed concerning that night in question.
Yes.
On 3 different occasions, it was discussed a noise that disturbed her at 3 a.m., correct?
I don't recall a noise being discussed.
Dogs barking.
Okay, dogs barking, yes.
On 3 different instances during that interview, there's a discussion of dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Okay, I have no reason not to believe you.
And if I showed you the interview transcript, you'd have no reason to disagree.
I would not disagree if I could read them.
So 3 times dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, I'm not tricking you.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
telling you. At no time was there any discussion of a bang or anything like that at 2 a.m., correct?
Not that I recall.
Because that's something that you would have taken note of, because
It would have been significant.
I can have the court's indulgence just one moment. Follow-up question concerning the phone. We had discussed the phone being gotten into and not, put on airplane mode, which would have wiped the notifications, correct?
Correct.
Yoko had discussed calling Jonathan multiple times that morning, correct?
Yes.
Outside of it failing to have been put on airplane mode, was the phone ever taken off the network that you're aware of?
That's not something I would be aware of personally.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. Detective, with regard to the line of questioning related to the notifications on the phone, you would, I presume, defer to experts on airplane mode and that type of thing, correct?
That's correct.
The fact that there were no notifications on home screen when you first saw the phone, was that important for you for any purpose?
Absolutely. There were statements made by Devyn that she had contacted or tried to contact Jonathan several times. So in my personal experience, I would believe that there would be notifications unless that phone had been interacted with prior to picking it up and bringing it over to the car.
Okay, and there will be an expert that talks about the contents of the phone. That's not for you.
Not
to
my
talk
forte.
about. Let's presume for a second that she did in fact text or call John after his death. Would this be something that you've seen before in cases where people try to alibi themselves or cover up?
Yes, frequently people will call someone they clearly know is deceased. They will go to their work and pretend and put on an act per se.
Okay.
So there are times that does happen.
So, not for you to say, but it's not surprising to see someone call someone post-murder to essentially alibi and or cover up.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
Some follow-up. You've had investigations where someone leaves a cell phone at home and then goes and commits a serious crime, correct?
Yes.
Again, to perhaps establish an alibi concerning their whereabouts.
Yes.
In reference to the phone, Jonathan's phone, there was communication, specifically a text sent by Devyn to Jonathan about 3:56 a.m., correct?
I'd have to defer to the records, but I have no reason to believe that didn't happen.
And that concerned the girls in registration that was to occur the morning of the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, we had heard testimony last week concerning a landline at the Paladura residence. There was, in fact, a landline.
Yes,
at
there
that
was.
residence. And on the night in question, late 8/6 into 8/7, there were multiple phone calls from the landline at Porcupine to Devyn's phone, correct?
It's my understanding that there were, yes.
Previous night, that would be the night of August 5th, there were multiple phone calls from the Porcupine residence, that's where Devyn and the girls, to Devyn's phone, correct?
I believe so. Again, I'd have to defer to the records to be certain.
Fair. Thank you. No further questions.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, have any questions for this witness? Sir, you write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number. Counsel can approach. Did you check the white table in the garage for blood, the tape right there?
I personally did not check the table, however, our CSAs or printing analysts as well as our detectives did, and they photographed the garage as a whole.
Okay, what did they find?
There was no blood on the table.
Okay? Statement how well based on the juror.
No, thank you.
Yes.
Just very briefly, and it involves actually the phone. The girls were handling the phone prior to being given to you,
I
correct?
did not see the girls. I would assume that they had handled it. They had to pick it up and bring it over to us. Now, whether they manipulated it, I couldn't tell you.
Swiped up, anything like that, you
Could
can't
not
say.
tell you. They appear to have just walked over from where the phone was and up to their mom's side of the car.
But just so we're clear, though, that phone was out in the driveway for some time, correct?
It was, yes.
In fact, through the course of Devier's interview, he had made reference to that phone, correct?
I wasn't in that interview, so I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that case?
No, thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, name your excuse. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Statement on your approval.
Speaks. Next witness is Jared Stainwood.
whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes. And sir, please state your full name and spell for the record.
My full name is Jared Spengler. It's Jared. Spengler is Spangler.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been a detective for 15 years, and I've been with the Henderson Police Department for 22 years.
What unit are you assigned to as a detective?
I currently work in the Digital Forensic Lab.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that unit?
Yeah, the Digital Forensic Lab analyzes cell phones, computers, tablets, vehicle infotainment systems, smart devices. Anytime there's a crime that occurs where there's an electronic device that may have potential evidence, it comes to the Digital Forensic Lab, and we analyze it in a forensically sound method so that we can extract the data and then be able to present it to the detective for their investigation, for their final determination what they're going to do with their investigation.
And what type of programs are used to do that?
There's several different programs. We have, specifically for cell phones, we use Celebrite. We also use another software company called Axiom. Those work as well for tablets. When it comes to vehicles, we have a software system called Burla. And there's some other ones, but those are the main ones that we utilize to extract the data from those devices and then to analyze that data.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that makes you qualified to be able to do these investigations?
Yes. So, like I said, I've been in the Digital Forensic Lab for about 10 years now. I've performed over 3,900 examinations, all sorts of different devices. I've been trained by the FBI, the HSI, Secret Service. They have a national facility that they train law enforcement in how to perform these type of investigations. I've received a little over 1,200 hours training and certifications from that facility alone. I've also had training and certifications from every specific vendor for the programs that we utilize. So like I said, Celebrite and Axiom and Burla, those softwares that I mentioned, I'm certified to use those as well. They have specific vendor certifications. I have those as well.
So then turning your attention to this case, on August 8th, 2023, were you contacted by Detective Ozawa in regards to a vehicle infotainment system?
Yes, I was.
And was the obtaining of that vehicle infotainment system a part of a search warrant that was granted by a judge?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was for a homicide investigation that had occurred on August 7th, 2023, or began at that time?
Correct.
I believe the request was made by Detective Ozawa for this investigation, the digital investigation, and that was to be performed on a gray 2017 Nissan Armada. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the VIN number for that is JN8AY2NF9893008002. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Do you have a reason to dispute that?
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. And it was your understanding that that vehicle had belonged to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually make contact with the vehicle?
I did, yes.
Where did you make contact with the vehicle?
The vehicle was located in the basement of our police station, and so that's where I went to the basement.
And is that common sometimes for vehicles to have their investigations done in that basement area?
Yes, it's a secure area where it's not going to be disturbed. No one will be around the vehicle. It has a door that prevents anybody from coming in and potentially altering the evidence or anything like that.
So it's a very contained area, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
When you came into contact with the vehicle, it had already previously been sealed prior to being transported to this basement, correct?
That is correct.
And prior to your testimony, there were a lot of photos that were taken in this case, but you saw the vehicle yourself, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you reviewed these photos prior to testifying today, these in my hand, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe pursuant to stipulation between the parties, the state is going to move to admit 442 through 463.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Permission to publish? Yes. Showing youth 442. What do we see there?
That's the 2017 Nissan Armada.
And 443, another angle of that.
Yes. Same vehicle.
444,
Yes.
445. We get a license plate there, and can you read that into the record?
Yep. It's Nevada 30A as an Adam 470.
446, another angle of the vehicle.
Yes.
And I want to note both passenger doors to this vehicle. There appears to be these red tapings there. What are those?
That is evidence tape that I believe the crime scene analysts are the one that put those on there so that you would know if someone's opened the door, if it's been altered, because the seal would be broken.
And that's the ceiling we were talking about earlier,
Yes.
correct? 447, just a close-up there with the seal, correct?
Correct.
Then 448, obviously you go inside the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And is this just a photo of inside the vehicle, the front side of the vehicle?
Yes, driver's side.
449, what do we see here?
The gear shifter and the middle console.
450, another angle of that area,
Yes.
taken from the passenger side.
That is correct.
451, are you aware of this being located inside the vehicle?
I didn't personally see it.
Okay. But no reason to dispute that it would have been
Correct.
found in the vehicle.
Yes.
452, are we getting to the back of the vehicle now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and this would be on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
453, same back of the vehicle, but now from the passenger side.
Yes.
454, is this just under the hood of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
The engine area?
Yes.
455, would this be the rear trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was a hatchback, so the back would actually lift in the air, is that right?
Yes.
456, more of the trunk of the vehicle.
Correct.
What is being lifted up at that point?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some type of covering for the back there.
But it was searched, it looks like.
Yeah, yes, it was.
457, more of the vehicle.
Yes.
458, what do we see here happening?
So the vehicle infotainment system is behind the screen of what you would see inside the vehicle. So you can see the screen up above, but right beneath it is where there's a hard drive. And so in order to extract the data from the infotainment system, I have to get that hard drive out of the vehicle. So I had to disassemble some of the components so that I could access the hard drive.
And there's actually a mouse in front of you if you want to hover over that area you were just talking about. Yes, don't click, just hover, please. Please hover, sir, in that area you were speaking about.
So you can see that there's these little wires right here, the little connection points that I had to disconnect. The logic board where the hard drive is attached to. There's one right there, and there's a few down here. But in order to access this, you have to take the whole front face piece off of it.
And do we see that in that photo, that front face piece?
Yeah.
Can you please hover over that?
Right up above, up here. That's where like the volume for the stereo is, to change the channel, and things of those nature. So all that had to come out. So I lifted it and put it up there.
And this is a typical procedure of what you would do when trying to collect data from a infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
And showing you 459, what do we see here?
These are, so once the logic board is taken out, I had to take specific pieces of that apart so I could access the hard drive. So what you're seeing here, there's one there, there's a second one here, and a third one. These are just cover pieces on the board itself to protect the hard drive so that if there's any, I don't know, maybe liquid or anything like that, it's protected. So I had to remove these pieces off of the hard drive itself and the logic board so I could access the hard drive.
Showing you 460, we see an extra piece there. What is that?
So this here is it's just a secondary logic board that's connected to the first one, and I believe over here it's kind of to the side, but pretty sure the hard drive was connected to this logic board over here. So it's just more pieces that need to be removed in order to access the hard drive.
And these tools that we see sort of above that area, I'm pointing there for you. It looks like some screwdrivers and different tools. That would be a part of your kit. Is that right?
That is correct.
Not something found in the vehicle.
No, not at all.
461. What do we see here?
More of the same pieces that were attached to the logic board themselves, and the tools are above there.
Now, these green objects, those are the logic boards that you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. 462. Just more components to it.
That is correct. Coverings for the hard drive itself, yes.
463. What do we see there?
Some more of the tool sets. Right here is the back piece. You can see that there's a little vent because it has to keep cool, so it has to have air coming in and out. And then obviously all the screws that piece everything together to the main housing, and then just additional tools to perform the extraction of the hard drive.
So now that you've taken apart the infotainment system, what do you do after that point?
So once the hard drive has been removed from the logic board, I bring the hard drive back to the digital forensic lab, which is in the same building. I take it up to the digital forensic lab, and I connect the hard drive to a forensic computer. We have to use forensically sound methods, which means we have to prevent anything being written to the hard drive. So we use a write blocker, which only allows us to see the contents on the hard drive. So I can see the contents, but I'm not able to alter those. That way we preserve the evidence. So at that point, we create a digital forensic fingerprint, we'll call it. It's a hash value, but it's a fingerprint of the data on the hard drive. So when I extract the data and I put it on my forensic computer, I can then create another fingerprint and compare the two to what it was before and what it was afterwards to make sure they match. So I extracted the information, put it on the forensic computer, then I open up the Burla software that I mentioned earlier, which allows us to process and analyze the specific data on that hard drive.
So specifically, what type of data is being imported into this Burla software?
So the hard drive contents itself, there's databases. That's usually what infotainment systems have, are databases. And I think like an Excel spreadsheet. It's a database with input, data on there. And from there, it has to be analyzed, it has to be sorted through to figure out what specifically is it saying, what is the data.
So it may be an oversimplification, but it's essentially, Berla acts as sort of a reader of the data, is that right?
Yes.
And then puts it in a reader-friendly format so that you can actually see what this data is saying?
That is correct.
And it's not altering the data at any point when you're importing it from the drive into the Berla system, correct?
Correct.
So after you do that, the raw data is now inside the Berla system. What does the system do? Or what does the software do at that point?
It allows the user to be able to analyze it. So it, specifically for infotainments, this infotainment system, it recorded GPS location. And that GPS location is organized in trips. So when you start the vehicle, as soon as you put the key in and it turns it on to the accessories or on to the on position, it begins recording GPS and it records that as a trip. So we'll just say that's going to be trip number 1. Every second that GPS is recording on that trip number 1. So you may drive from here, point A to point B. As soon as you turn the vehicle off, that's trip 1. If you take the key out, you turn it back on, now you're on trip 2. And so it organizes it in these databases I was mentioning earlier. It organizes it in a process where you can see the trips. You can see the latitude, the longitude, the elevation, the speed during each GPS waypoint. So it records all these waypoints and it's organized in a way. So Berla, the software, allows us to go through and map all those waypoints, those GPS waypoints, so we can see the trip. So we can physically see, okay, this is where it started and it's going along and this is where it ended. And this was the speed and such and such.
And it takes into account dates and times, correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention, I apologize. It does, every second that the GPS pings, as we'll call it, it records a date and a timestamp.
And then ultimately, are videos created that show in a friendly manner where the vehicle is moving at what date and what time around the valley?
Yes, the software, the Berla software allows you to take one of those trips and animate it so that it's what we would be visually appealing for us, what we're used to seeing. It puts it on a map and you can see it, plot it, you can see the vehicle go the direction and go from point A to point B.
So now that you have this raw data or this information that was put into the Berla software at this point, it's in a way that you can actually read it now. You then get some information that was gathered from Detective Ozawa, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was related to the investigation. Specifically then, having that information, did you hone in on the dates of August 6th, 2023 to August 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And that was because that was of importance in the investigation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how do you actually sort of, do you just filter to those dates and times, or how do you just hone in on that?
Yeah, because everything's recorded in a descending from the oldest to the newest, you just scroll down to the dates you want, and you can see everything in with a 24-hour period or a 12-hour period, whatever is requested by the detective. So he requested a specific time period, and so I just scroll down and highlighted those at that point. Those were the focus.
And you were able to find 11 videos of evidentiary value, is that right?
Yes.
And so that would essentially be 11 trips or so?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, you provided those trips on a flash drive, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe at this time, Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation of the parties, the state is going to move to admit Exhibit 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
Permission to publish? Yes.
Don't format it.
Don't format it, okay. Can I ask you to step down? Do you know what's going on with it, or?
Yeah, if that's okay.
You're
Yeah.
you're the tech guy, so I better leave it to you.
Your Honor, I need to watch this all happen right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
There. This is why we employ the experts. All right, sir, so I have pulled up here Exhibit 7. It appears that there are videos entitled number 1 through number 11.
We don't see it.
Oh, that would
Sorry.
be helpful. and running. All right, so we see here, again, video number 1 through video number 11 of Exhibit 7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And going through this, obviously you went through each video, and there's certain trips that became important as part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're going to open up video number 1. All right, I'm going to pause that. What do we see here in video number 1?
So this is the Burliff software that I was explaining earlier. These videos I created, I just used a Windows capture program so you could see what I see as an examiner. So this is the Burliff software. The trips that were of importance, I made videos for those trips. So this is one of the trips. If you look, I'm not going to click, but I'm going to hover my mouse over here. You can see this is the timestamp of when this trip, we're looking at trips, when this trip began on 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 p.m. That's adjusted for UTC, for our time. It's not UTC. Everything is recorded in UTC, guys. So we have to subtract the 7 hours. And then the trip ends on the same date at 5:58 and 33 seconds p.m. So one thing you'll notice if you look over here, you can see the count is 2,368. That's how many waypoints. Every second the GPS is recording, that's how many waypoints or GPS points are recorded in this trip. So you can see the distance was 25 miles, the elapsed time, the average speed, those things that that the GPS system will actually record. So what I did was, when we hit play, you'll be able to see, I'm going to animate this trip so you can follow where it goes.
And just briefly, because I don't think we've talked about this yet, can you explain what UTC time is?
Yes, so it's Greenwich time. It's the time over in England, and we are every hour. It's spread out by distance, and where we are at right now, we are. Well, I think we're at 8 now, but we were -7 at the time. So it's either -7 or -8. So everything's recorded in UTC time. It's the same way with computers and cell phones, vehicle infotainments. Everything is recorded in UTC time, and then the system and us, we have to manually adjust according to time, daylight savings or not.
And so the times we're seeing here are not UTC, they're the correct times.
They're
correct?
adjusted, yeah, and it even.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
It said it on there.
You.
I adjusted it so we wouldn't have to do any math in our head or anything. It's just automatically adjusted.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and press play on this video. And then I think we saw you click animate tracking. That's that process you were explaining previously, right?
Yes.
What else do we use?
So you're looking at the overview at this second. I'm zooming in so that as I hit play, you can follow it along. Okay. So this is where the trip starts. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, again, I'm not going to click, but you can see down here the date and the time when the trip started.
And what is that, just for the record?
That is 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 and 12 seconds p.m.
And that's just where we're stopped right now, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we're able to determine that that dot right there is the 2698 Paladura Drive in Henderson, correct?
That is correct.
And then I'll go ahead and play for more. And what I notice right now is it's going fairly quickly. It looks like, I'll stop here.
Yeah,
The bottom right, there's something that says 5 times. What does that mean?
Yeah, over here next to the mouse, 5x. I didn't want to have a 45-minute video for a 45-minute trip, so I times it by 5 so it'd be a little bit quicker so that I could condense it a little bit. That's the only reason I made it 5 times, so we wouldn't be here all day watching videos.
And we appreciate that. Playing the video.
So at this point, you can see there's just a little bit of movement. It means the vehicle's on. It hasn't moved yet. There's a little bit of movement. Doesn't necessarily move that the vehicle. Doesn't mean that the vehicle has moved. It just means that it's on and it's recording GPS location. Kind of bounce around a little bit right in front of the residence. And you can see down here the seconds are moving rather quickly, but you can see the seconds there. Roughly 20, 25, and so on.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Okay. At about, I think it was around 5:32, we then see the vehicle begin to move. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll press play. And it appears it's going down Windmill Parkway at this point outside of the neighborhood.
Yes.
And ultimately, this trip, as I scroll across, is just the vehicle is traveling across the valley, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And then ultimately, the vehicle comes to a stop, is that right?
Yes.
And that stop happens at 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's essentially the end of this trip.
Yes.
Then we have another trip, and that's labeled as video number 2, correct?
Yes.
Publishing.
You might have to use VLC.
And again, you're clicking animate tracking, correct? Or
Yes.
track log, excuse me. And where is the start of this trip?
At the Porcupine address.
The 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Correct, yes.
And what date and what time?
You can see the date down here. It is 8/6 of 2023 at 7:37 p.m.
Pressing play. And again, vehicle begins to travel, correct?
Yes.
I'm just quickly scrolling through. Again, this is at 5 times that you have it set at, correct?
That is correct.
Or 5x. Ultimately, vehicle ending its trip at that same 2698 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes,
In
correct.
Henderson?
Yes.
Okay, and roughly at about 8:06 p.m. on that same date, August 6, 2023, is when the vehicle comes to a stop on that trip, correct?
Correct.
And that's the end of that one.
Yes.
Opening file video number 3. Again, clicking animate track log.
So if I could just push pause just real quick. So this actually has 2 trips, and I'll explain real quick. So this first trip is very, very short. It's a span of 10 seconds. You can see the date here at 8/6/2023 at 11:05 and 46 seconds. The vehicle's either turned on or someone put the key into the accessory so you can listen to the radio. One of those 2 options, the vehicle was in on state. And for 10 seconds, this first trip here, I think we're calling it trip number 3, this trip number 3, the vehicle doesn't move, but the GPS is on and it's recording. And you're going to see that there's some movement there just because that's how GPS works. Sometimes it can be off anywhere from 5 to 30 feet, roughly.
And it is possible that the vehicle may have moved slightly, but it's hard to tell from this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'll go ahead and press play. Okay, what are we seeing here?
And yeah, that was the 10 seconds. So I don't stop recording at this point. I now go to the next one, which is a few hours later.
And I'm just going to pause around.
Man, check your email.
That trip start.
So this is a few hours later on the 7th at 2:04 a.m.
August 7th, 2023 at 2:04 a.m., correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, at the 2698 Paladura Drive address.
Correct.
And the vehicle is now moving, correct?
Yes.
Going down Windmill. I'm gonna go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. And I'm going to pause here. It looks like at about 2:28 in the morning, same date, August 7th, 2023, it looks like the vehicle is sort of hovering in this one location for a bit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we determined that that was CVS located at Cheyenne and Durango with the address of 8320 West Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing play.
Oh, so that's why her lips look all wore out.
Vehicle's now moving, is that right?
Yes.
At about
That
2:30
came out of nowhere, but yeah.
Same date.
She actually was
on the
fine. She was fine back in her day.
Skip ahead.
Yeah,
buddy.
she ain't my type, but yeah.
Yes.
Your type of not, she's still fine. I can see why she was in porn.
Rim address, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, them big ass wore out
And the
lips.
time being
Yes, sir.
2:44 in the morning or
And them jugs.
Yes.
on August 7th, 2023.
My baby's sitting here, so I had to say jugs. Sorry, y'all. We was being perverts, my bad.
Playing video number number 3 with the annotation zoomed in at the end.
We had found some of Nikki Fairchild's work that she did back in the day.
And this is that same trip, correct?
Yes, I labeled it as zoomed in. I wasn't
I
sure
thought
what was
she
going
would have
on. You
been
can see
more
that there's a lot of
Sunshine,
movement down there.
Sunshine
After
Studio or
further
something.
investigation, it seems like
Okay, I'll stop you there.
She
So at
worked with about 10
2:04
different
in the morning,
studios. I told her she won an
this
award.
is that Porcupine Rim sort of stop, but it appears
Oh.
that
She
there
had
is
an
some movement
award
within the
for
neighborhood, correct?
something
Correct.
teaser scene or something.
She a super hoe.
Yeah,
I
she was
got you.
Grammy nominated. Grammy nominated, G. Where's that damn Terry?
This is a new
I
trip,
think
correct?
she on vacation again.
this is at 8:01
I
a.m.
talked to her
on
this
August
morning,
7th,
but I ain't
2023.
seen her in a
And
couple
the
of
starting
hours.
address is that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'll go ahead and skip ahead. It appears that the vehicle exits the neighborhood on Ann Road and then makes what looks like a U-turn back into the neighborhood,
Yes, that's correct.
back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes,
And this is at 8:06 a.m.
that is correct. The vehicle's left on at this point.
The vehicle begins moving again roughly at 8:10
Yes.
in the morning.
Miss Lynn, we was doing research. It's research on the trial. That's it. It's research. Now, Candy, I wanted to cover it when I found out that her husband was her boyfriend.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
stop
that's
it
what got
right
me into
here
it.
at
Like, you cut
8:16 in the
off
morning.
your
You
husband's
see the vehicle
daddy
is
head.
stopped at what appears to be a Funny's gas station and car wash.
I didn't know she was a
correct?
porn star
And
until we
that's
got into
located
it.
at the intersection of Lone Mountain and Rancho there, specifically 4747 North Rancho Drive, correct?
Yes, that is right.
And then when she took her husband virginity and he said that was the most amazing night ever,
At this point, the
I
vehicle is
was
still on.
piqued.
As soon as it turns off, the trip ends. So it's still on for these remaining minutes.
But if any of y'all are looking, just type in
Some
Nikki
slight movement
Fairchild
8:18 in the morning,
XXX and it'll
Correct.
pop up. Google Nikki Fairchild XXX. It'll pop
Still
up.
some slight movement there,
Yes.
inching along. And that trip then ends, correct?
Yes.
Publishing video number 5. What time does this trip start?
This is on August 7th, 2023 at 8:21 a.m.
And this, again, we're starting at that Funny's car wash
Correct.
gas station. Looks like vehicle begins to move around 8:21 or so.
Yes.
So those slight movements we saw earlier. And now
I'm
the vehicle
still
is
trying to get
moving
used to
out of
being in
that
the vertical app and regular
area,
at the
correct?
same time.
The vehicle then proceeds through the valley.
And
It's
this is where
stopped
the vehicle
here.
parks.
Vehicle parks. Does it appear to have parked at a children's school, so at the Torrey Pines, Washburn sort of intersection there?
Yes,
that we
there's an
see?
elementary school there.
Okay, and that would be Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
Yes.
And the trip ultimately ends at that elementary school.
Correct.
Video number 6, picking up from there. And around, it appears 9:27 in the morning is when this trip starts, still on August 7th, 2023. And again, we are starting at that Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
That is correct.
And that trip ends vehicle goes back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
And ultimately ends there, correct?
That is correct. At 9:30 a.m.
Publishing video number 7. Trip starts at that 5510 Porcupine Rim, correct? At 9:35 a.m.
Yes, on August 7th, 2023.
Go ahead and skip through. Traveling across the valley. Looks like it's on Summerlin Parkway. Ultimately, trip is concluding at 9:57 a.m.
That is correct.
And that appears to be Summerlin Hospital, 657 North Town Center Drive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Publishing video number 8. It appears to begin at that Summerlin Hospital address, correct?
Yes.
At 10:09 a.m.
Yes.
On August 7th, 2023.
That is right.
Eventually ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 10:26 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
Publishing video number 9. The next trip. Starting out at the defendant's home, 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, at 11:33 in the morning, same date.
That's correct. Yes.
Ultimately, the vehicle traveling across town to... Scrolled a little too fast there. It appears the 2698 Paladura Drive address gets there around 12:07 in the afternoon.
Yes, that's correct.
And the car stays on at this point, it looks like?
Yes.
Scrolling forward a bit. And the trip ends there at 12:43 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Publishing video number 10. Next trip. Starting out at that 2698 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes.
At 12:51 p.m. or so.
Correct.
Scroll through. Trip ends at about 12:54 p.m. and it appears that it ends at a Taco Bell at the corner of Windmill and Pecos, correct?
Correct. It's like a parking lot right there.
Finally, video number 11. Publishing. It's the next trip. And it originates from that Taco Bell at 1:31 p.m. on the same date. Ultimately, once we scroll through, ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And it ends at 2:01 p.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
And between all these videos, these were, this was the date and time frame that Detective Ozawa was most interested in based on the investigation in the case, correct?
Yes.
Past witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Spangler, now, when the car comes in, you're the one that actually physically goes in and pulls out the unit, correct?
Inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's sealed at the scene, and it's not open until you open the door, correct?
I didn't open the doors. The crime scene analysts, since they're the ones taking the pictures, they physically opened the doors.
Were you present for that?
When they opened them?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. In your time spending the car pulling out this unit, you kind of observe the general condition of the car when you're pulling out the unit, right?
Yes.
I'm putting up what's State's Exhibit 458. And then how do I switch over to this?
Yeah, we plug it back. Put that one.
And right here is where you take the unit out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you see this, console with brushes and various items of Miss Michaels, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 448. This is a different view from the car, correct?
Yes, the driver's side.
And you would go into the driver's side to get that unit, so you would probably sit in the driver's seat and pull that out.
I believe I accessed both sides, at some point throughout.
So you're aware of the, the condition of the car and kind of what's in there.
In the front, yes.
Right. It's kind of a messy car from your view of this, correct?
I have teenagers, so my idea of messy might be a little different.
Well, it doesn't look like it would just, it's not wiped out. I mean, look, she's got brushes, there's things in the car, it's dirty, we've dirt on the floor, so it doesn't look like it just went and got detailed.
Correct.
Now, when you're accessing this unit and as you're pulling it out and looking at the console, and like you said, you accessed both sides of the car from the driver's side and potentially the passenger side?
Yes.
You didn't observe any blood in the car, did you?
I don't recall any blood.
Nothing on the steering wheel?
I don't recall touching the steering wheel, so I don't know, but I from my memory, I don't recall any blood on the steering wheel.
But you're in the middle looking at the console where someone would be touching, obviously if they put the car in gear, they've got the shift knob, so they would have to touch that. You didn't see any blood on that.
I didn't.
I'm going to put up what State's Exhibit 451. This is just an ID that was found in there. Like I believe you said that you didn't see this, but this is something that would have been in the car with Ms. Michael's personal belongings, correct?
Yes, I personally didn't see this, so I don't know where it was, but the crime scene analyst must have taken it, so yeah.
Now, going back to the videos that the state put up, there was a end of video 3. There was like some squiggly lines kind of going. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you previously testified that when the car's there, it can give or take 30, 50 feet. In that clip, it looked like it was zoomed in on.
5 to 33 feet.
5 to 33 feet.
Correct.
And then, are you aware of the Funny's gas station, or you just know the location?
I'm not aware of it. I just look at the map.
So it's not like you went out to Funny's and looked and saw what was there?
No.
Funny's gas station has gas pumps?
I would imagine.
And if I told you there was one, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
At that location?
No.
Now, you looked at the infotainment system. Were you asked to do anything else on this case? To examine anything by Detective Ozawa at his request?
Yes. Later on, there was I believe it was a cell phone.
Cell phone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 cell phone. I don't want to read off all the model numbers, but it's safe to say you looked at that, or he asked you to examine that.
That is correct.
And that happened to be one of Devyn Michael's phones, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And that was a additional request by Detective Ozawa.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, State?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Do ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony today. Can counsel approach? More time than on everybody's time to be just mine. So we're going to take our lunch recess at this time, and then that way we'll have all the technology and everything set up by the time you guys get back. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not report this thing using the media accounts to commentate about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using references. You must not make any investigation, testify of the case, recreating aspects of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case of your own. You must not publish any opinion regarding this case or advice made to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:40. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
All right, y'all. Through the miracles and magic of TV, we're going. Damn, they took a long little break. So shit, are they still going? Okay.
She didn't even tell us we don't have to work tomorrow. Do we have to work
The mic is on.
Distractions on cell phones. We do.
For a living, sir.
You're about to get into action. Tell me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yeah, see?
Thank you.
And officer, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Luke Good. First name Luke.
Right, Candy?
What do you do?
I gotta pause it.
I'm a
Guess what
detective.
I said yesterday, Candy? I said, now she is the only one who sound like the Micro Machine Man. I think she just is reading. She got a lot to say, so I think she's already talking fast. But it's ridiculous because I ain't changed no speed. The speed has been on 1.3 since last night. She the only one that talk fast. She the only one.
Henderson Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the Henderson Police Department?
I've been a detective for a little over 4 years now.
And in which unit are you currently assigned?
Currently, I'm in the Digital Forensics Laboratory.
And what does that entail?
In the Digital Forensics Lab, we handle essentially all investigative technology. We do extractions on cell phones, we do cell site analysis and call detail records, vehicle stuff, anything that has a technological component or a computer or a cell phone involved, it comes to our lab.
What type of training and education do you have in order to do what you do?
Well, I have a bachelor's degree from Columbia Southern University in information systems and cybersecurity, and then we go through an extensive amount of training for my role in particular, just because of the nature of technology and how complex it can get. I've trained at the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, that's sponsored by the Secret Service, and then several other trainings with a lot of the vendors that we utilize. That gives us a good foundation to use their tools and just the knowledge that we need to do our job. That includes Celebrite, Magnet Forensics. I'm certified through them. I'm certified through the NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center that's sponsored by the DOJ. So we have to have a lot of training and qualifications just to earn those certifications.
And you mentioned a couple of software programs. For today's purposes, what are the relevant software programs we're dealing with?
So for today's purpose, we're dealing with cell phone records. I utilize CastViz, which is a software that's created and maintained by the FBI. And then I also used ZX, it's called Trax now, which is just another company that produces the mapping software that we utilize.
And have you received training in those two areas of software?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that technology evolved relatively rapidly?
Correct.
And as a result of that, you receive ongoing trainings as through the course of your career as things change?
Yes.
With regard to today's testimony, you mentioned a couple of terms: digital forensics, DFL, Celebrite, Trax. What is it that you are focusing in on, and what is it that you're familiar with, but this wasn't your role in this case?
With respect to today?
Yes, so are you dealing with the stuff that's extracted from phones, or are you dealing with something else?
So specifically today, because we're all cross-trained in the Digital Forensics Lab on a lot of different disciplines, today I'm specifically focusing on and speaking to the cell site analysis, which is call detail records.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is what all the cell companies maintain, Verizon, T-Mobile, all the major carriers, AT&T. They maintain records of every transaction that occurs on their cellular network. So every time you make a call, every time you send a text, stuff like that all gets documented and stored. And since there's cell towers all over the place, they also document which cell tower was being utilized at the time, which is where we can get investigative information.
And we won't dive too far into it just yet. Is it fair to say that you are not dealing with content of what may be on an actual cellular device?
Correct. No content, only the transactions and the connection information through the network.
And have you become aware that a separate detective in your unit has been assigned with dealing with the digital forensic downloads of the devices?
Yes.
And that would be who?
That would be Detective Campbell.
And he would deal with any content? Correct?
Yes, anything on the phone is what he would deal with.
So you're talking about records stored with outside your agency. They're actually stored by very big companies, correct?
Correct.
What companies are those when it comes to this?
So the three major carriers in the United States are AT&T and T-Mobile, and then Verizon, but we're not using Verizon in this case.
Okay, so we're focusing in on AT&T and T-Mobile.
Correct.
In past experience, are you familiar with those types of records?
Yes.
And do the T-Mobile records look a little bit different from the AT&T?
A little bit, yes.
Did you prepare an exhibit today in order to accurately explain your findings and testimony to the jury?
I did.
And Your Honor, this has been provided to defense counsel. I'd move for the admission of exhibit number 3.
No objection.
Number 3?
Yes.
Okay, 3, we're good without objection?
And sir, does exhibit 3, you created that, correct?
I did.
And is there an exact mirror image of that exhibit that's going back to the jury on your supercomputer there?
Yes.
Okay, so for ease of use, you're referencing the same exact files, you're just not plugging in the extra thumb drive.
That's correct.
If you could just pull up the content of the entirety of the disk.
Yep, and that would be, I have it saved on my desktop here, and I already have it open. This would be the content of the USB flash drive.
Okay, and I see 7 different files, correct?
Correct.
Is there any particular file that you would like to start with that kind of gives an overview of what we should be expecting from these other folders?
We can just start going through the folders.
Okay, let's start with folder number 1. Back out a second. Did you title that yourself?
Yes.
And what is that title for the record?
So to title them, I used the phone number and then the associated user of that phone number that I was provided by the investigating detective. So for this one, the first folder is the phone number 702-353-3823, and it's Andrea Reyes CDRs.
And were you provided those by Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
If you could open that folder, please. There's two separate subfolders. One says mapped data and the other says provided files. Can I presume that the second folder is what you received to analyze?
Correct.
If you could open that. Subfolder CDR records, open that. And then there are several files, it looks like some Excel, some PDF.
Yes.
Go ahead and start with the COR affidavit, certification file. Tell us, what are we looking at here?
So every time a detective sends a search warrant to the carriers, all of this information, we don't have to have the phone in hand. All of the information that I'm going to go over is stored at the actual carriers. So we send a search warrant to them asking for the information that we're looking for in our investigation. When they send it with us, they send us a certificate just saying that all the information is accurate and they're attesting to the legitimacy of it.
Okay. You can close that out. Tell us, what type of records did you receive with regard to Ms. Reyes as well?
I received the call detail records that document all of the actual call transactions, and then I also received data sessions as well. Anytime that you're on YouTube or Google connecting to a cell tower, it logs those transactions too. So those are two separate documents. We also have a subscriber information document too.
Let's start with that. For the record, you're opening up Excel sub TIPCO?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here generally?
This is generally the subscriber information. This one they didn't fill out a lot of, but typically in this you'll see the subscriber name. Usually that's the person using the phone or a family member or something like that. This one is actually relatively blank compared to the other ones, so they just didn't populate a lot of this. But you can see that it went into effect 11/29 of 2022.
Okay, and what is the phone number, where is it found on this document?
Right up here in the top left.
And that matches the folder name that you just provided?
Yes.
With regard to subscriber information, different phone companies require different things when you start an account, is that correct?
Correct.
Some companies require a subscriber name, some require identification, others don't, correct?
Correct.
With regard to T-Mobile, is it shocking to you that there is a missing subscriber name, or is that something you've seen?
No, this is not uncommon.
Okay. And there are ways in which detectives can determine who is actually in possession of this number outside kind of your expert knowledge.
Correct.
Like they could call them on the number and see who answers.
Correct.
For example, okay. With regard to this particular document, is there anything else you need to convey to the jury?
No, and the document, it states the phone number in here so that we clearly know that these records are associated with this phone number.
And that's actually listed as the MSISD, what does that mean?
That's I'd have to pull it up, but it's like the Mobile Subscriber International Serial Number for the device. So anytime you see MSISDN, there's a lot of acronyms. This is always the phone number of the device.
Got it. You can close out. Now there's one separate document for the CDRs and then one for the data sessions. Tell us how those differ, what we're looking at.
So the CDRs is going to be the actual call detail records. Typically, it's always going to be the dialing and receiving calls. Anytime there's a call transaction with the cellular device and another device on the network or off the network, it's going to include text messages. So any kind of transaction that traverses the network that's related to communications on the device, whether it's calls, text, stuff like that.
What about the data sessions?
The data sessions are specifically for internet connectivity, and it'll say in the actual file how many bytes up and down are occurring with each transaction. So if you're browsing the web, if you're using YouTube, something like that is what would be in the data sessions. It doesn't tell us what the data is or what sites they were connecting to, but just they were using mobile data.
Okay. And so let's step back for a moment, and if you could explain to the jury how it is that a cell device actually interacts with a cell tower, generally.
Sure. So you can think of cell towers kind of as giant Wi-Fi routers. So it's using radio frequencies to connect to the cell phone in your pocket, for example. Whenever there's any kind of transaction that occurs, or you send or receive a call, it's reaching out through radio frequencies to typically the nearest cell tower. It's establishing a connection wirelessly, and then it's using that cell network to transfer any data or any call that you may have through the network to where it's supposed to go and back and forth to your device. So you're always going to be connected to a cellular tower, and you'll notice if you go into rural areas, you lose connection, you're just so far away from cell towers or you're blocked, you're not going to be connected.
And you said generally you're going to be connected to the nearest cell tower. You mean nearest geographically?
Correct.
Okay. Are there some exceptions to that? What is a general rule?
Yeah, and I actually have some exhibits prepared if you would like to go into that. It can really help illustrate it a little better. So
While you pull that up, just a couple more follow-up questions.
Sure.
So the jury understands, if I have my phone and it's locked, right? Like I'm not doing any activity on it. Is my phone interacting with the nearest cell tower at this point in time?
Oftentimes, yes.
Why is that, or how is that?
So the cell towers are constantly trying to keep you connected to the network, and oftentimes the cell towers, especially if you're moving, you're getting transferred to other towers. They're constantly gauging connectivity to you. If you're in a crowded space, the network traffic can sometimes be a factor. So if that tower is becoming congested, then it'll move you to another best available connection. So there's always stuff going on in the background with cell towers to keep you connected and to give you the best service.
So I don't need to be actively on my phone sending a text to interact with the tower?
Correct.
And likewise, if my phone is quiet or in sleep mode in my pocket and I receive a text, that could be coming through, or has to be coming through a tower too.
Correct.
Okay. And what did you want to illustrate?
So I have a few photos just to kind of help make this concept a little more clear. So this is an example of the mapping that we do. We'll come back to these. So the data in the top left is not as relevant now as the actual imagery that you see on the screen. But what we have here is at the base of this triangle is going to be a cell tower. As you're driving around, I'm sure you've probably seen them. They're usually three-sided. They look like giant triangular poles. Each one of those three sides is an antenna. So most cell towers have a set of 3 antennas that face out in 3 different directions. So what we can glean from that investigatively when we request these call detail records is it will log the transactions, it will log the connections with the cell tower location that you're using. And then it will also tell us which of those 3 antennas on the tower your device was connected to. And from that, we can typically infer distance from the tower and the direction from the tower based on the density of other towers in the area. So let me try to break that down. But this just shows an example of our mapping software. The big red section is just showing you which direction the angle is facing. It doesn't mean anything's in that red area. It's just letting you know that the antenna is facing that way. So if you were at this house, for example, you would be connecting to this antenna on the cell tower. And again, there's 3 antennas. So if you were off over this way, say in this neighborhood to the right, I don't know if you can see my mouse over there or not, but if you're over to the right, you're typically going to connect to the antenna that faces that direction. That's not always true 100% of the time. Sometimes there's geographic interferences and stuff like that that could cause another tower in the area to be the best signal, or it can even cause, this line is not necessarily a hard line, it can even cause you to connect to the other nearby antenna just because that one has a stronger, better signal. And we'll get into that a little bit more.
Yeah, in a moment. Just to kind of break it down. So if this particular cell tower, or this particular cell tower, has 3 antennas on it facing different directions.
Correct.
They cover 360 degrees.
That's correct.
But they're split in 3, so it's 120 each.
Yep, correct.
So this angle we're seeing, this particular antenna is 120 degrees of the total coverage area of this particular tower.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that sometimes there's a little bleed back, or I can't remember the term you used. I use bleed back.
Yeah.
Do you have something to illustrate that?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yep. So we'll get into that. And towards the end, I'll show you an example of multiple towers and how that would look. But if we zoom out a little bit, one of the questions is how can we determine then cell towers? There's documentation out there that shows they can travel in excess to signals of 20 plus miles in rural areas, and you can still get a connection. So in cities, we have multiple towers all throughout this area. Just in this image, there's multiple cell towers that you could be connecting to. So how do we know where that coverage starts and stops? There's a couple different ways. Typically, we can 100% map the direction from the tower that the antenna is facing. And then from there, and based on the cell tower density, we can start to infer a coverage area, especially in an urban environment, because typically you're not going to be connecting to a cell tower across the entire city. Most of the time, you are going to connect to the nearest tower. And in my experience mapping these, I'll see that you will connect to the nearest tower, and usually the antenna that's facing you. So another way to visualize that, though, by estimating the coverage area with other towers in the area, would be this. And this is we call it the horizontal plane. So if you're looking down on a cell tower and you slice the coverage, this is what it looks like. And it's just a good representation to kind of see the coverage area. In real life, shapes aren't perfect. Even the wedge that I showed you previously with the little pie slice here, it's not a perfect shape. And I mean, I'm sure everybody's experienced that as they've dropped calls, driving behind buildings, stuff like that. So there's a lot of shadowing that occurs. This edge is not perfect. So just keep in mind, this is illustrative to give you a general idea of the direction someone is from the cell tower and where we can generally expect that coverage to be. So
go ahead.
Okay. For example, and just to show the difference, this shows the direction from the tower. If we estimate coverage using this is tracks mapping with their estimates and their algorithms and their understanding of the density of the towers in the area. This is the size of this particular tower that they came up with. Each tower is going to have a different size, again based on how close other towers are to it. But the coverage area would be that entire red area. In theory, that's theoretical. And then this is just them overlaid, so you can really see the difference of the 2 mapping methods that I utilize.
Got it. You mentioned a couple terms, density and shadowing, and I want to just try to use my layman's terms and see if this explains it a little bit clearer. Fair to say that if you're in downtown Vegas, or say on the Strip, let's go with the Strip, there are a lot more cell towers down there than there are if you're out at Pavco Road on the way to Lake Mead.
Correct.
And so that might narrow in kind of your inference as to where the phone is, correct?
Absolutely.
And if you're out in that rural area, you may be hitting off a device, but you could be like a tower, and you could be like 15 to 20 miles away from that tower.
Correct.
In this particular area, we're talking about a residential neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
The Paladura neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several cell towers within this area?
Yes.
And likewise, we're going to be talking a little bit later about the Porcupine Rim address. Is that a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several towers with that in that area?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like there's one tower servicing this massive 20-mile thing. There's a bunch of cell towers in that.
Correct.
you were going to go on, I believe, to...
Yeah. And on that note, there's in cities and urban environments, we like it from an investigative perspective because just as he was saying, in the more dense urban environments, you're going to have a greater density of towers, which reduces the area that each tower services and covers. So in an example like this, you're going to have a lot more towers than you would in a rural area, which actually helps us dial in the general geographic area where somebody may be located or where somebody may be using that cell tower. Another technology, so there's two main concepts to the mapping and the location aspect of CDRs, and the second concept here is timing advance. What this is doing is it's using the same angles, the same antennas, so out of the 3 antennas, what we get with timing advance is the network, the cell tower, will send a signal to the device, and then the device will immediately bounce it back to the tower. Radio frequencies are the same material that light is. Radio frequencies travel at the speed of light. We know that speed, so when the tower sends the signal to the device and it bounces back, it's like an echo, like a sonar ping, and it uses the amount of time that it takes in fractions of a second to be able to calculate the distance from the tower that the device is.
So before you go on, just summarize it. Is your device required to be sending or receiving text messages or calls in order for the timing advance to come into play?
No, a lot of the times we see this occurring in the background.
Why is that?
The cell networks, and again, this was not designed for law enforcement purposes. This is all analytics on the cell network and cell carrier side. So they're trying to keep track of where the device is. They're trying to send out pings to make sure the device is still connected. It's all stuff to optimize the connectivity of the device and determine what the appropriate tower it should be connected to is, and just data for the carriers as well, because they're getting those distance measurements to see where devices are connecting to their antennas.
And to be fair, those carriers are big old corporations.
Correct.
Their probably their bottom line is dollars.
Correct.
Right. So they want to give the best product, and so they're constantly testing and kind of refining their towers, etc.
Yes. And that's what all of this is for. And what I have here is several examples mapped together. And this is another tool that we use investigatively because if there's a lot of timing pings, one, you can track the movements of people. But if you get a lot of overlap, because we don't know exactly where on this arc they are, we know the distance from the tower, and you measure that distance with the whole length of the antenna. So that equal distance from the tower gives you a circular shape. We get a little bit of a half circle here. And we know that they're roughly that distance from the tower. It's pretty accurate within a few meters. And they're going to be somewhere along this line. So when we start getting a lot of activity in an area and the cell phone's bouncing off different towers, we start getting lines intersecting and we start getting lines developing next to each other. And for us, we often use this to locate suspects in crimes. In this particular case and example, we're using known locations, but it just kind of helps validate. You can see that you get a lot of that crisscrossing in areas that you know to be relevant to the investigation.
Let me stop you before you move on. So you said we use this a lot to locate suspects who commit crimes. So initially you said this wasn't initially created as a law enforcement tool. This is stuff that the big cell phone companies are doing on their end.
Yes.
This is something you rely on very frequently in the law enforcement world.
Yes.
In fact, it's becoming more and more important to our investigation, particularly in homicide. Fair?
Correct.
You said that you sometimes use this to track and locate suspects. Have you, throughout the course of your experience, seen this and relied upon it? And if a phone says it's at these intersected arcs, that suspect is actually at that location?
Correct. And I started using CDRs as a property crimes detective, and a lot of times we would determine the suspect's phone number, and now we have to try to locate them to see where they're storing stolen things, stuff like that. So we would frequently be able to use these arcs to at least get a good idea of what street even that they live on, and then we'd be able to locate their car and locate them. So it gives us, again, it's not going to be a precise point like GPS. There's caveats to all of these, and the shapes aren't perfect, but reliably I've been able to solve cases and get within a pretty close distance of the suspect's house that I didn't know the address to.
And you mentioned GPS points. I'm glad you said that. So we've recently heard testimony from a detective, Spangler. You know him?
Yes, sir.
Spangler was tasked with dealing with the Burla, which is GPS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those precise GPS points are actually like breadcrumbs moving throughout the valley.
Yes, sir.
That's not what you're dealing with here.
No. What we're dealing with is we get a general geographic area of coverage. A GPS point will be able to put you within a 2 or 3 meter radius sometimes. What we're looking at is entire neighborhoods and the general direction from the tower. So I can say a device is in this general geographic area. However, I can't say exactly where in this shape it is located.
And let me just clarify something. Detective Spangler's responsibility was that GPS point.
Correct.
The Burla.
Yes.
And it'll be up to the jury to decide if this is consistent with that. Anything you're doing today with this, you're not relying on any information from the Nissan Armada's Burla system.
Correct.
This is entirely separate, and this is call detail records and timing events.
Correct. And in fact, when I map these records, I like to know as little about the case as possible, ideally, just because I'm able to focus on what the records are telling me, and I try to eliminate that bias from other sources, because then you know where to look. So if you don't have that information when you start the mapping, it's interesting how telling the records can be, and then you can cross-reference that with other data afterwards.
And you can also cross-reference it with things like video surveillance or times where witnesses say somebody is and all that stuff.
Correct.
But you're not doing that. That's for them to decide.
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Then we just have a couple more. This is another example. So if we go back a few slides, this is one tower. services that address. This is another tower that services that address. So you'll see there is a lot of overlap. And again, you'll have a couple options to connect to, and the cell network is constantly working in the background to keep you connected to the strongest and most reliable signal source. And again, typically that is going to be the closest tower and the direction you're facing. And I'll get into the caveats in a little bit, but just as another example of another tower in that area, and actually I should have overlaid them, but we'll see that in a little bit. But the coverage does overlap so that you don't drop calls. Obviously there can't be dead spots between towers. And then this is again mapped with both features, the little, we call it a wedge. That's a wedge shape, little pie slice. And then if we're trying to estimate or just show a visual estimate of the coverage area based on the tower density, this is the coverage area that we're getting per Trax's calculations.
Okay, before you move on, I just want to ask, up in the left corner, it has your event number. It has August 7, 2023, the date, map CDR records from AT&T in red. And then a little bit further down, it says time frame 0200 hours PDT to 212 PDT. Is that Pacific time?
Yes, Pacific time, specifically Pacific Daylight Time, because every time the clocks change, it puts us on a different time standard.
Okay, so we previously heard the term UTC through another witness. What does that mean to you?
And that's the Universal Coordinated Time. It's UTC, and that's the standard that we receive all the records in. That's the standard time that the entire world can utilize if we wanted to be on the same page. And then when you have time zones, you calculate the offset based off UTC. So UTC is always 0, and then PDT, for example, is UTC minus 7 hours, and that's how we would get to PDT.
And it's either -7 or -8,
correct,
depending on the time of year.
Yeah, we just switched to -8 with the time change.
Okay, and so if we're talking about August 7th records, you're doing a -7 to the record.
Correct.
Are the AT&T records themselves going to be reflecting UTC time?
Yes.
And so anytime this jury sees a map like this, you have already done the conversion for them.
Correct.
If they want to go back and look at the original records, they have to do the math and subtract 7 based on the time of year in the original raw records.
Correct.
Okay. Are there more
Yep, there's a few more.
slides? Okay, go ahead.
This is an example of 2 different carriers that service the same area. So the blue is T-Mobile, and then the red is going to be the tower that AT&T utilizes. However, these towers, even though they're 2 different networks, they are using 2 different towers to service the same general geographic area. So this is just what that looks like. And then I wanted to show this example just because we do get these outliers sometimes where you see this line from the, let me get my mouse on there. Okay. So you see this line, and you'll notice that this little house here is going to be outside of that line, outside of the expected coverage area based on the wedge that we're looking at. However, and this is why I wanted to show the alternative method of mapping, if we utilize this H-plane, and the shape of that H-plane is determined from a bunch of scientific testing through the antenna manufacturers. They're able to use a chamber, it's called an anechoic chamber is the scientific name for it. They're able to basically measure the shape of the coverage area of the radio frequencies, and that's where this shape essentially comes from. So you can see that it propagates out from the tower, not in perfect lines, and sometimes you will have that coverage a little bit back from where the wedge shows.
So we're now seeing a 249 next to the red pink and a 5657 next to the blue pink. What do those mean?
So those are just the lines, the rows from the records that it was derived from. So this is one we're mapping, and we can even pull it up live later on, and I can show and get into that. But it's referencing each one of these points in my mapping software. This is just a screenshot, but I can click it, and it'll give me a little bit more information about where that specific record came from, and the way Trax does it, which is what we're seeing here when we're using just Trax. It's referencing the actual row number that it pulled that data from the spreadsheet that they provided.
Okay, before you move on, just so we're clear, if the jury wanted to go back and double check on a particular point, they see a 249 like that on the AT&T records, they can go to line item 249 and look for themselves on the raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Go ahead.
And all of those records, it's providing us latitude and longitude, it's providing us the antenna information. A lot of times it'll give you the rough street address as well for all the towers. So the software is designed to take all of that information from, it's just Excel spreadsheets with the phone numbers, the dialing number, the receiving number, all the information of a transaction or a call, including the location information of the towers that it was using. That's all in the boring spreadsheets. And then the software turns that into mapped data, and it allows us to see it.
Did you have more explanatory slides?
Yep, and this is one of the last 2. This is just a good example I pulled from the internet where it shows it's not that perfect wedge shape that we depict in the mapping. That's just to give you a general idea, again, of the geographic area that a phone might be connecting. However, in reality, it's more like a blob. So what you can see here is the dark blue would be this antenna. It goes out to here. Sometimes it'll bleed over to the side of the lines. And again, there might be obstructions, buildings, something like that, that creates shadowing because radio frequencies behave similarly to light. They're the same material. You might have tall buildings here, so the better connection will be the cell tower that's actually further away. And then just to give you an example of a dense urban environment with all of that overlap, this is what it could look like with the various coverage blending into each other with multiple cell towers. So this is similar to a neighborhood, like what we were just looking at with all the pictures I showed you before.
Got it. So with this particular exhibit,
I want to get into a moving cell phone. So if a cell phone is interacting with towers or someone's on the phone and they're driving on the freeway, is there like handoffs between these towers as the phone moves? How does that work?
Yes, and so the coverage overlaps intentionally because when you start getting away from this tower, the network is constantly measuring and keeping track of your signal strength. And once you reach a certain point, and again that can change from day to day even, you reach a certain point where the network will decide now the next closest tower is the strongest signal, and it will seamlessly transfer you to that. So you can drive around town without ever dropping a call.
Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
All right, is that the end of your explanatory
Yes.
exhibits? Okay, so let's go back to folder 1 with Andrea Reyes' CDRs.
Okay.
Go into provided files, CDRs, and then if you could open up the particular records we need to describe before you go into any mapping.
Sure, we can open up the CDR records. So this is what it looks like when they send it to us. And what you'll see here is each column, they'll provide us, it's a ton of data. And I apologize, I wanted you all to be familiar with this before we get into the moving and the other exhibits, just because it's good to foundationally understand where all that data comes from and where all the mapping comes from. So
Let's start with column A.
Column A here, we have the date, and it'll show you what date that cell transaction occurred on. And as you see, as I scroll down, the date will change. They're all in chronological order.
Column B.
Column B is the actual time in UTC.
Now, if someone on the jury wants to look at a particular line item, they've got to do their own math, they subtract 7. As a result of that, the actual date might change, correct?
Yes.
So if you're looking at like 2 a.m. record, minus 7, you're going back 5 hours in the day.
Well, this first one is a good example. So on 8/2 of 2023, the first transaction we have is at 1:45 in the morning. It uses military time, so it's a 24-hour time display. So if it's 11 o'clock at night, you'll see it be 2300, similar to these. But the first one is at 1:45 in the morning, so you would have to subtract 7, and it's a little confusing because of the 12, but you just have to work it out. So it would be 1:45 a.m. minus 7 hours.
Okay, so let's skip over column C and go to column D first.
Okay.
What is that?
This is going to be the call type, so it's telling you, and there's a reference key we can get into because I don't have all of these memorized, but some of them. A couple examples, like this is SMS, so that's just typical cellular messaging. So if you send or receive a text message, that is what this is. Let's see if there's.
How do we know when we're looking at a call?
So when we're looking at a call, you'll see it's going to be either MTC or MLC in these records, and you all will have the actual key as well if you're curious what these are. I reference it a lot because it's too much to memorize. There's so many different acronyms. However, when we're looking at a call, line 1 is another good example. You have the calling number and you have the dialed number. The number for the subject number of the transactions that we're looking at is always going to be on one side of those. So either they're the dialing number or they're the receiving number. So you'll see the target phone number for these records is 702-353-3823, and you'll see that 3823 on one side of every transaction. And this here is a call.
It's either the calling number or the dial number.
Correct.
Got it. And so I skipped over 3, duration, to get into call type first. So when we go to your example, example at line 11, go to 11 first.
Yes, sir.
That was a text message.
Yes.
So in the duration column, we see nothing, just blank.
Correct.
If you look above that, those are calls, and you're seeing a duration.
Correct.
So how is it that, or what does duration actually mean? Is it like the whole time I pick up my phone and I dial, and then it's ringing, ringing, ringing? Or is it the time we're talking? Or
It can vary between carriers, but usually it's when you connect. So the actual time that the call is connected, so when you hear it ringing, it's not connected yet, they pick up, and you'll even notice on your phone the timer starts. And that's how it's reflected in the cell network as well. So duration is approximately 30 seconds for this phone call.
Okay. And then, do you know off the top of your head what happens when a call goes to voicemail, what it looks like?
Not off the top of my head, because some of these are codes, so when it says the calling number, voicemail is often 9999,
Okay.
like this.
Well, but that'll be in the key, right?
Yeah, so that'll be in the key, but it'll tell you if it goes to voicemail, and then there's make sure there's no other columns, because each carrier is a little different. So it would be under the call type, and or there will be an actual code in the calling number to show that it went to voicemail. So you'll see weird little numbers like this, and you just have to reference the key to see what those mean.
Got it. Okay. So go back to the top. We've gone through first 5 or 6, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go down the line, and you tell me what's important for the jury to know about the rest of the call.
Yeah, so, and this is for the phone number ending in 3823. And so, for example, this first line is just showing that there was an incoming call from this phone number ending in 3557. The number that they dialed was our target phone number, the 3823. And then, same thing, they say it a couple different ways with T-Mobile, the destination number, the call number, the dialed number, but you'll see that that's consistent with the target phone number for the records at the top. The IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier. That's just a serial number for the SIM card in your phone, because sometimes we'll have people changing out the SIM cards. It'll show that in the records. Sometimes the records will get messed up like that if I click too much. The IMEI, that's going to be the serial number for the device itself, so your cell phone will always have that same IMEI That's just the digital serial number that's always attached to the device.
So let me stop you. If I keep my phone and I switch out the SIM card, the IMSI will remain, I'm sorry, the IMSI will change, the IMEI will remain the same.
That's correct.
So the way I always say is like the IMEI is like the serial number of the phone, the IMSI is the serial number of the phone number.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you'll just have some completion codes. These are things I don't typically worry about. The service codes, this is an example of actually a forwarded call, and I start to retain some of these as I look at these records a lot. But the 02A with T-Mobile just means that the call was forwarded. And then this is all in the key as well. So these could be important if you're kind of curious about the nature of certain calls or you see something weird. The service code tells you a little bit more about what's going on. So if the call was forwarded or there's something abnormal about it, it'll be in these service codes, and there's a corresponding key that T-Mobile provides with us. The switch names and all of these cell site IDs, this is all corresponding to the network traffic as well as the network connection points that the cell networks basically distribute all of the traffic through. So it's not as relevant. And then the more relevant part when we get to these cell sites is the actual locations. So it'll show us the latitude, the longitude, and then, like I said before, it'll give us a rough address of the cell tower. And it'll tell us the city, the state that the tower's in, the zip code. That's all part of the address here. And a lot of the lines are blank.
Is there anything else generally we need to describe in this type of record for the jury, or can we move on to the timing?
Nope, we can move on.
All right, go ahead.
I don't believe there's timing advance in this
I'm
section,
sorry,
actually.
data sessions.
Data sessions.
So what are we looking at that's different from what we just looked at?
So it's different, but still similar. The MSISDN, like I said before, that you can just think of that as the acronym for the phone number. That's a fancy way of saying phone number. So it's always going to be the target record's phone number. So this is the target record phone number that we sought this information for, and the phone number associated is always going to be the same. And then what happens is this is the phone connecting to the internet through the cell network. So you can browse the web without having to connect to Wi-Fi, for example. That's because the cell network enables you to connect to the internet. It's going to assign you an IP address. Without getting into that, that's just giving you a temporary address to access the internet through, just like routers work. Cell networks work the same way. You're going to see the same familiar numbers we just saw last time with the IMEI. You're going to see the SIM card serial number, the IMSI. It gives us the start time, and it gives us an end time for the data connection.
Now, do these data connections need to be going live, or could this be something working in the background? If I leave Instagram open on my phone, this is still recording stuff.
Yeah, you can still be running in the background, or if you're driving around streaming music or something like that, that data session is always going to be open, and it's going to be handed off to other towers as you move around.
And then T-Mobile keeps track of those records so they can charge me for all that data.
Correct.
Anything else on this that you need to explain before we move on?
Nothing too fancy. It still shows you the cell tower sites and the locations and everything, though, which is how we can map, again, the latitude, longitude. That's how we know the location of the tower they're connecting to the internet through. And then it also gives us even the amount of data that they downloaded, the amount of data that they uploaded, and it gives us a duration in seconds. So we're able to, essentially all of this, we're able to take and put into a map and be able to see how long they were connected to a record or to a tower and what tower they were connected to. So it's just important to know everything that we map and we see on the maps comes from these data sheets.
We can close out of that. Can we now move on to mapping, or is there anything else you need to explain before that?
Nope, I think we're good to move on to mapping.
All right, so you're going to back out to the Andrea Reyes CDRs, and then mapped data. What is inside this folder?
Inside this folder is what I produce. So when I get all of these files, I plug them into my software, and then this is what the software spits out. So it will map all of the data for me. There's a few things that I can do. I can change the colors and stuff like that to make it easier to represent. And then after I'm done reviewing it in the actual mapping software, I can export that to a Google Earth file so that we can open it on any computer, whether they have the software or not. So it exports it to a file that's more friendly and more accessible to everybody, which is going to be Google Earth.
Okay, and can we now move into some of this mapping?
Sure.
Let's do that.
So this is a good example to do standalone. But so we'll download Google Earth. This is typically what we use. Everybody has access to it, and it's provided by Google. So all of the software is able to create a file that Google Earth can read. So I'm just traveling down to Las Vegas. Oh, and actually, this particular record, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So,
all right, so before you move on, well, while you're moving on, I guess tell us what you're doing.
So right now, I have Google Earth open. This is going to be the program that we view the mapped records in. So now I'm navigating to the file, the Google Earth file that I'm able to open that I created with that record in CDR mapping, map data. So I'm going to open the Google Earth mapped export that I created. So it's going to zoom into the area of the mapping. And there's a couple things to explain here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we have up here on the top left is our little, and this is where it'll be more and more interesting for you guys. In the top left here, we see the time period that's displayed. So we have the records starting on 7/31 and they end on 8/21 of 2023. So right now it's showing all transactions during that time period.
Is it converted from UTC already?
Yes, I converted in my mapping software. So I already converted it. This is PDT, so this will be -7. It'll be an hour offset from our current time because of daylight savings time that just occurred. However, it's showing me what I showed you before, these towers, and then every tower is going to have associated data with it. So it copies all the data from the spreadsheet, and it'll show me how it used that data to map it. So now we have the actual maps that we can produce from all that data on the spreadsheet.
And the date range that you were just referencing, that is the entirety of the records that you received for Andrea Ray.
Correct.
So it goes back to July 31st of 23 and it's August 21st of 23.
Correct.
Is that common to get that amount of time in records?
Yeah, oftentimes what we'll do is if we know when an event happened, we will look for a pattern of life as well. So we'll request a few weeks maybe before the event, just so we can see what their movements are, where they're typically located before the actual event in question that we're interested in.
And all of this has to be approved by a judge.
Correct.
And so, there's a lot of private information contained on your phone records. So you can't go overbroad and ask for like the entire cell phone history of this phone.
Correct. It's not a blank check, otherwise the warrant will get denied. So we can only ask for a reasonable window of time that would be relevant to what we're looking into.
And so this is the records that you received from Detective Ozawa associated with Andrea Reyes' phone.
Correct.
And show us what's relevant about the mapping related to this phone.
So if we zoom out a little bit, we'll see that it's in the state of Oregon. I don't have the state lines here, but this is California. Las Vegas is right here where my mouse hand is. And then up here, just north of California, we have an area in Oregon. And I can even turn on some borders and labels so we can actually see a little bit more familiar. So here we have the state of Oregon. Zoom in down here to southwest Oregon. That's where all of the records are at. It started automatically zooming in because there were no records outside of this area. So for this particular phone number, the records are only in what you see on my screen right now. They never go anywhere else.
Got it. And so you as a detective, you don't have any information as to why Andrea Reyes may be relevant, may be irrelevant. You're just given this information and you're trying to figure out where her phone was at an operative time.
That's correct. And I prefer not to know that information so I can just review the records as they are.
Can you focus in on the late evening hours of August 6th, 23 through the early morning hours of August 7th?
Yep, and what I can do is I can either adjust the slider here to narrow my window of time, but since we have something specific, I can actually type it in as well. So what was the date range that you wanted again?
Let's go with 10 p.m. on August 6th into 2 a.m. on August 7th.
Okay.
So we don't have to redo this. Actually, can you just do noon on August 6th or noon on August 7th?
Sure. So noon from August 6th, Pacific Daylight Time, to August 7th. Noon again, Pacific Daylight Time. And then you can see here, it'll show what time zone I'm using. And again, this is Southwest Oregon. And these two towers, we can infer based off everything I just told you about how the cell towers and network coverage works. This is a good example actually of a rural area where there's not a lot of towers and there's multiple cities and geographic areas that one tower can actually service. And you'll see there's two main towers that the people in this valley utilize, and the records were bouncing back and forth depending on which one had the best signal.
Okay, so it looks like Ms. Reyes' phone was in Oregon during the operative time period you just provided.
Correct.
We can back out of, well, unless you want to illustrate that with the moving map.
This one's not a great one for it because, and this is where rural detectives might have some troubles because you don't get a lot of movement in rural areas just because there's not a lot of towers that service large geographic regions. So I can close this out if we're done with it.
Yeah.
And let's travel back to Las Vegas.
All right, so if you can exit out of, or don't exit, minimize Google Earth, go into the second folder then.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
This is the provided files and maps data for the phone number 702-561-9242.
And that was provided as Jonathan Willette's CDRs.
Correct.
Let's open the provided files real quick. CDR records, original. What are we looking at?
So these are the records that they send. These records are going to be a little different because they obtained them in a different way from my understanding. They used live tracking, and when you request live tracking of a phone, they'll also send you the historical records that we've been talking about, but they don't label them as nicely for us. So.
Okay, so hold on a second. So we talked a little bit earlier about attempting to locate suspects, and you've used this technology before.
Correct.
If a particular phone is missing from a scene, they go a different route and request records in a different way.
Correct.
So they could actually go find that phone, and you don't know how that phone was ultimately found, whether they used this or they just happened upon it.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So we can open up the files though. This is the table of contents I was talking about that the previous records and other T-Mobile records come with. It's actually pretty easy to look through, and I believe you all have access to this. But it tells you literally what every single one of those columns and rows means. It gives you some reference examples, and then it gives you some stuff that is not as important. However, it explains the date, it tells you the format the date's in, the call type, and then this is where we can see what each one of those things mean. So MOC, mobile originating call, MTC, mobile terminating call. It'll tell you what the transaction was, if you really wanted to dive into it and see what each row was talking about. Let me close that out. The next one, and they didn't label them very well for us, this is the certificate of authenticity. Same thing that was provided with the previous records, and that's provided with all records for us to utilize. They're just saying that these are legitimate from our end, and they're true and correct as far as they have them stored. And then this is just a request form for us. So when we want to terminate the live tracking, we fill out this form and send it back to them. And then we can get into the subscriber information. This is an example of a more complete set of subscriber information.
And read for the record the subscriber name here.
Subscriber name is showing Jonathan / Tracy Weilet / Baker.
Okay, and then there's a address associated with that.
Correct.
That subscriber address is what was given when the phone was initiated, correct?
That's correct.
Not, you can't glean from that address where the person lived at the time of any given incident.
No.
Okay. When was the activation date on this one?
11/13 of year 2020.
And then IMSI, same as we've described before.
Yep, same as we described before. The serial number for the SIM that they're using. MSISDN, which is again a fancy way of saying phone number. And that's going to be the target phone number for these records, which you'll see in the top left of every associated record as well.
Did you read that into the record?
The phone number for the record we're looking at? It is area code 702-561-9242.
Okay. Close out of that, move on to the next. And you're hitting don't save, I noticed, every time. You're leaving this exhibit in the condition the exhibit is going back to the jury.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. So when I click around, sometimes you'll see like that column collapsed into a different number format. I don't want it to save like that. I want it to stay the way that we received the record. So I'm just saying don't save.
Got it. What's the...
The next one would be, and this is why I have another folder that says functional format.
Oh, okay, what does that mean?
That just means that they sent me a weird format. It's Microsoft Excel 97 to 2003. So that was the way they saved it on their end. So what I was able to do, it just asked me if I wanted to convert it to a format that my computer can read, which I did, which is why I made this functional format folder.
Okay.
So now we click that and it'll actually open up.
Okay. And so again, we're working with T-Mobile records for Jonathan.
Yes.
And all the columns that we went through previously, that would apply to this record as well?
Yep, the same record.
And so we're clear, this is in UTC as we look at it now.
Yes.
So any mapping you did with regard to Jonathan's phone would have been converted over.
That's correct. And they tell you at the top, they remind us that all times are in UTC, and then they tell you the actual time frame of the records at hand. So these records are from 6/1 of 2023 to 8/7 of 2023. And so it's a lot longer, and and this is why we use programs to map them, and we don't do it by hand, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of rows, all the way down to almost 6,000 transactions in this one set of records.
Now, these particular records end on August 7, 2023 at 8:55 p.m. UTC.
Correct.
I hate to put you on the spot to do math, but what is that in Pacific?
Oh, that should be 1:55 in the morning.
1:55 in the morning?
Or sorry, no, we're PM. 1:55 in the afternoon.
Okay. And so you wouldn't know if that device was actually found at that time by the detective?
No.
Okay.
And then nothing really to go over otherwise. It has the date, the time, and UTC, like we said, and then you'll have to be on the spot and subtract 7 with the 12 in the mix to figure out the time.
And let me correct my language. I said you wouldn't know if the phone was found at that time. It could have been seized at that time. You just don't know.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know the details of the device itself. I'm just operating off of what the network provided us.
Close out of that.
Okay.
And timing is new.
Yes.
So let's go into this and describe how this is different from what we've seen with Ms. Ray's.
So these are, we map them as the timing arcs. So when I showed you all those crisscrossing arcs, this is where that comes from. It's a separate document. And again, it uses that echo ping to calculate the distance from the network. There is a way to map it with lat longs, but it's not as accurate as GPS, and they give us weird confidence levels. So instead, I map it as the arcs because we actually know how that works, and there's more confidence involved with it. And it tells us some of the same stuff we've seen before, like the IMSI to IMEI. It tells us the phone model, and then it will tell us the actual time as we scroll over. It'll tell us the time of the transactions, and the way that I map it, and the best practices and industry standard way of mapping this kind of information is utilizing those arcs, and it measures the distance here in these columns. But it's using the same cell towers, same location information, same date and time, same device information. The only difference with timing is it's using those antennas, and it's calculating the distance from the antenna whenever they're sending that little ping signal to the phone, and the phone's sending it back.
Close out of that, unless there's anything more to talk about.
Nope.
And we go into map data.
So mapped data.
Go ahead, I'll let you kind of take the floor.
Sure, and so what I like to do, I use CastViz and Trax. There's a lot of different mapping programs out there. They all do essentially the same thing. They take all of those spreadsheets we just looked at, and then they will convert all of that into visual data that we can see on a map. It'll take the lat long, it'll take the facing. We know which direction the antennas face because in those records it provides what we call an azimuth, and that's the direction in 360 degrees with north being 0. It tells us how many degrees that tower is facing. So we know all of that information so that we can put it on a map. And you can actually map these records by hand. But again, we use the software because I don't have time to map 6,000 records per transaction. I use CastViz and Trax primarily, and I like to map it with both because then I validate the software off of each other. As long as I'm getting the same result with both software, I know that they're doing their job. And then I like to get into the records as well and verify a couple points of interest just to make sure, again, that the software is doing its job, which it reliably does, and it's trusted in the industry.
So you actually go in and just kind of point check the work that the software does?
Yes.
And you actually do the mapping with the lat long?
Yes. Yeah, and I even like to go in sometimes with Google Earth, for example. You can go in and you can see the street view. I like to go in and you can visually confirm. You can use street view to see that there's a cell tower there. So sometimes I just like to make sure that the software is doing its job correctly and all of the data is correct.
Which one are we going to work off of here?
CastViz, I include Trax, and Trax is the one that makes that big kind of potato shape. I use that kind of illustratively. However, I rely predominantly on CastViz just because it gives us the raw data that's in the spreadsheets. It gives us the antenna, it gives us the sector width. So it's not inferring or adding anything. It's a little more sterile and a little more basic. So I like to work off of CastViz. So for the remaining exhibits, I'm going to be showing CastViz stuff. For these, though, I map them all together if you would like to. So for these remaining files, we can go through before opening the actual mapping because
you have them all included?
I was able to make it so I can open them all at once and then we can select.
Okay, before we do that, go in and open up the, slow down here. Sorry. Before we do that, back out, go to the CDR mapping. Folder number 3 is what?
It's marked as phone number 702-677-4430, Devyn Michaels, CDRs.
Open that. Provided files, CDR records, and certificate of authenticity. So now we're finally sitting in AT&T window, is that right?
Correct.
So what we talked about earlier was T-Mobile records. They're kept a little bit differently than AT&T records, correct?
Yes.
Pull out or close out of this. This is just a normal certificate of authenticity saying these are the records for this number?
Correct, same concept.
And then what are these extra folders?
So we have 2 different folders. They send it as a zip file, so I preserve that and then we extract it. So if we click the zip file, you'll see a bunch of records in it. So then I will unzip the file so it's computer friendly, and it's a copy of the file. So I left the zip copy there because that's how they send them. It just compresses it so it can go through email.
Got it. So let's open up the uncompressed or decompressed version.
Yep, so the uncompressed. There's 2 different sets, by the way. They requested the timing, I believe, after the fact. Or we got 2 different sets of records through 2 different requests. So yeah, this is the timing. So this is the main one where we have the actual call records, if you want to get into that.
Yes, please.
So let me open up the key first. Similar to the T-Mobile key, they give you a reference key just because it's too much to be able to memorize or know what all of these things are when they send it to regular detectives. So everything is defined, everything that you would need to reference. So when it's talking about cell locations, it gives you details on how it works, deeper than what we need to go into today. But it's giving you the actual site IDs for the cell towers, it's giving you the lat longs, and then it's giving you the actual beam widths, which is how wide we make that wedge. It's almost always 120 degrees. And then it gives you some definitions. So there's just a lot of good information in here that I refer to frequently whenever I see something weird in the records that I don't understand or that I want to know more about, and it explains how it all works. And then they give the files to us in 2 different ways. So they give it to us as a PDF, which is more human-friendly, and the report AU for AT&T is the call detail records with all the phone and text transactions, and then they also put their data in one sheet.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
Sure.
This looks different from the T-Mobile record, so let's kind of go through the columns real quickly.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So different but still similar. So at the top left, you'll still always see the target phone number. And for this record, it's 702-677-4430. At the top, they're letting you know that these are in UTC time. So you got to do some math if you want to convert it to your local time, which my software does. And then you're going to have the same columns. They're nice enough to give us a row number for their columns. And then they also give us the date, the time. They give us the originating number, the terminating number of the call, so both sides of the call transaction again. We see the familiar IMEI, which is the serial number for the device. We see the familiar IMSI, which is the caller serial number for their SIM card. And then it gives us the locations of the towers that's being used.
Okay. You can close out of that. And did we skip over the subscriber on this one?
That might have been in the other folder here. This would be the subscriber.
Okay, just for the record, who's the name on that?
The name on this is Devyn Michaels.
And the address?
The address on record is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
And does this one show activation date like the other ones did? Show the start date?
Yeah, it shows
that.
Where'd you see it?
Right.
Oh, here we are. Active time. So the MSISDN, and remember that's the acronym for phone number, active on 11/23/2021 to now, or when we pulled the records.
Got it. Okay, you can close out of that. Thought we'd skip that. What else was there?
They give us a couple different things, and for some reason they'll send it as a separate file. But the IMEI is saying for this phone or this IMEI, this is the phone number that's associated with it as of this time, 7/10/2023. And then the phones will often have. Sometimes we'll see two of these just because you can have different SIMs inside one device. So they'll send us a report though if there's any serial numbers associated with the phone number and the actual device. But that's the whole page. There's a separate page for some reason. Same with IMSI, which remember is a serial number essentially for the SIM card.
Okay.
And then location. So AT&T has this proprietary way of locating devices that they don't even fully explain to us because it's part of their secret sauce. But it's called Location Database of Record. It's unreliable, I found, and a lot of experts in the field have found, so I haven't mapped anything with this. However, it is possible. It gives you GPS-like points, but if you look at the column over here, it says location accuracy unknown. And I don't like dealing with unknowns. I like stuff I can explain and information and data that I can actually source and rely on. So when they're saying location accuracy is unknown for these latitude and longitudes they're providing, that's worthless to me, so I don't map them.
Got it.
And then timing advance is what we're already familiar with. That's that sonar ping that it sends to the device and back, and then they have a whole separate file for that as well. Similar again, has the phone number, the IMSI, the date, and then it gives us the latitude and longitude of the cell towers, and then it even has the sector orientation. This is the azimuth. That's where on the 360-degree compass that it's facing, so we know which way that antenna is facing. We know exactly the lat long of the tower. That's how we're able to map it.
Okay, close out of that. Before you go into your overlaid mapping, back out one.
This was the other folder as well.
Okay.
They just break up their records, and this is not relevant to our mapping.
Okay, so we can back out now, go to the main folder, see your mapping. And then go down to the next one. For the record, what's that title?
The next one, phone number 707-628-1336, Devyn Wireless CDRs.
Provided files, CDR records and timing advance.
Yep, and again, they sent it as two separate, so I just broke that up. But
So
CDR
go to
records.
CDR records, go to the, well, the certification is the certification, right?
Yes.
Is there a subscriber sheet for this one?
Yes. So subscriber sheet. And again, at the top left, it has the phone number 707-628-1336. This is again T-Mobile records.
And this has a subscriber name of Joseph Sands and a address out in California, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know if Joseph Sands is a family member, Mr. Willett, or anything, that's just the info that was given to T-Mobile.
Correct.
Activation date?
Activation date, it's showing 3/1/2010. And then the same information we had on the previous records.
All right, and then this one says there's data sessions.
Correct.
And then CDRs, which we've already gone through.
Correct.
Back up one folder, and then go to timing advance. So this also has timing advance records?
Correct.
So this particular device, we have CDRs, timing advance, and data sessions?
Correct.
Is that just more information you can glean from the records?
Yes.
You can go ahead and back out.
Okay.
Before we go into our mapping, there's a folder entitled Google well, let me skip that for a moment. NDCAC Tower List, what does that mean?
So that's NDCAC. That's an organization that's managed by the FBI. It's a subset of the FBI. It's the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, something along those lines. But they're a resource that we have that we partner with the FBI on. I have access to a lot of their resources that they provide law enforcement. That's where I downloaded CastViz from. So they have tools on there such as CastViz for mapping software. They have a lot of other tools. One of the tools that they provide is tower lists. So sometimes the carriers will neglect to send us the tower lists on a search warrant. NDCAC keeps a database of all tower lists from a certain time period so that we can have something for that call detail record to grab onto. Because without the tower list, there's no way to map it.
Got it. So you don't need to go out and drive around and see where the towers are. This is the tower list of
Correct.
the operative time period listed on the folder.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have those as a resource, just in case we're missing towers or something like that. Or if it'll show half of my records weren't mapped, then I know that they must have neglected to send me the full tower list. So I just go in and I get the full tower list.
Okay. So before you go into your overlay mapping, there's a folder entitled Google Location Data.
Yes.
Is that included in your overlay mapping, or should we handle that separately?
I can include it. I already created a separate exhibit for it that we can open up.
Okay, well, let's go into it first. And,
Okay. So Google location data.
and then it says 3 folders, first step, second step, third step.
Correct.
Those records were also provided to you by Detective Ozawa?
Correct.
And this is a little different from CDRs from a cell phone company.
Correct.
This is from Google directly.
Yes.
If you can open one of the folders, or if you need to go into all 3, to explain generally what type of data you were mapping with regard to from Google location data.
Yeah, so with Google, and I'll take it from the top a little bit just to be able to explain it. What Google does is when you start up a new phone and you download a Google-based application and you're signing their big long privacy document and check I understand, inside of that, they're giving themselves permission to collect data related to, among other things, your location. And Google will use that for analytics. They use it for advertising purposes. They're storing as much information as they can grab from your phone. So what they're programming into their applications on your device is the ability to read locations from GPS, from cell towers, from Wi-Fi, and then it's sending your device is sending all of that back to Google, and then they're keeping a database of it. So similar to how the cell carriers are storing all of your information from when you're making calls and sending texts, Google does the same thing on their end as well. And so what we're able to do is we're able to ask Google for this information, but it's a little bit of a complicated process. When Detective Ozawa did this, I've done a few of them a few years ago when I was a property crimes detective. But what Google does to protect the privacy of their customers is they require a search warrant and we'll ask for a geofence. So we will look for any devices. We'll ask Google, do you have any devices that said they were in this geographic area? And we'll draw a square or a shape. And inside of that geographic area, we'll send them all the coordinates so that they know the shape.
At a given time.
At a given time. So at a certain time period, so maybe this week in August, we're looking for any devices that entered this location. Or we can make it as narrow as this 10-minute period. We want any devices that you Google logged inside of this geographic area. What they send us back is a spreadsheet of, it's called obfuscated IDs. So they send us, it's a bunch of random numbers, and every device has a long random number associated with it. And we can map it still, but we have to pick out based on that, hey, we're interested in these 3 different ID numbers. And they don't give us any information on who it belongs to. They don't tell us if it's a phone or a microwave. They don't tell us anything other than it was at this location and this is the arbitrary number that we gave it for your purposes. If we find a device of interest that we see moving around in that area or in the area of interest at that time, we send those numbers back to Google for a second step and we say, hey, we want more information on this, or we would like the subscriber information and identities on this. And then that's what the various steps are. Detective Ozawa would have to go into more details of what he was requesting each step. But that's how they do it, just so the customer data is initially anonymous. Because if we do a bank robbery at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, we're going to capture a lot of innocent people whose privacy is completely unrelated to what we're investigating. So we have to try to pick out what we think are the suspect devices. That way we're not just arbitrarily violating everybody's privacy who happened to be there at the time.
And in this particular case, did you or Detective Ozawa receive Google location data ultimately in the 3rd step for 1 or more devices?
I believe he got multiple devices, but I only focused on one in particular. This should be, yeah, he got, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 of interest that he picked out.
Okay, and they're titled Jonathan Willett, Devyn Michaels, Tracy Baker, and Yoko.
Yes, and each file has an associated file that is the original zip from Google, but he didn't want to change the actual file, so in good practices, he made a copy of it, and then he noted which one was which.
Got it. And so I believe you said you narrowed it down or focused on one. Was that the victim, or Jonathan Willett's
Correct.
device?
Yes.
And what type of information did you get before you go into the mapping part that allowed you to map Jonathan Willett's device?
So they gave us, let me see if I can pull it up. The information they send you, and just so you know what I'm looking at, the information that they send you, this is like the billing information, so that we can see, once we ask for, hey, what's this big long number, and you can see up here, these are the big long numbers they provide us. What's this big long number, who's associated with it, so they send it back, and they tell us it's based off this billing information. And then a lot of times we'll get suspect information, or we'll get whoever is in charge of those accounts. So Google Pay, billing info, and then you'll see, for example, this one says Jonathan Willett when I click down into the folders. So similar to the CDRs, they give us customer information once we finally know what numbers of interest we're requesting.
And what type of location data are we talking about? Are we talking about interactions with Google or interactions with cell towers?
So for the location data, it could be interactions with cell towers. In these particular records, though, the location data that they had sent back was interactions with GPS and interactions with Wi-Fi. Because remember, this is all information that Google is telling your device to send to them. They're getting into the GPS databases, they're getting into the Wi-Fi databases on your phone, and telling your phone to send them all of that information that they're storing.
Anything else foundationally we need to do with these records, or can we go now into the big mapping?
Well, just to show you what the records look like, this is the reverse location obfuscated ID. So this is what they send us, and this is associated with each device, has its own unique one of these. That's just the number Google gives us so that we don't know who it is, we don't know what kind of device it is, we just know it's a device, and this is the number they associate. So during the other steps, Detective Ozawa would have requested, hey, I want more information on this number, tell me more, with another court order, and then they send it back. This is the actual location information they sent back for it, and we know that it is Jonathan's based on the billing information that I just opened, and then they provide us timestamp, they provide us the latitude, the longitude, they provide us a display radius, which is their version of accuracy. So they give us a certain radius of accuracy. So if you ever pull up Google Maps on your phone, you'll see the little dot, and then you'll see a more blurry dot surrounding it. That's the accuracy region. So you're somewhere, probably, according to your GPS or your device, somewhere within that. Google pulls that information, and then they preserve that as well. So a radius of 100 meters, if we expand it out a little bit, they say it's meters. So they're saying that there is a Wi-Fi source at this location, and if you're connected to it or you're seeing it, you could be within 100 meters of this location here. So you get a 100-meter radius, basically, of where the device probably is.
Okay. Anything else you need to explain foundationally, or can we move into the map?
No, foundationally, otherwise, it sounds like you all are already familiar with GPS and how that works. When we're talking Wi-Fi, though, it is important to note that based on their databases and crowdsourcing, Google maintains a whole database of Wi-Fi networks. For example, every time you connect to one, they're taking that information and they're making a database and storing it. With Wi-Fi, when it gives us the location, it's giving us the location of where they believe approximately that Wi-Fi network is at, or where that router that creates that Wi-Fi coverage area is at. So if you're connected to it, it's likely that you're anywhere within that 100 meter radius. However, you're not necessarily at the dot. You could be connected to it from the edge of the radius, and sometimes a little bit beyond. It's not perfect.
Got it.
All right, let me back out of all these files. Okay.
Okay. So how best and most succinctly can you explain for the jury what you did with the mapping for all four of the, well, I should say all three of the phone numbers, because Andrea we've kind of excluded at
Yeah.
this point, and the Google.
Andrea is still in this. So what I did, that first file that I opened up for Andrea up in Oregon, what I'm able to do is I can open all of those files up in Google Earth, and I can just combine them, and you'll see that in a moment what that looks like. But I just create a folder inside Google Earth, and then I can save that as another Google Earth file so that everything's included, and we can open it all up at once. So let me do that. So we have Google Earth open. I like to open it from Google Earth. And so I will open up this is my CastViz mapping with all 4 phone numbers. It might take a second because it's a lot of data. As you saw, some of those sheets are 6,000 items long, and my computer is now processing thousands and thousands of items at once. So it zoomed out because there's some activity up here in Oregon that we're already familiar with, as you can see. That's what we saw before. I'm going to uncheck that, and what I just did is I opened the file that I created. There's a drop-down. It's basically a Google Earth folder system. So I created a few points of interest, so that way we can easily see them and we don't have to keep trying to type it in and guess where they're at.
A few or two?
2. Okay. 2 points of interest. And then that is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130. And the second one is 2698 Pauladura Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89074. I'm going to uncheck, just to help my computer with processing, Andrea Reyes, the 702-353-3823 phone number. And when I uncheck it, it's no longer displaying her information anymore. And you go down to Las Vegas here. And so the 3 phones, cellular device records that I have up now is the number ending in 9242, the number ending in 1336, and the number ending in 4430 for Jonathan Weilet, Devier Weilet, and Devyn Michaels.
Okay, so let's narrow this down a little bit to the evening hours of August 6, 2023.
And I'm just dialing in the time now because we're displaying almost a whole week of data at once, so we're just narrowing that to the relevant time period.
Let's do 7 p.m. Let's change that to p.
So 7 p.m. on the 6th.
Yep, and then I guess 9 a.m. on the 7th.
Sure.
And if the jury wants to see outside that range that I picked as an example, they can go into this box on the exhibit itself and they can change that stuff.
Yeah, as long as they have Google Earth on the computer they're using. And yours, if you are looking at it, yours might crash. This is an expensive computer that's made to do this, so that's why I brought it today.
Oh, well. Now
But I do have,
I was going to say, you made some backups in the event that happened.
I made some videos for y'all as well.
Okay. Do you need to explain that now or after?
Whatever you prefer. I would like to be able to play the videos, just because it's set at perfect speed and everything's easy to just have up.
Okay, so before we get there though,
Yeah.
just representative-wise, you've unclicked Andrea Reyes, so now we have the records associated with Jonathan Willett, Devier Willett, Devyn Michaels.
Correct.
Next to the names on the left, it says the colors. Jonathan is in blue, Devier is in green, Devyn is in red.
Correct.
And so anytime we see green on that map, it represents Devyn. Anytime we see blue on that map, it represents Jonathan. Anytime we see red, it represents Devyn.
Correct.
Okay. Would you prefer to go into the videos and play those?
Yeah, it might be better to play the videos, and I can keep this up in the background too. We can go in and look at stuff live. The benefit of being able to do this is just so we can, for example, we can zoom in on records, and in Google Earth without having to have my mapping software because I exported it to Google Earth. If your computer can handle it, you can go in and you can click and you can see the information that it's pulling to map those records and a little bit more detail about it. Because as you're clicking around, you can see if a call transaction, this is just timing advance because it's zeros, but you can see how long certain calls are. For example, this one was 2 minutes and 9 seconds for this transaction that used this particular tower and antenna facing. So it's just something you can click around and explore. This is what I do investigatively when I'm trying to determine information based off of cell records.
Got it.
But let me pull up the videos that I made because those are less likely to crash.
And the jury will have access to these videos too.
Correct, yep.
And that's not linked to Google. That's like a screen record of you doing this prior to court.
Yes, so I used Google Earth and you're able to, it's going to freak out when I do it right now, but.
Well, don't do it. Okay.
Well, we can, we'll leave that. So I can hit this play button though. I just haven't adjusted the speed, but you can change the speed. And if I hit play, it'll slowly start going through whatever time window I have. So the time slider will move through time. And it's kind of like the snake game. If you have a large enough time window, you'll see at the head of the snake, transactions are popping up. And after a couple seconds, you'll see the tail of the snake falling off. And it's good to have that window of time instead of just a point, because you can kind of see the history and where the snake is coming from when you play it. Instead, you'll have points popping up if you don't trail it a little bit. And I'll show you what that looks like in the video here.
What time frame are we looking at for the red?
So the time frame we're looking at is similar, and I have it back out a little bit. I put it in the file names so that we know. The time frame you're looking at is going to be 1900, which is 7 p.m. on August 6th, and then it goes until 2 p.m. the next day on August 7th. I have it set so that every second that passes in our lives right now is approximately a little less than a minute on the display. I can slow my playback time down a little bit if it's too fast and we want to pause it and go back. We can manipulate this however we want. But let me just hit play. So we're starting at 7 p.m. on the night of August 6th. The blue is Jonathan's records, and the red, okay, I hit play. The red will be Devyn's, and then the green will be Devyn. And you can see up here at 55 Porcupine, you'll see some red and some green popping up, indicating that they're in that geographic area. You'll see down at 2698 Paladura, you'll see the blue. And from Porcupine, this is that snake I was telling you about. You can see the device traveling based off the nearest cell towers. From Porcupine down to Paladura Drive, just got there around 8 p.m. the night of the 6th.
Well, there's been flashes of green up at the Porcupine Rim.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's just put that into the record when you do see it. Go ahead.
Okay. And so what we just saw was the red records, Devyn's records, appearing to travel down. And you'll often see that you can infer what street people are even on based on how the records travel. So I'll back up a little bit so you can see that traveling again. But this is what it looks like with the timing and the cell tower data when somebody's moving through a city and they're getting handed off to the next best cell towers as they travel.
Before you move on,
Sure.
just real quick, we see these devices lighting up. Sometimes they're right next to each other. Does that necessarily mean they're communicating with each other, or they're just communicating?
No, this is just general. So the way that I mapped it is I mapped all the timing, all the data, all the calls, everything for each person as one color. So everything in red, if you see red, it could be either data source, it could be call records, it could be text messages, it could be anything that involves the cellular network. That's all it's showing is just activity for that device and which cell tower they were using.
Okay.
And let me play again. So again, it's 7:50 p.m. on the night of the 6th, traveling down to 2698 Paladura Drive, or the geographic area thereof at least. And then at the top, you see some green flashes of Porcupine Rim Street. And at 2698 Paladura Drive, you're seeing a lot of red and blue activity.
And the green is still showing up at Porcupine Rim.
The green's still showing up at Porcupine Rim, and now at about 8:45, we see them. It looks like they're traveling together, or appearing to. You see red and blue popping up, and then ending up at Porcupine Rim Street. And let me pause it, because it's important to note that you don't get an exact minute-by-minute play. It's whenever the device has activity. So a lot of times you'll see gaps, just because the device isn't doing anything at those times.
You'll see gaps in the time.
Yeah, and you'll see gaps in activity, because you're not going to get a perfect line when somebody moves. Like, they'll disappear for a second, and you'll see them pop up a few blocks away, just because the device wasn't doing anything at that moment. So now all three devices are showing up at Porcupine Rim Street. We have some green, we have some blue, we have some red, all overlapping in the geographic area of Porcupine Rim.
And we have blue and red heading back, and for the record, what time is that?
So blue and red heading back, and they're arriving back in the area at 2698 Paladura Drive at approximately 10 p.m.
So Jonathan's cell phone is activating on the way back to the Paladura residence at 9 50 something?
Yeah, and we can back it up a little bit. So they're traveling there at about 9:45. They're about halfway between Porcupine Rim Street and Paladura Drive in the middle of the city, and you can see both devices are showing up. I do have a trailing of time, so if the red just had a transaction and the blue didn't, you'll still see the blue a little bit back. It doesn't mean they're not traveling together. It doesn't mean they are traveling together, but they have activity in the same area. They appear to be traveling around the same time. So we're traveling down from Porcupine Rim Street, it looks like, and it looks like based on the towers that they're hopping and handing off to, traveling towards the geographic area of 2698 Paladura Drive. We're only seeing the blue, Jonathan's, and the red, Devyn's records traveling right now. And the green records, Devyn is still showing up at Porcupine Rim. So at about 10 o'clock, it looks like the blue and the red are now utilizing cell towers in the geographic area of 2698 Paladura Drive.
Green is popping up at Porcupine Rim at about 10:26.
Yep, and now at 10:30, we're still seeing blue and red at Paladura, and we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim as we come up on 10:45. Coming up on 11 o'clock now. 11 o'clock, we're still seeing, let me freeze it, it's 11:04 p.m. on the night of the 6th. We're seeing green cellular device network activity for Devyn up at 5510 Porcupine Rim. And down here on the bottom of the screen, you see we're not seeing as much blue activity anymore, but we're still seeing red for Devyn at 2698 Paladura Drive.
Pause there for a second. So just because we're not seeing blue down at Paladura does not mean the device isn't still at Paladura.
Correct.
It means it's just not interacting or doing things.
Correct. It's just not, for whatever reason, it's not engaging with the network. Obviously, the more you use your device and the more you're doing stuff on it, the more you're going to have activity reflected through the network, whether it's calls, data, stuff like that. If you're not touching your device, it goes dormant, and it's unless you have something in the background running like music playing, you're not going to have a network connection, and then we're not going to see anything in the actual records.
Go ahead.
So coming up on 11:15, we see some red at 2698 Paladura Drive, a blip of blue at approximately 11:20, and again at 11:28. And if I remember correctly, that's the last we see of the blue at around 11:30 at night on the 6th at Paladura Drive.
On this, please.
Yes, on this.
Google a little bit.
Correct. And we had a blip of red at...
Sorry, let me stop you.
Go ahead.
Green just popped up at Porcupine Rim.
Correct.
What time is that?
And if we want to go to the live, we can get a little bit more into that as well. But at about 11:35 p.m., we see green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll watch for it now more. At midnight, we see green at Porcupine Rim Street. We're still seeing red activity down at Paladura Drive, and that's at about 12:25. And we just saw some green at around 12:25 as well up at Porcupine Rim Street. This is half an hour past midnight. Seeing a little more activity by the red down at Paladura. More green at 12:55 at Porcupine Rim. More red at Paladura at about 1:05 in the morning. And at about 1:18 in the morning, we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim for Devyn, and for Devyn, we just saw at 1:30 Paladura Drive again. This is all in the morning. At about 1:45, we just saw more green at Porcupine Rim.
So when we're seeing green flashing into these late night, early morning hours, does that mean that the Devyn phone is actively communicating, or does that mean something else?
Not necessarily. We'd have to check the records themselves. What I just saw coming up, just from mapping these records so much, were the timing arcs. So for whatever reason, the cellular network was pinging the phone. And then we can even get into the records to see exactly what they're doing on it, because we'll be able to see if they sent a text message at a certain time or a phone call. But usually when you're manipulating your device, we'll see a lot more of that signaling.
So this could be just signaling from the network to the device. You could be asleep for a week.
Yeah, sometimes the network's doing that on its own.
If you can resume it.
And again, we're at about 2 a.m. right now, 2 in the morning. The time showing is 2:03. We have red at Paladura Drive, and we have green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll hit play again. 2:05, 2:08, 2:10 in the morning, and now we see the red. It appears to be leaving the geographic area of Paladura Drive.
Okay, back up, sorry. Go to around 2 o'clock.
It's 2:04.
Okay, that'll work. So 2:04, the red phone appears to still be down to 2690 Paladura.
Correct.
Go ahead.
We hit play. We're coming up on 2:10, 2:15, and the device appears to be in motion, traveling towards the geographic area of 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Okay.
And it looks like around 2:40, they appear to be entering that general geographic area, and we're not seeing anything from blue down here at Paladura anymore. And now we're just playing in the morning here. It's coming up on 3:20 in the morning.
Green
see
still
some
flashing
green
at Porcupine?
and some red still flashing at porcupines.
Can you note that when the green flashes at Porcupine? You don't need to stop it. Just
Yeah, at approximately 4 a.m., we have green and red both appearing at Porcupine Rim Street, and it's continued into the early hours of 4. We're coming up on 4:30 now, and we still see more red flashing at Porcupine Rim. 4:40, we saw some green flashing at Porcupine Rim.
And again, without going into the records, you don't know if that's just passive activity on the phone or active activity.
Correct. It's just all activity has been met. And then we're coming up on 5:30 in the morning now. We see some red flashing and some green flashing at Porcupine Rim Street. We're coming up on 6 a.m. Sun's starting to come up. We have some red flashing around 6:30 and some green flashing around 6:30 in the morning at Porcupine Rim Street. Red again, closer to almost 7 o'clock at Porcupine Rim Street. Now we're into the 7 a.m. hour. We see some green, Porcupine Rim, red, Porcupine Rim. And now,
Yep, you missed it. There we go.
at around 7:25, we now have red, green, and blue all appearing at Porcupine Rim Street. So we had some blue for Jonathan pop up now at Porcupine.
Okay, so you don't need to go back to it in the exhibit, but if I recall correctly, the blue phone didn't have any activity after a certain hour, and this is going to be the first time it pops up on these records at 7 and it's across.
Correct. The last time we saw the blue previous to this was around 11:30 at night, the previous night at Polidera Drive.
Got it. You can respond.
Now we're seeing some green, some red, and it's coming up on 7:45 in the morning now at Porcupine Rim.
Now green starts to move about 7:50.
Yep, green starts to move around 7:50, traveling southeast. Red is still up at the geographic area of Porcupine Rim, and blue as well, showing up now at 8:20. Green's still traveling, looks like they're traveling southeast towards Henderson, as we still see more red and blue popping up at the Porcupine Rim Street geographic area.
And I don't think you know really any facts about this scenario, but
No.
The green appears to go across town. It does not go to the Paladura address around 8, it goes somewhere else.
You're correct. Based on these records, the device is showing closer. This is Boulder Highway over here on the bottom right, and that's where the green appears to have ended up. And then obviously we all know what it looks like if they were in the geographic area of Polidera, which they are not at this time.
And you wouldn't be aware that that particular phone's owner said he was working that day. None of that is on your radar. This is just based on the record.
I know none of those details, correct.
Go ahead.
Continuing, it's again 9:10 in the morning now. We're seeing red and blue popping up at Porcupine Rim. And this is important to note, those are those two towers that service that same geographic area that we talked about at the beginning. That's why I made that screenshot of it, so you can see those two towers are the ones that we're seeing popping up. And I have another video that has a closer view of it. But at 9:30, we're seeing red, blue. 9:40, we're seeing red, blue at Porcupine Rim. And the green for Devyn appears to be down near Boulder and Lake Mead and Henderson.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes,
So the red appeared to leave around 10 a.m. is a rough estimate.
around 9:45 a.m.
9:45. And then I saw a little flash of blue that suggests that the phone, the blue one, is left up at Porcupine.
Correct.
Did I see that right?
Yes. There is still a flash of blue at the same cell tower that services the geographic area of Porcupine Rim Street. And then we see that snake trail for the red appearing to travel southbound. And the green for Devyn, because I know we're keeping track of three things, is still down here near Lake Mead and Boulder area in Henderson. When we hit play, we see the red traveling to the Summerlin area. The blue is still showing up at Porcupine Rim at that same cell tower.
Green's looking like it's moving.
Green's moving, but green appears to go even further south into Henderson.
Oh, it actually is. Is it cut off on here?
It might be. We can go into the actual records if we wanted to follow more on green.
But it's available if the jury wants to.
Yeah,
It goes down.
But it goes down out of the picture here that we have cropped.
Okay.
But not near the Paladura.
Red's back up at Porcupine Rim in the 10 o'clock hour.
Correct. And then we see activity from green. And now we're coming up on 11:20 a.m.
Green looks like it's moving back toward north.
Yeah, we're getting some timing measurements from green based on cell towers in the Henderson area. And then we see red traveling back down again around noon. You see green still in that Boulder Lake Mead area, and then you see the red landing at noon at the Paladura Drive address. And then you can see the green still over here. To note, you might have seen those gigantic arcs from the green. Remember, those were timing advance. It could be anywhere along that arc. So not necessarily if it's showing an arc coming close to an area of interest, we can't say for sure whether or not it's actually on that line. It could be all the way across the city at the other end of the arc.
And these places where the green has all the crisscrossing,
Yes.
On the map, your map encompasses almost the entire Las Vegas Valley, correct?
Yes.
So it looks a couple inches away, but here we're talking about like a distance.
Oh, yeah, several miles.
Between Paladura and
where this location is, yes, right. All right, and we're coming up on 12:30 p.m. Red still showing up at Paladera Drive at approximately 12:50 p.m. Green is still showing activity somewhere near Boulder Highway. And then green appears to be moving north back towards the Porcupine Rim geographic area. We saw a flash of blue as well around 1:20. And red is still down at Paladera Drive now, coming up on 1:45 p.m. And red is now traveling at approximately 1:45 p.m. northbound towards the geographic area of Porcupine Rim Street, where they're arriving at around 2:05 p.m. in the afternoon. Green is there as well now.
Okay, I think you can close out of this one.
Yep.
Before we need to take our recess, I want to get into the mapping of the Google. So what's these next ones?
These are all zoomed in a little bit. So I wanted to be able to show, this is from 9:45 to 2:30 in the morning at the zoomed in on Paladera, if we wanted to have a closer look, because I know when we looked at that overview, we may have wanted to look a little closer.
Why don't we go to the Google and we can return to that if we need to,
Sure.
just in the interest of time.
Change my view. So I can read my details. So I mapped the Google location, and we can also pull it up in the live. However, this is the video. So what I have here, would you like me to explain a little bit about what it is?
Yes.
So from those files with step 1, step 2, step 3, where the detective requested location data from Google, they sent them back. We looked at the sheet. It shows the latitude, longitude, and the approximate radius. In the specific record that's mapped here, it's only Wi-Fi locations. So there are no GPS locations. So as we're watching it, I mapped it as light blue. So light blue dots will be the Wi-Fi locations. What a cellular device is doing is if you open up your phone right now and you looked at Wi-Fi, you'll see a handful of available networks. Your phone just saw all of those networks, and it just told Google about it. And that's what we're requesting from Google. So you don't even have to connect. It's called a probe request. Your phone is just looking for networks to connect to. It's up to you if you decide to connect to them, if you have the password. However, just your phone seeing them gets logged by Google. And that's the location information that they're sending us. They know the location of these Wi-Fi points. And so when your phone sees them, that's another way that Google estimates your location for a lot of various reasons. But this is information we can request as law enforcement.
You just pointed out as though Google is George Orwell's big brother.
Yeah, watching us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So before you started, the CDRs for Jonathan Willett showed dead activity, no pun intended, but like dead activity between 11 p.m. and what time?
And around 7 or 8 a.m. the next day.
Okay, and at 11 p.m. it's showing at Paladera, at 7 or 8 it's showing up at Porcupine.
Correct.
This gives you a little more information.
Yep, so we had a lapse in cell network interactions. The phone wasn't being utilized to make calls or any logged data sessions with the network. However, the phone appears to have been on, and it was noticing Wi-Fi networks, and it told Google about it. And so this is what we got from Google about all the Wi-Fi networks and the locations of them that device saw. And the time right now is 2:04 a.m. on the 7th, so the morning of 2:04 a.m. at 2698 Paladera Drive, again on the morning of the 7th. Those light blue dots are the Wi-Fi location hits, and I overlaid it with the red CDR records for Devyn.
And so does it appear that...
Slow down. Go ahead.
Oh,
Let me just adjust. I'm just going to adjust the speed a little bit because that was kind of fast. But again, the light blue down at the bottom right, and the red is the CDR network records. The light blue is the Google records, and I mapped them and played them both together.
That's at 2:04, 2:07, 2:09. It appears that the Google Jonathan Willett device is moving away from the scene in the same path that the red Devyn Michaels device is.
Correct, around the same approximate times.
And the green is still popping up at Porcupine.
Correct. And all those blue dots are the known Wi-Fi access point locations that Google knows about that the phone is seeing. And then at about 2:45 in the morning, I zoomed in just so we can see it a little bit better. We have the red CDR records showing the geographic area of Porcupine Rim, and Wi-Fi is a bit more precise just because it doesn't go as far.
And the Jonathan Willett number appears to have landed at Porcupine Rim about 2:45.
Yeah, and it's been there. And then you can see all the dots are showing at...
Wait. You said it's been there. It landed there at 2:45, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's just showing up in the records. This is in the morning at 2:52 a.m. And throughout the night, that green for... or I'm sorry, I was talking about Devyn for the green. Yeah, but for the blue for Jonathan, landed there.
Landed there at 2:45 around the same time as the Devyn Michaels.
Yeah, so the Devyn Michaels CDR records and the blue location data from Google for Jonathan landed there around 2:45.
And in the meantime, the green has been consistently hitting at Porcupine.
Yeah, and that's what you'll see pop up, which is why I was mentioning it there. But zoomed in, it looks like Google doesn't tell us the Wi-Fi network that it's connecting to, only that it's connecting to a Wi-Fi network that is seeing one, but it appears to believe that it is one that is at that location.
Because it's the blue dot is directly on your little
Correct.
yellow house. All right. Court's indulgence. All right, thank you, Detective. I will pass the witness.
We're going to take a brief recess before we do cross-examination of the detective. Ladies and gentlemen, during this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors or anyone involved in this case or its matter, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything in regard to this case that's considered to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 2:50 will be recessed till 3:05. All rise for the jury.
Businesses on the nearby street corner.
Did you have any more little as possible?
7628133.
Did you guys remember your cross?
Just a few follow-up questions. When regarding to Devier's phone,
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present in the county court. We're going to go back on the record and see 377-239, State of versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state, and the party stipulates the presence of Archer.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you guys remember your cross?
just a few follow-up questions. When regarding to Devier's phone, you said the name came back as a Joseph Sams on that when the subpoena returned?
I can pull it back up if you like. The subscriber?
The subscriber information.
Let me pull that one back up. Correct. So for Devier, the phone number that I was provided of 707-628-1336 for Devier, the subscriber name is showing Joseph Sams.
And like you stated on previous, on direct, you're basically just given a file and you say, track these phones.
Correct.
And it's tracking the phones, not a person's movement.
Correct. Only the device itself.
So if a device is left at home, we're not going to catch that person because the device is at home.
Correct.
You said a couple times, I think a few times on direct, I kind of just touched on it, that you don't like to know too much about the case or as little as possible.
Correct.
And basically you're given instructions by a detective superior to say, these are these numbers, I need to track them, trace them, and then you do that through your software.
Yes.
Did you have any more involvement on this case in collecting evidence though?
Yes.
You canvassed around the area of Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct.
You visited, I want to say it's about 17 locations?
Yes, that sounds about right.
Surveillance cameras?
Yeah, so I was tasked with trying to canvass for surveillance video for all the businesses on the nearby street corner.
So you're not like a guy in the chair in the back office. You're actually out doing the work, and you still go back and review it when it's given to you what they want.
Well, now I am the chair in the back office. Back then, I was actually transitioning into the role that I'm in now. So I was still partially involved with the street side of it at that time.
So you actually had more information about this case than just here's a file, track this phone.
Yes.
You knew a decent amount because you were out in the field. You were tracking down videos and evidence at this time of this this incident.
Correct.
And you're given the phone numbers by the detective to track. You're not actually collecting all the devices. Let me clear that up. You're given a phone and they say track this through your software, correct?
Well, I was just provided the phone number and the records that they had already obtained.
And those are provided to you by the detective?
Yes.
And if there's other phones that are collected during the investigation, you would know about that. You're just given the phones by the detective.
Correct.
So if there's phones that were left out or other devices, you don't know about them. You just were given what the detective wanted.
Correct.
Court's indulgence? No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. See?
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, I'm going to excuse. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we need to unhook all of his stuff?
Yeah, I got to unpack a little bit.
Okay, would you go ahead and do that?
All right, thank you. Yep. Yeah, that one's my wire. Yeah, you can just roll it out. Thank you. Yep. Perfect. Take that from you. Thank you, sir. Okay, that should be it.
Then you may call your next witness.
State's next witness is Detective Carl Lippish.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I proceed?
Thank you.
Detective, you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Full name is Carl Lippish. First name is Karl. Last name is Lippisch.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work for the City of Henderson as a police officer.
And specifically, what's your position there?
Currently a detective with our Crimes Against Persons unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been in this unit for just over 9 years.
What are some of your duties in your unit?
Our unit, Crimes Against Persons, responds to violent crimes, including like homicides, death investigations. We do any violent crimes such as shootings, stabbings. We respond to officer-involved shootings, as well as suspicious deaths, suicides, robberies, and a lot of cases like that.
And so when you're investigating those types of cases, what are some of your duties? Are you collecting evidence, something else?
Yes, depending on our role that we're assigned, depending on how many detectives are assisting with the investigation, you can either be the primary person with it, who's kind of overseeing everything. You can be doing interviews, collecting evidence, whether it be physical evidence on scene, tracking other evidence down, collecting video surveillance, writing search warrants, a wide range of job duties that are necessary for the investigation.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you assigned to assist in a murder investigation on that date?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the actual murder scene, which was at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Who was there when you arrived that day?
At that time when we arrived, as detectives were usually contacted after the fact, after the initial response. So when we arrive, our Henderson police officers have already arrived at the location, and typically they've kind of frozen location or kind of taken control of the area to make sure that it's preserved as best as possible.
And is that what was happening at that Paladura Drive when you showed up?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you arrive in the morning hours of that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you arrive with?
At that time, I don't remember exactly who in my squad was all on duty, but I believe Detective Ozawa and I were both working that morning. I know my sergeant, Sergeant Slattery, and then I believe the rest of our squad, as well as CSAs, were called to respond as well.
And can you walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through what you did at the scene when you arrived?
When we arrive on a scene, especially something of this magnitude, we will meet as a squad initially, and then we will get with whoever the on-scene ranking officer or like lieutenant or sergeant is for the patrol squad. They will typically have a brief that they can provide to us, give us as much detail or information that they have, which would include involved parties, locations, if there's vehicles involved, any details that are pertinent that they've already learned once we arrive at the scene. And then after that has been conducted, we'll then get together as a squad and we'll determine our jobs and responsibilities. Once that's done, we could also end up doing like a walkthrough of the scene to then be able to kind of get a feel for what exactly we're looking at.
So talking about this specific scene on August 7th, 2023, you arrive, you get a briefing like how you just mentioned?
Correct.
Okay, so some initial details that the first responders provide to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after getting that information, what did you physically do?
On this scene, because the family was there and the family was, obviously they were dealing with the trauma of it and they're very cooperative with us, we were granted consent to initially walk in and kind of understand what we were there for, what we were responding to. We were able to see the initial scene, see the inside of the residence, and see the deceased person lying in the bed. so that we were able to kind of understand what exactly our investigation was going to entail.
So essentially you do a walkthrough of the murder scene, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. After going ahead and doing that walkthrough, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And that search warrant was granted for the residence from a judge, correct?
Yes, it was.
And did you also, were you involved in a search warrant for a truck that was located at that Palo Duro address?
Yes.
Now, talking about the scene itself, you mentioned that you did a walkthrough and then eventually assisted in the execution of the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
So talking about the scene itself, if you remember, there was, and correct me if I'm wrong, a living room, makeshift bedroom, sort of past the kitchen in the residence, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And was the body found in that room?
Yes, it was.
Where was the body?
The body was lying on the bed that was in that room, kind of lying across the bed.
Were there blankets?
Yes, there were.
You also noticed blood at the scene?
Yes.
Was there anything unique or interesting about the blood that you saw at the scene?
The blood at the scene was primarily limited to the space of the bed itself. The way that the body was positioned on the bed, the torso and the neck were up towards the edge of the bed, and then the severed head was not there, so the neck was exposed. And then the blood itself there was some that had like come down from the body directly straight down, but there wasn't I should say hardly any like blood spatter or anything like throughout the room that you may initially think due to the fact that the head was missing.
And just to be clear, there was no blood spatter that you saw?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also find chemical bottles?
Yes.
And where were those found?
There was 2 bottles that were found in the hallway that would lead from this room that was kind of the makeshift bedroom, more like a living room style, but it had the bed in it. There was a hallway that led from that room to a bathroom, laundry room, as well as up to the garage. And those were found in that hallway.
And 2 bottles to be exact, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cleaning agents?
Yes.
And you mentioned you've been with the unit, this specific unit, for 9 years. Was this your first and only decapitation investigation?
Yes.
So it's quite rare. I think you mentioned that previously, right?
Correct.
Ultimately, then, after you conduct this initial execution of the search warrant walkthrough, are you then assigned to canvass sort of the surrounding neighborhood of the residence for video surveillance?
Yes, I assisted with that.
And that essentially becomes your larger role in the investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Then, after canvassing for video surveillance at that Palo Duro address and the neighboring community there, did you then assist with the execution of a search warrant at a 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, I did.
And after assisting with that at the 5510 Porcupine Rim, you then begin to review all of the videos that were ultimately collected from the canvases, correct?
Yes, and the canvas took several days, just in terms of the amount of video that we were able to collect, as well as just the number of houses in both neighborhoods. All of that video was not obtained immediately. It took several days and going back out several times to do the best we could to get as much video as possible.
And I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as states 11A. You're under permission to publish. And this would be the neighborhood of Palo Duro, correct?
Yes.
And all of these little, I guess, yellow thumbtacks there, are those the residences that were canvassed and the area that was canvassed for video surveillance?
I believe so.
Do you have a reason to dispute that that's the area?
I don't, other than just the number of, or the specific addresses and stuff. I'm not sure what they are, but I believe that those, I know that we canvassed that entire area.
Okay.
So
So you had members of the team with you canvassing as well. It wasn't just you.
Correct.
Is that why you're hesitating a bit?
Yes.
Okay. But you as the collective went ahead and canvassed this entire area with these thumbtacks here.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I also had mentioned permission to publish states 11. We have here another map showing the 5510 Porcupine Rim address. There was some canvassing, as we mentioned, in that location as well, correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with the canvassing of the Palo Duro address, which was the neighborhood of the murder scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The actual neighborhood itself was searched, as well as nearby businesses, correct?
That's correct.
During your review of the surveillance footage that was obtained, were there certain videos that ultimately became important as part of the investigation?
Yes, there were.
And why did they become important?
Because we were able to identify specific vehicles that were involved with our associated people to this.
And specifically then, the vehicle located at Palo Duro was a truck with a trailer attached, is that right?
Correct. It was a 2020 white Chevy truck.
Belonging to Jonathan Willett?
That's correct.
And then also a vehicle of interest was a 2017 Nissan Armada belonging to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the Porcupine Rim address, there was also a white work van, as well as a blue Honda vehicle that was in the driveway, both belonging to a Devyn Willett.
Correct.
And so knowing those vehicles, that's why when you're reviewing the surveillance video, you have those vehicles in mind to see if there's anything of evidentiary value, correct?
That's correct.
So ultimately, you're able to collect from various addresses according to that map, but specifically, you obtained a video from 2696 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes.
And that would be the house next door to the murder scene at 2698, correct?
That's correct.
Then also 2697 Paladura Drive,
Correct.
2701 Paladura Drive,
Yes.
a Chevron at a 201 North Pecos Road,
That's correct.
2699 Fampon Court,
Yes.
as well as 6621 Gray Juniper Road, which would be ultimately near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
You also collected video from a 6505 Taylor Creek Avenue, which also would be near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That is correct. Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I believe between the parties stipulating, the state would like to move for admission of the surveillance video marked exhibits 622 through 630.
We have no objection to the admission.
Okay, 622 to 630 will be admitted.
So I want to start with the house next door to the murder scene. That would be at 2696 Paladura Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was a video that you had determined had some evidence or some information that was helpful to the case, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish? Are you able to see that on the monitor in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I have published states 625, which is that 2696 Paladura Drive. Do these appear to be the files that were obtained from that address?
Yes, they are.
I am going to play the file XPTM5940. And I'm going to pause it here. Before I start playing this, I just want to talk a little bit about this video. So it looks like there is no date and time stamp on this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were ultimately the individual that collected this video, correct?
Yes.
And so when you collected the video from the homeowner or the individual that lived at the home, you were able to see on their phone what the date and time stamp was. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So even though we don't have the date and time stamp on here, we have your testimony of what you saw on their phone, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, in the top right-hand corner, do we see a vehicle there?
Yes, we do.
And what type of vehicle is that?
That's a Nissan Armada.
Playing? I'm going to stop it at 35 or 36 seconds. What do we see there in the top right-hand corner, sort of past the Nissan Armada?
What you're seeing there is Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy 2500 truck. It's distinctive because of the two flags that are displayed in the back, and then he has the trailer connected to the back that he's towing as well.
Playing at 36 seconds. And ultimately in this video, we see that vehicle doing essentially a U-turn and now going past that 2698 Paladura Drive address, correct?
That's correct.
And we're able to also determine what time this occurred based off of other surveillance video, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically from 2697 Paladura Drive. The corresponding time would be 8:18 p.m.
Correct. 8:18, approximately 43 seconds. It passes the front of the house across the street.
And we will get to that in a second, just so I don't have to switch the discs out. Okay. There is another file of note UNDM 8045. I'm going to go ahead and play that. And stopping it there. Again, what do we see in the top right-hand corner?
We see the same Nissan Armada.
Pulling. And ultimately in that video, what is of evidentiary note?
In that video, that you're able to see outside of the screen what apparently is probably a vehicle pulling up, because you're able to see the headlights of that vehicle that comes to a stop and is illuminating the Nissan Armada based on where it's parked. And from viewing that, it appears that that vehicle would have parked directly in front of 2698 Paladura.
Because this camera is next door 2696, correct?
Correct.
Now UCUF 1169, publishing. What did we see in that video?
In that video, it appears to be the same headlights that are on, just because the shadows are the same as they were in the previous video that we just watched. And then you're able to see what appears to be two figures that are moving just based on the shadows. And then because there's audio with this, you're also able to hear that those people are talking.
Were you able to determine the time frame of this video?
The determination on this time frame was based off of another camera when the truck returned to the neighborhood. So this would be at approximately 22:12.
And that would be PM?
Correct.
Now, just to go to the next video where you found something interesting. ALN M6052, publishing. And I want to pause it there at 7 seconds. What did we see in this video?
We saw the flash of the rear lights on the Nissan Armada, which is often consistent with someone unlocking a car.
Playing again. And what did we see there?
The driver's side door of the vehicle was opened.
Playing at 18. And there?
Another flash of the lights.
Did we also hear something?
And we did hear something.
What did it appear to be?
Possibly a locking or unlocking of the doors.
And what do we hear there?
But there we hear the engine of the vehicle starting.
And did it appear that someone entered the vehicle prior to the start?
Correct. It appeared that somebody entered into the driver's seat.
And what did we see there?
There we saw the vehicle, the Nissan Armada, slowly pull forward. The brake lights seemed to be activated, which made it appear that the vehicle was just pulling forward and was going to stop just out of the view of the camera.
Okay. And what home was it going in front of?
By the direction that it was going, since it was pulling straight like that, it would be directly in front of 2698 Paladura, and it would be nose to nose with the 2020 Chevy truck that had already parked along the very front of the house.
And that was the home of the murder, correct?
That's correct.
And the time frame for that, through your investigation, you were able to look at different information, in this case to determine time frames, correct?
Correct.
And we know that the Nissan had been activated prior to 11 p.m. Is that right?
The video we just watched.
Yes.
The timestamp on that one was actually 23:05:46 seconds, and that was from the resident who actually had the video. That was from her cellular device. And
So that
being
would
able to see
be
the timestamp on it.
11:05 p.m. for us laymen?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now going to FE4489FC file, publishing. Thank you. I'm gonna pause it there. What do we see there?
There we saw lights flashing from when you're looking at the screen from the right out of the screen, but it illuminated the screen, and they're consistent with what we had seen earlier with somebody activating the car, like unlocking or locking a car.
Playing. And what did we see in that video?
In that video, you see, after hearing the engine start of a vehicle, you then see a vehicle back into view, and it appears to be the same Nissan Armada that we'd seen earlier.
And based on you looking at the resident's cellular phone, did that appear to have occurred at 2:04 in the morning?
Correct.
And just to orient us, publishing states 9. Are you able to use that mouse and hover over the address of that surveillance video we just watched?
Yes. So the pointer of the mouse is over 2696, which is where that surveillance was from.
Okay, so it would be right next door to the flag or the pin there, which would be the murder, the house of the murder, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next address of importance was a 2697 Paladura Drive, correct?
Correct.
Using that same map, States 9 Publishing, can you orient us where this address is with the mouse?
Yes. So
Don't click.
2697 is going to be across the street on the corner, right here at the corner of Paladura and Caroline Laurel Street.
Publishing States 690, 626, excuse me. We see a video file there, correct, sir?
Yes.
And here we're focusing sort of at the top center of the screen, right?
That's correct.
And ultimately what we see in this video is a vehicle do a U-turn at the intersection of Paladura Drive and Carolina Laurel Street, correct?
That's correct.
And we have a date listed there as August 6, 2023?
Yes.
And what time?
0819, and it had gone up to 17, but started at 081838.
Next, turning to 2701 Paladura Drive. Can you please orient us at States 9?
I believe it's going to be this house right here. So it's going to be, 2701 is going to be across the street and just like one house to the west. So not directly across the street from the residence, from the residence of where the homicide occurred.
Sort of catty corner.
Correct.
Publishing 2701. Specifically 627. Now, was there something unique about this particular camera? Was it motion activated? Was it always on? Something else?
No, this camera was motion activated. It was motion activated by what appeared to be by the residents themselves moving around in their driveway or in front of their residence.
Have some long file names here, correct?
Yes.
So I'm not going to play every single video, but the members of the jury will have time to review those if they'd like to. But there were particular videos that showed interesting things. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is specifically the file 2AA341 707 BE3055 BCD 0241 C3B0F 77BD0. Lots of letters and numbers, correct?
Yes.
All right. So in the top right-hand corner of this file, what do we see there?
Besides the timestamp, you're also able to see across the street to the residence 2698 Paladura, where the murder had occurred.
And what date do we see there?
2023-0806, so August 6th.
And what time?
18:26:58.
And can you do the math for me? What
So
time that would
that'd
be?
be 6:26, almost 6:27 at night, or in the afternoon, evening.
6:27 in the evening?
Correct.
Playing. And specifically with the 2698 address, what did we see the individual doing that was in the screen?
It appeared that there was a male that was loading items or arranging items in the trailer that was parked in the driveway.
Turning to the file ending in 105DD, starting with FC4. I'm going to pause it there. Do we see a date and timestamp? And can you please read it?
Yes, we do. It's 2023-0806, and then the timestamp is 21:11:47, which would be 9:11:47 p.m.
And
which exhibit? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Which exhibit is this one?
this is the same exhibit. 627 file starts with FC4, ends with 105DD.
05DD?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. And we're specifically looking of evidentiary value at the top right-hand corner, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that? That's the home of where the murder took place, correct?
It is the home of where the murder occurred. The garage door is closed, and the truck that had been backed up with the trailer in the driveway is no longer there.
Okay. Now turning to file starting with FDD, ending in 79B5. Pausing there. What do we see there as the date and time?
The date and time is going to be 2023-0807 for the date, and the time is going to be 0809:54. So 8:09 in the morning.
Thank you. That one's a little bit easier. What do we see in the top right-hand corner?
So we're able to see in the top right-hand corner is Jonathan's truck is now parked on the roadway in front of the residence with the trailer still attached, and it's parked facing essentially the opposite direction of traffic. You're also able to see that the garage door is partially open. But the significance that I saw from this video is the fact that the truck is parked consistent with what we had seen in the video from the residence directly next door, the 2696 house, where we had seen the headlights that had arrived during the night and then the two shadows. So that would kind of corroborate the fact that he had parked his truck in that manner that night when they had arrived. And that's how we also found it when we arrived.
So essentially the Nissan Armada and that truck would have been nose to nose at that previous video that we saw.
Correct.
During the night.
Correct.
And it's still in that same position in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also canvass for video at a Chevron?
Yes.
And you obtained video from that location at 201 North Pecos Road. Is that right?
Yes.
Why was that important?
I learned that they had stopped at that Chevron after, I should say, as they were returning from 5510 Porcupine Rim, they had stopped at that Chevron prior to getting back to the Paladura house.
Publishing 622. There were 2 gas stations that we obtained surveillance video from, correct?
The gas station that I was aware of that we collect video was the 201 North Purpose Road, and that was the Chevron Terrible Herbs.
Publishing 623. Opening the file, camera 7. And I'm just going to pause immediately. In the bottom left-hand corner, do we see a date and time there? And if we do, please read it into the record.
The date is 08/06/2023, and the time is 22/04/01, which would be 10:04 at night.
Playing. And pausing it there at 22:04, what did we see come into the screen?
We see the white 2020 Chevy truck towing the trailer.
And that would be Jonathan Willette's truck and trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Playing. And do we see anything else of evidentiary value in this camera angle?
No.
Now you obtained another camera angle, correct?
Correct.
Publishing camera 9. Pausing there. Can you please read the date and time stamp into the record there?
Its date is 08/06/2023, and the time on it is 22/04/02, 10:04 at night.
And can you describe the angle of this camera?
This camera is looking what would be east, so it's looking into the parking lot area and the gas pump area of the Chevron Terribles gas station. It's on the south side of the building.
Plain. Pausing there at 22:04 and 41 seconds. What do we see there?
We see the white Chevy truck with the trailer belonging to Jonathan.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Belonging to Jonathan.
And it's sort of parked in between these 2 sets of palm trees.
Correct. It will stop and park right between those.
And the actual store belonging to the Chevron, would that be to the left of the screen?
Yes.
Playing. And we see someone getting out of the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
As well as the driver's side?
Yes.
Passenger appears to be female.
Correct.
Driver appears to be male.
That's correct.
And now they are walking towards the actual Chevron store, is that right?
Yes.
And they are still appear to be out of frame, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to scrub a bit into the video. So stopping it at 22:10, according to the timestamp on the video, we now see that female and male walking back towards Jonathan's vehicle, correct?
Yes, we do.
And that's about 5-ish minutes since they left to outside of the screen, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Male gets in driver's side,
Yes,
female gets in passenger side.
correct.
Lights on the vehicle activated, correct?
Yes.
And at about 22:11:06, the vehicle with the trailer then pulls away. Is that right?
That's correct. It pulls
And it-
forward and it's going to proceed over to Windmill Parkway. It's going to turn right, which would be westbound on Windmill Parkway, which is going back towards the Paladura neighborhood.
Turning your attention now to 2699 Van Palm Court. That was near the Paladura address. Is that right?
Correct. It's a house just to the south. Or excuse me, not a house, a street to the south of Paladura.
Are
It's
you
on a
able to
cul-de-sac
use
street.
that mouse and orient us, please?
Yes. So this cul-de-sac street right here is Fan Palm Court, and 2699 is the house at the end of the cul-de-sac right there.
So it would essentially be the street on the parallel, the street beneath the Paladura address, right?
That's correct.
And you received a video surveillance from that, correct?
Yes.
Publishing.
Sorry, good people. I think the computer just decided to do a damn update in the middle. I ain't see it until just now. I think we should still be at the same spot. Oh no, what the fuck is this? Stop sharing, stop sharing. Fuck. How in the fuck I go to my, hold on, I have my Gmail up, share screen. Okay. The trial should be, I don't know how long I've been down, but we should still be at the same spot where it played a few minutes, I think. Oh, no, we're caught back up.
Yeah,
We
it's
missed
only
a few
been about a
minutes. Y'all want
minute
me to
and a half.
skip it back? So no need to skip. All right, then. Well, Richard, this just show looking like it done caught up. Okay, I gotta wait for this shit. Is the screen back up?
Yeah. But the StreamYard it is.
Day.
Yes.
Playing 2506.
YouTube tab, finally. I'm trying to close this down. All right.
Date and timestamp.
Date is 08/07/2023. Timestamp is 06/21/27 in the morning.
Is this the same?
It's essentially immediately after.
Okay.
It's just a continuation of the one we watched before, essentially.
Apparently, we weren't that far behind. All right. Well, we're live now with them. I'm guessing they'll end in the next 20 minutes.
And again, seeing Debbie Ayer's work van, correct?
That's correct.
0738, is this a video as well?
Yes, it is.
Now, I don't see a date and timestamp on this video, but is this another situation where you were able to determine the date and timestamp when looking at the video on the homeowner's device?
It's also embedded in the name of the video itself. So with the name of the video being 2023-0806, that notates the date of the actual video, and then the 090738 notates the time. So it'd be 38 p.m.
Okay, and what you're referring to is sort of in that top left-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay, so 9:07 p.m. On August 6, 2023.
Correct.
Playing. Oh, sort of quick there.
Yes, it is.
So what do we ultimately see in this video?
Also, you're able to see that Jonathan's work truck has backed into, Jonathan's truck, the Chevy, has backed into the driveway 5510 with the trailer attached. And then it also shows Debbie Ayer's work truck parked in the street, and the work truck essentially appears to be in the same location that it's observed in the morning videos.
So it doesn't appear to have moved
That's
from
correct.
its location in the morning versus this evening video, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as part of the overall investigation in this case, showing states 11, there's a Rebecca Road here, which would be on the back side of that 5510 Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
And that street was canvassed for video, correct?
Yes, it was.
And no videos were obtained, nothing of evidentiary value, nothing suspicious, anything like that, correct?
That's correct. I was informed that there were no cameras that were observed on those houses. Those houses are also more, essentially, if you want to call them custom lots, so they're larger lots, so there's less homes as well, so less opportunity for there to be cameras.
So at no point during the night of August 6, 2023, do we see Debbie Ayer's vehicles plural, seen coming or going from the residence, correct?
That's correct.
And we only see his work van ultimately leave at 7:30 in the morning, correct?
That's correct. It's in the morning.
Thank you for correcting me. And just to states 11, hammer home, there is only one entrance and one exit, correct, to this Porcupine Rim neighborhood?
Correct. So in order to enter or exit, you have to turn from Ann Road on this little connector street, which then puts you directly onto Gray Juniper.
And then ultimately Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct. And then if you drive eastbound on Gray Juniper, this curve right here, the road turns into Porcupine Rim.
And so this 6621 Gray Juniper Ave, this is a full-time video camera. It's not an activation camera, right?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Never want to break up the ability of the attorneys to question the witness, so at this point, we are going to take our night recess and we'll do cross-examination. And everybody please remember, tomorrow is a holiday, so the court is closed tomorrow. So we will not be in session tomorrow, and we'll be back on Wednesday. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merit, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or the media. You must not read, write, listen to news or media accounts or company about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using record detectors. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or trust any opinion regarding the case or the prosecutor's duty. We will be in recess until Wednesday at 11 a.m. All rise for the jury.
All right, we'll be back Wednesday. Unless they finna come back with some more objections. I'll see if they come back with any more objections when they let the jury out. But yeah, we'll be back Wednesday. That's why they worked around. It be 11 to 7. It's almost 7. It's not bad though. We got day 3 and day 4 in 8 hours. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. It don't look like they're about to say nothing else. Maybe they are. Do we got some objections? Nah, they about to be done, bro. He got it on the seal. Look at Judge Hatchett. She is rocking that short hairstyle. Looks like that's it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. To the next episode. Little channel, big voice. We out. Low key niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch. I bet we gon' eat.